I would like to call the August 29th, 30th, and 31st, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Ken Howe,
Here.
Hanley Jenkins,
Here.
Jordan Truitt,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
Perry Chalktoot,
Here.
Ann Byer.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any agenda modifications, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Vice Chair, so just to reiterate from yesterday, the council did not review the draft meeting minutes, so that is put off until tomorrow, Wednesday, to evaluate and potentially adopt that. And then I would say just we'll figure it out along the way today in case there are any changes that need to be made, such as the one item that got kicked to Wednesday for review related to the notification on blasting. So there may be elements like that that get pulled from the regular sort of schedule and then put off to the end. So just kind of a reminder that we'll just go along and see how it kind of plays out.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have the following announcements. Please silence your cell phones. Those participating via phone or webinar, please mute your phone, and if you receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. Reminder to council and anyone addressing the council to please remember to state your full name clearly and not use the speakerphone feature, as it will create feedback. For those attending in person, comment registration cards for agenda item C are available on the table. For those testifying on the B2H agenda item, or those who wish to provide comment during agenda item C, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx to speak during the public comment period, or press *3 to raise your hand if you are participating by telephone. You may sign up for email notices by clicking the link on the agenda or the council web page. You are also welcome to access the online mapping tool in any documents by visiting our website. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. So we're in the review of the proposed order and proposed contested case order and exception hearing on the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. We have Kellen Tardeweather with the Oregon Department of Energy siting analyst, senior siting analyst, and we have Jesse Ratcliffe, Senior Assistant Attorney General in the Natural Resources section of the Oregon Department of Justice, providing us the review of, again, the proposed order and the proposed contested case order. So with that, we left off last night with the noise, and that's where we're going to start today. So, Ms. Tardeweather, it's yours.
Good morning. Good morning. Testing. For the record, Kellen Tardeweather, siting analyst, Oregon Department. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. We finished up with the soil protection standard last night, and we're picking up on the need standard this morning. My esteemed colleague is taking care of some errands, and then she'll be back next by my side. I'm kind of pivoting today, and I'm going to be running the PowerPoint, but then I'm also going to try to toggle in between the documents and pulling up rule language. So I just kind of want this to be as informative and helpful for council. That said, just bear with me as I kind of present, but also find information that is helpful for council. And so I think that if I I'm going to have to close out of this. Bear with me. Because we had the need standard to be slated. The need standard, should pull up there, applies to energy facilities for non-generating energy facilities. Non-generating energy facility, for example, is a transmission line or a pipeline. There are provisions of the need standard that apply to pipelines. We're just going to skip over those. So I'm going to just kind of walk through mostly just what the standard says, and then some facts and findings that are in the proposed order. So there's three pathways to meet the need standard. An applicant can meet the need standard by the least cost plan rule, or by the system reliability rule, or on this third provision here, which I'm not going to spend time on because it doesn't apply to this project. So the applicant, Idaho Power, in the application requested council consider and provided information in support of both the least cost plan rule and the system reliability rule. Now, as this sub 1 under need standard, these are an or, it's not an and. So if they meet either one of the system reliability rule or the least cost plan rule, they've demonstrated that the need standard is met. In the proposed order, we are recommending that both have been met. So I'm going to start with the least cost plan rule. And maybe. I've lost my page. Bear with me. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Just in my PowerPoint presentation, I have snippets of the rule language, but I want to pull up all of the rule language here. Okay, so we're under need for a facility, and under this sub 1, and there's a little bit of a delay. So it will pull up here, is what I just read from the PowerPoint, which says least cost plan rule, system reliability rule, and then we go down to the least cost plan rule. And the sub 1 under that has direction for council on what they shall find, that the applicant has demonstrated need for the facility, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's basically, it says, these are the items that the applicant must represent. And if they have any of these plans or combination of plans adopted or approved by a municipal utility, people's utility district, that these can be used and submitted to demonstrate the least cost plan rule. And then it goes through items that says, these are the things that need to be included in a plan. Range of forecast, evaluates range of practical demand and supply resources. I'm just going to slowly scroll down the delay. But it goes through several items of what needs to appear in those plans. And that is for sub 1. And now I'm going to go down to sub 2, which says the council shall find that the least cost plan meets the criteria of an energy resource plan described in sub 1, what we just kind of scrolled through, if the Public Utility Commission of Oregon has acknowledged the least cost plan. So this is where we went. Idaho Power, as a regulated utility in Oregon, must comply with the Public Utility Commission's their other rules as a utility, which means that every other year on a 2-year cycle, they submit an integrated resource plan or an IRP for review and acknowledgement to the PUC. So they do this on an ongoing basis. And as part of the application, Idaho Power submitted, well, we have several years of their IRP, but really we're just looking for the most recent one. And in 2017, the Oregon Public Utility Commission did acknowledge their IRP. As we discussed in the proposed order, several years back, and I don't have the date, but it is footnoted in the document, doc ID. The record document is talked about in there, but the department took the position because there's several different things that the Public Utility Commission can acknowledge in an IRP. And in years prior, like 2013 and 2015, the PUC had acknowledged the ongoing permitting for the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. And the department took the position that to meet this, what the department wanted to see in that acknowledgement from the PUC is not only the ongoing permitting, but also that the PUC is going to acknowledge the construction of the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. And so in that 2017 acknowledgement of the 2017 IRP, the PUC did acknowledge the ongoing permitting, but also the construction activities for the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. So in the proposed order, I believe, and I can pull it up, but this is a council shall. So this isn't a really recommended. This is kind of a directive. This has already been, this has been done. So let me gather my notes here. Okay, so that is what I really wanted to say for the least cost plan rule. I can stop there, and then I'm going to go on to the system reliability rule, and I'm going to kind of dance around aspects of it. So I'm going to pull up the rule now, and so I'm going to pass off aspects that are kind of related to what Jesse's going to talk about in the contested case issues. But there is one portion of it. Maybe it's not the most interesting portion, but that really isn't very related to the contested case issue. So then this is the system reliability rule, which is more of a in-depth analysis of the data provided, which we can pull from and use, which in the proposed order, we did use the information that was submitted in the IRPs, in the integrated resource plan, because it has that technical information about load, et cetera, and demand. So we used that to draft findings for each of these subparts under the system reliability rule. So I'm going to skip over 1 and 2. Sub 1 is that the facility, we'll just read this rule here. So to demonstrate that the facility is needed to enable the transmission system of which it's to be part of to meet firm capacity demands for electricity or firm annual electricity sales. And then this is, on weather conditions that have 5% chance of occurring in the area served by the facility. So there's findings in the proposed order for that. And then the second one is that the facility is consistent with applicable mandatory. So this is that it complies with the NERC regulations that apply either internally or externally to a utility system. One minute. So I can, so the portion that I was going to talk about is the NERC. So I'm really we're going to leave the 1 because it kind of is related to capacity. And then this second portion, and we've talked about this, we talked about it in July when it came up about organizational expertise and operating other transmission lines, and really that the applicant is bound to comply with other regulatory agencies and guidelines, for instance, NERC, North American Electric Reliability Corporation. So there are findings for that. And then there also must comply with the WEC reliability criteria and compliance. And there's several. So the proposed order discusses that there are these, find my notes here. Transmission planning standards, or TPL, and those prescribe acceptable system operating limits for a wide range of system conditions. And then the basis and under this is we do draft findings and we pull from other aspects of the application to support findings of why of how the sub 2 of this standard is met. I'm just going to stop there, and if we want to get into any of those details, we can talk about them, but I'll just pass it off to Jesse, and I'm going to pull up your slide here.
Saw you put it.
Okay, great. See. Make sure that I can be heard on this. I'm not sure. No, it doesn't seem like it.
Panic when you can't find it.
Hang on. Okay, this one's working. Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. So we have two issues under the need standard that have exceptions filed on them. Both of the exceptions were filed by Stop B2H. So the first issue is issue N1. And that is whether the department erred in defining capacity in terms of kilovolts instead of megawatts. And so the proposed contested case order's opinion dealt with this in a ruling on motion for summary determination. And the general idea with motion for summary determination is that is intended to deal with a situation where you don't have material facts in dispute. And so you're looking at a purely legal issue. And so Idaho Power had filed a motion for summary determination on this issue, and the hearing officer ruled in their favor, finding that the council rules don't define the term capacity for the purpose of the need standard rule. She acknowledged that in one of the definitions in the council statutes, capacity is associated with.
Jesse, can I? We just got sort of a little heads up that the court reporter is having a hard time hearing the information. So, sort of a recommendation or for all of us to lean into the mics so that she can clearly hear us. Especially, I think probably you and I with the masks on.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the let me find my place here. Okay, so one of the definitions in the council statutes that the hearing officer looked at in 469-300 sub 11, one of the definitions is provided capacity is associated with voltage and not megawatts. Similarly, in Idaho Power's integrated resource plan, the capacity is associated with voltage and not megawatts. And that's the way that the PUC acknowledged that capacity. And as a result, the did not err in defining capacity in terms of kilovolts. Basically, where there's uncertainty in the rule, that the hearing officer is going to look to sources of information that she can, and when you have a couple of other sources, as was the case here, that are relying on the term in the same way, that's persuasive in helping to figure out what capacity might be meant by in the council's rules, since it's not explicitly defined. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Stop B2H for oral argument.
And while they're coming up, just to let council members know, we're a little bit different today because we have two issues on the need standard. So we'll go through, oral comments on the first issue, conclude that, then go back to the next issue where Jesse will provide the update, and then we'll go through oral comments again. Then we'll deal with the straw poll as a whole, or however you want to separate it out. But we'll go through the full oral comments before we get into any of the straw polls, if that works for council.
But that's usually not an issue with my voice. So hopefully the court reporter could hear that. For what it's worth, my suggestion on these two is, from Stop's perspective, the issue in both this and the prior and the next one are the same, which is the summary determination. What did the hearings officer treat the facts appropriately? So I'm happy to have Jesse present on the other issue and then argue them both at the same time, which might go faster for you folks, but it's up to the council.
Still okay with that? I think we are.
Back up. Okay, so this issue N3. Applicant demonstrated need for the proposed facility.
Pardon me, this is the court reporter. I'm
Could we get the volume up on my mic so that I'm not actually having to eat it?
I don't think, I apologize that I don't think that's the problem.
Okay.
Sometimes we're not hearing anything. So I don't know if microphones are being muted and not unmuted, because all of a sudden someone was saying, I don't think it'll be a problem, but I couldn't hear anything for like 2 minutes.
Record, this is Perry Chalktooth. It also
Okay.
shuts off on my end too, where you can't hear any talking at all. And it was doing it last night also.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the AT&T.
It'd help for us to take a 5 or 10 minute break here.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a good idea.
Okay, so where we left off was combining these two issues for the purposes of oral argument. And so the second issue is issue N3, which is whether the applicant demonstrated need for the proposed facility when the applicant has only shown that its need represents 21% of the total capacity. And so the proposed contested case order's opinion on this went through the history of acknowledgement by the PUC, pointed out that the PUC acknowledged the proposed project in IPC's 2017 Integrated Resource Plan, and then affirmed that acknowledgement in the 2019 Integrated Resource Plan. The hearing officer found that, importantly, the PUC had acknowledged the proposed transmission line as a whole, not simply with respect to Idaho Power's capacity or Idaho Power's part of the project. And that as a result, the project satisfies the needs standard under the least cost plan rule, regardless of the percentage of transmission capacity needed specifically for Idaho Power's customers. And again, as a reminder, this, even though Idaho Power is the applicant here, this is a joint venture between several different entities in terms of the construction and operation of the project. So that is the hearing officer's opinion on this. And so, and again, this was, as with issue N1, issue N3 was a ruling on summary determination, basically a conclusion that as a matter of law, the hearing officer could rule in favor of Idaho Power on this issue. So with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Anuta for oral argument.
Members of the council, this particular set of issues puts you in an interesting position. You are essentially sitting as an appellate court reviewing the administrative law judge's proposed summary judgment or summary determination decision. You must evaluate whether this law judge correctly reviewed the facts and that there were no facts in dispute. We've outlined in our exceptions, this is fundamentally a problem. There were facts in dispute, so there should not have been summary determination granted. There should have been a hearing. And what we ask at this point, when you go back and review those matters, if you agree there were facts in dispute, you should remand these issues to the hearings officer and direct her to have a hearing on these issues so that the facts can be determined. So what was in dispute here? It's pretty straightforward. There was a dispute about whether or not you use kilovolts or megawatts to determine capacity. And as Jesse acknowledged, the capacity definition is a little vague. So the hearings officer looked elsewhere. She looked at what was done previously. She looked at a variety of other things, and then she reached a conclusion, a factual conclusion about whether or not you use kilovolts or megawatts. You cannot do that on summary determination. You cannot make factual decisions after weighing the evidence. You must only conclude issues of law, whether or not you use kilovolts, or megawatts was a factual dispute. We pointed out Idaho Power used megawatts in its original application. Idaho Power used megawatts in its 2017 IRP. And in addition to that, the draft proposed project order discussed the need standard in megawatts. All of that is factually inconsistent with using kilovolts now. There should have been a hearing on that issue so the matter could be decided. One other point that we made in our exceptions, which you should look at closely, in its reply on summary determination briefing, Idaho Power introduced an affidavit from Jared Ellsworth, an IPC employee. He presented additional facts about how, in his view, industry standard required the use of kilovolts. That should have been a red flag to the administrative law judge. An affidavit introduces facts, not law. If there was an affidavit that had to be introduced, then there was going to be a weighing of the facts. And in fact, the administrative law judge relied on the facts that Mr. Ellsworth presented, among others, for concluding that it was kilovolts versus megawatts. Our position is that was clear error because it was a factual determination, and you cannot do that on summary determination. Other facts that were in dispute here, you heard the discussion of the fact that this was a joint venture, and the need standard that's before you mentions that IPC only has 21% of this. There was a factual dispute about whether the OPC's, Oregon Public Utility Commission, OPCU, their acknowledgement of the fractional share that IPC had with its partners potentially there, was that enough to acknowledge the whole plan? And which IRP do you use was another factual dispute. Those are both decisions that the ALJ made on summary determination. That's a mistake. You shouldn't be making factual determinations on which IRP do we rely on, or is a fractional share enough? But there was evidence submitted showing that one of the three partners has withdrawn. Is this enough or not? That's a factual resolution. That should have been heard. Evidence should have been submitted in addition to what would already been submitted, and then the ALJ could have made a factual determination on those issues. You today sit in a difficult spot. What should happen here is really straightforward. You should remand these issues to the administrative law judge, despite the fact that will lengthen this process because there was a legal error. We'd ask that you do precisely that. Because the consequences of not doing that are significant for everyone involved. We would have to appeal to the Supreme Court and ask them to reverse. And if they reverse, after that whole appellate process, we're back to where we were, which is in front of the ALJ on these need issues that have factual disputes at their core. And that's where we should be back to now, not after a full appellate process and 6 months to a year down the road. So we ask that you reverse on these issues. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Anuta. Any questions from council? Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Council members. I want to start by correcting Mr. Anuta's statement of the applicable law. In order to grant summary determination, the council needs to find that not that there's no dispute about fact anywhere in the record, but there's no dispute of material fact. Mr. Anuta is describing what's going on here as, as some kind of a factual dispute, but it's not. I mean, the question is purely legal. Does the OPUC's acknowledgement of a 500 kV line or kilovolt line satisfy the least cost plan rule? And the hearing officer correctly found that it did. I want to start by providing just a little bit of context on the Public Utility Commission's integrated resource planning process. That process requires utilities to perform a comprehensive review of alternative approaches to meeting the resource needs of the utility. The IRP uses stochastic and other modeling methodologies to evaluate alternative portfolios of resources under various scenarios. Full IRPs are filed every 2 years, with IRP updates filed every year. The process of reviewing those IRPs involves the OPUC staff, ODO, customer groups, environmental groups, and any other interested party. It has involved Stop B2H for the last several years. There are numerous rounds of comments, several presentations to the OPUC, and at the end of the process, the PUC will acknowledge the short-term action plan. Those are the actions that will be taking place in the next 4 to 5 years. or they will decline to acknowledge them, and they do it on an action by action basis. And in the last 2 IRPs, the Commission acknowledged B2H in the short-term action plan, describing it as the construction of a 500 kV line. Now, by adopting the least cost plan rule, the council clearly intended to rely on the OPUC's expertise to determine whether a resource under the PUC's jurisdiction was needed. So in its exceptions, Stop B2H has argued that the council should disregard the PUC's acknowledgement because it didn't explicitly acknowledge the need for B2H's capacity in terms of megawatts, but rather acknowledge the 500 kV line. Stop B2H seems to acknowledge that capacity for a transmission line can be referred to in either kV or megawatts, but they're claiming that because it could be either or, somehow summary determination wasn't proper. But that argument should be rejected because it was entirely proper for the hearing officer to rely on the PUC's acknowledgement of a 500 kV line. First, there's nothing in the council's rules that would require the capacity of a transmission line to be evaluated in megawatts instead of kilovolts for the purpose of the least cost plan rule. Second, the statutory definition of high voltage lines that are under your jurisdiction is expressed in terms of kilovolts and not megawatts. But perhaps most importantly, Idaho Power demonstrated in unrebutted evidence that you can't purchase a transmission line or acquire a transmission line in terms of megawatts. Megawatts is a rating that a transmission line gets once it's already in service. So in terms of the acknowledgement of Idaho Power's plan to construct the transmission line, that had to be in kilovolts. And that's why the Public Utility Commission would acknowledge in terms of kilovolts. I see I'm running out of time on that issue. I want to quickly get to Stop B2H's comments about the fact that this is a transmission line that is being acquired by partners. And so throughout the PUC process and throughout this council's process, Stop B2H was concerned that somehow the commission's acknowledgement of a 500 kV line, that they weren't really acknowledging a 500 kV line because Idaho Power is going to be sharing the capacity of that line. And at a public meeting on the 2019 IRP, Stop B2H representative specifically asked the OPUC's members, are you acknowledging the full line or are you acknowledging a fractional piece of that line? Both Chair Decker and Commissioner Tawney were very clear in responding. We are acknowledging B2H as a 500 kV line. Finally, Stop B2H, well, let me back up just a minute. You know, given the fact that in their IRP, they were very clear they were acknowledging the full capacity of the line, that should be, you know, that should automatically fulfill the least cost plan rule. And finally, in their, you know, I think I will not respond to the very last comment, but I am available for questions.
Really quickly, this is the court reporter. Could people please identify themselves for the record? It would be much appreciated.
Thank you. And this was Lisa Rackner for Idaho Power speaking.
Thank you, Ms. Rackner. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Condon.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. For the record, quick question. And this has to do with just an understanding about the least cost rule. So the PUC makes its determination on the IRP according to the least cost rule. So was there an analysis that this is the least costly plan as as included in the IRP? I'm trying to figure out the least cost aspect of
Yeah,
it.
the rule is called the least cost plan, but the integrated resource planning process at the PUC is not just an analysis of the least cost plan, but it's the least cost / least risk plan, which looks at the combination of resources, the full portfolio of resources that a utility needs to acquire in order to fulfill their obligation to provide fair and reasonable service and reliable service to their customers. So what's complicated is there's a whole list of resources that the utility will rely on over the 20-year period, but then there's something called the short-term action plan, which is what's referred to in your least cost plan rule, which says, now, this is the thing that we're going to do for 20 years, but short term for the next 4 to 5 years, these are the very specific actions that the utility is going to take in order to fulfill their obligations. So in the last several IRPs, B2H, the actual construction of B2H has been on that short-term plan. And each time the Public Utility Commission, and they dedicated a full section of their order to B2H, looking at B2H and saying, yes, we acknowledge the construction of B2H.
Okay, thank you. And I have a follow-up, another question. Just related to your preliminary application and the use of megawatts, and I apologize, I haven't gone completely through those documents, but I'm just curious, and I think I understood you to say that a transmission line can only be measured in megawatts after construction. And so I'm curious about if you used megawatts in your application and preliminary application, why that would be instead of the kilovolt.
So it's not quite correct to say we only relied on megawatts. So there's two measures. A transmission line can only be acquired in kilovolts. Like you can buy a 500 kV line. You can buy a 235 kV line. There's another question about how much capacity of the line is that line actually going to provide? And you only know that once you've put it into service, because the capacity of a line, while it's partially informed and quite significantly informed by the rating of the line, it's also influenced by load on either side of the line. A lot of other little technical things that I probably am not well equipped to explain. So when in the IRP, one of the things the company looks at is what are our load requirements in megawatts, and those are all described in megawatts. But in terms of resource acquisition, what are we going to buy or construct in order to fulfill that? We need a capacity of our capacity is described then in a 500 kV line, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense to me, but what I don't understand is if in the application you used kilowatts instead of kilovolts to describe what you were constructing.
I'm sorry. So we used, I may have misspoken. We used kilovolts in order to describe what we were constructing. We would not ever describe what we were constructing in terms of megawatts. What Mr. Anuta was referring to is that there is also an analysis in an IRP and also a discussion with respect to the system reliability rule, which, and by the way, the system reliability rule really isn't at issue here because the hearing officer granted summary judgment on the least cost rule. But when you look at what Stop B2H pointed out, and they were correct on this point, that in analyzing the system reliability rule, we were looking at load resource tables that described that describe load and the resource in terms of megawatts. That is correct. That's the system reliability rule. Least cost plan rule on that. So system reliability is a very different analysis that we never really got deeply into in this case because the hearing officer early on in the case granted summary judgment on the least cost plan rule. So that's a very different analysis that we never really got into. Least cost plan rule in terms of what did we tell the Public Utility Commission that we were going to acquire? What did we put in our short-term action plan? And what did they acknowledge? Always kilovolts, a 500 kV line, never megawatts.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council of Ms. Rackner?
Do we have
Okay.
anything from the department?
Thank you.
Patrick Rowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. These are both issues that Idaho Power brought motions for summary determination on. The department did not. However, the department supports or believes the ALJ did correctly rule on them. I will take them issue by issue. N1, whether the department erred in defining capacity in terms of kilovolts instead of megawatts. On that issue, the department agrees that with the ALJ's dismissal of the issue. In her order dismissing the issue on summary determination, the ALJ describes kilovolts and megawatts. Both measures are used, as we've heard discussed, are used to describe transmission lines. And as the ALJ stated in her ruling and order dismissing their issue, there's no genuine factual dispute that both terms are used to describe transmission lines. We believe that she was correct in describing the issue as a purely legal question, and that the department appropriately considered the operating voltage of the proposed line in concluding that Idaho Power demonstrated need under the least cost plan rule. On issue N3, whether the applicant demonstrated need for the proposed facility when it's shown that its need represents 21% of total capacity. Again, this is an issue that was essentially a dispute between Idaho Power and STOP, but the department does believe that the ALJ correctly ruled on that issue. Under the council's least cost plan rule, council shall find the applicant has demonstrated need for a line if the PUC has acknowledged a least cost plan. That is the integrated resource plan, which Ms. Rackner was discussing. The ALJ granted summary determination on this issue based on a finding that when the PUC acknowledged the IRP, the integrated resource plan, it acknowledged a 500 kV line with co-participants, meaning the other participants in construction and operation of the line. As the ALJ noted, PUC did not acknowledge only Idaho Power's 21% of the entire line. It acknowledged the line itself. So we believe that the ALJ correctly found that PUC acknowledged the B2H project as a whole. And as such, Idaho Power, as Kellen described, has satisfied the least cost plan rule and demonstrated need for the proposed facility.
Chair, I have a question, I think, for Jesse. So Idaho Power, oh, I'm sorry, this is Hanley Jenkins. Idaho Power submitted their position that they met both the least cost rule and the second requirement for addressing this standard. Do we have to, and the hearings officer has found in the summary determination that they've met the least cost rule. Do we have to address the other way to approve this? The, sorry.
The system reliability. Yeah. Yeah. So this is Jesse Ratcliffe for the record. And so what we need to do here you have this comes back to the two pieces that we're looking at. So we have the proposed order and the proposed contested case order. The proposed contested case order issues deal with the least cost plan rule. The council does need to make decisions on whether or not the hearing officer's determinations were correct on those two issues. Separately, the proposed order discusses both, to my understanding, the system reliability rule and the least cost plan rule. When you adopt when you issue a final order on this, if you adopt the proposed order as is, that will include the proposed order's discussion and conclusions with respect to the system reliability rule as well. So there will be, unless there are changes to between the proposed and the final order, there will be both discussion and findings on the system reliability rule and the least cost plan rule.
So this is Hanley again. So I guess the council needs to address the proposed order and both methods, where the exception only addressed the least cost rule.
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, Councillor Beyer, does it make sense to acknowledge in the proposed order that the council considered evidence on the system reliability standard, but made findings only on the least cost method? Just to clean it up, since we only have to come up with one of the and or the or standards, should we only have the order include the least cost? And just a question.
Sure. So the council is charged with issuing an order on the application as it's presented to you. And we've had some discussion about that of, what the limits on the council's authority to look at alternatives. And so when the staff goes through and prepares the proposed order, they are looking at what the applicant has asked for. And in this case, that included an ask both with respect to the system reliability rule and the least cost plan rule. So my recommendation is that the council should make a finding as to both. The statutes and rules only require a positive finding that, for one. But yes, I would recommend that both are addressed.
And one more question. This is for Kellen. You had a slide early on that was a shall statement for the council, that the council shall, if the PUC acknowledges, I think is the term of art. Could you just pull that up again?
For the record, Kellen Tardy, whether yes.
Thank you.
On the screen here, I have the proposed order. Make it a little bit bigger here.
Any other questions from council?
Yeah, this is Hanley. Kellen, so this talks about the 2017 IRP. And in the evidence that we received, it looks like the PUC recognized the 2017 and the 2019. Is there a reason why this doesn't include the 2019 IRP?
Correct, because the proposed order we're looking at as it stands here in this PDF with the red line, this is what we issued in 2020 that was in the contested case. And then the contested case opens up the record again. And then so evidence can be submitted to support the application or in response to the issues raised. And then once the contested case closes, the record closes again. So we're actually at a point where we do have for several standards and issues, additional facts that could be reflected in the later document in the draft final order and functionally the final order.
So could that be, I guess this is a question for Jesse, could that be included? This is Hanley again.
The 2019 IRP. Yeah. So it was made a part of the record. And so it is something that is available to be considered by the council. The issue here for the council is the fact that or whether or not the PUC has acknowledged the project in an IRP. Starting with the 2017 IRP, there was an acknowledgement of the construction of the facility, and Kellen talked briefly about the Department of Energy staff's position starting, somewhat before then, that's what needed to happen. That it wasn't just an acknowledgement of the fact that there was a permitting process going on, but there was an acknowledgement that that included the actual construction of the line. The existence of the 2019 IRP is helpful in the sense that it reflects a similar understanding. It's more recent, but as a technical matter, once the 2017 IRP came out and did what it needed to do, that was the piece that needed to be in place in order for the least cost plan rule to be fulfilled, with the exception of the issue that we're talking about here that Stop B2H has raised, which is, the one thing that is really still within the council's purview here. A significant amount of this has been you're relying on the PUC's action, but the council still is responsible for determining whether the capacity has been acknowledged by the PUC, and that is a conclusion that the council needs to make. And so that's why our issues here have focused on that definition of capacity. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but this issue is, the complexity of this issue has mostly to do with the fact that there's a significant chunk of the least cost plan rule that is dependent upon another body's action, on the PUC's action.
Well, so this is Hanley again. That's why I thought it was beneficial to include both 2017 and 2019 from the PUC. And the language is company's second amended 2019 IRP. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if the rest of the council's interested in including that in the order, the proposed order.
I think it makes sense. This is Kent Howe.
Where it went.
Councilor-
Just for it to show council, for the record, Callan Weather, what I'm pulling up here is this is in the hearing officer's proposed contested case order. This is Appendix 2. This is the evidence that was entered into the record during the motion for summary determination phase. So this over here lists, and I believe Ms. Rackner referenced the comments from PUC. So this is the information that is added into the record. And so what council can do is, update your facts. Now I would have to go and pull up those. I'm not sure if these are the comments in which the commissioners are, discussing acknowledgement of the 2019 IRP, or is it the actual order? I'd have to go into the record and really find that. But
So,
council could give direction to do that.
yeah, if I may, because of the way in which this was introduced as part of a motion for summary determination, which it again gets a little technical, but the evidence is being introduced for a very limited purpose. And that is to, essentially provide enough information for the hearing officer to decide whether or not this is, whether there are material facts in dispute or not. I think it's appropriate for the council to recognize that what was offered and admitted for that limited purpose, to say simply that as part of the motion for summary determination briefing, there were references made to the 2019 IRP, whatever those references are, and we can leave it to staff to sort that out. But to make clear that the council is the document that it's relying on principally is the 2017 IRP, because that's the initial decision. So if, the IRPs happen every 2 years, but if for some reason, it didn't happen, we have the 2017 IRP that is the initial decision that triggers compliance with the least cost plan rule. Again, provided that the council finds that the capacity of the facility is what was acknowledged.
Councilmember Condon, just a question for you, Jesse. So we have the 2017 IRP acknowledged here. If in 2019 the PUC had not acknowledged it, and the reason I ask is if there's a chance of that, I think it is important that we state that it was acknowledged in 2019 too.
Most recent.
So I guess what my recommendation is that when discussing the 2019 IRP, that there's a discussion of how that came to be in the record. That it was a part of the motion for summary determination briefing, and that the council can acknowledge that was is a part of the larger record as a result of that. But to, I guess, to answer the, kind of underlying hypothetical that's in your question, what would have happened if in 2019 the, PUC reverses course? Well, we would have had a contested case issue about that. This would have been a very different discussion. So, I think it's fine to acknowledge what came into the record as part of the, the motion for summary determination briefing. But I think it's also important to note that that is the reason, that was how that was introduced, and that the, in terms of the initial application that was filed, the reliance was on the 2017 application. So really all that is happening by reference to that 2019 is just the fact that they didn't change their mind. Yeah.
So this is Hanley. How do we do that?
So we can help with that. My suggestion is that if the council's wish is to have the record, the final order reflect that the 2019 IRP is in the record, then that's something that I would suggest that I work with staff on to properly address as a technical matter, because the summary determination, again, it gets into some kind of wonky legal stuff, and I want to.
I don't have any arguments with the summary determination
Yeah.
and the hearings officer's order. I think it needs to be in the proposed order, the department's proposed order, that we explain that there is continuity.
Yeah, and so that would be my suggestion, is that staff and I can take a look at that, and we'll come back with a
Okay.
draft final order
Thank
that
you.
handles that.
Counselor Condon, Jenkins, and I have all stated that we're supportive. So I'm going to ask Counselor Truitt and Byer and Choptuk, are you on board with this same recommendation?
For the record, my name is Perry Chalktoot. And I'm on board.
Toot.
Toot, as in.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry.
This is Jordan Truitt, and I am in agreement as well.
Says Counselor Byer, I'm in agreement.
And I have some, again, not actual language, but sort of conceptual language. So for the record, Todd Cornett. So I can read this, and then again, I can look for head nods and then do a roll call. So, okay, so what I have is agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the need standard not pertaining to issues in the contested case and in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issues N1 and N3 with the following modifications. Recognize the 2019 IRP acknowledgement was brought into the contested case record in the draft final order, findings of fact, and conclusions of law. So if that works.
For the record, Kalantari Weather, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're looking at what was actually submitted, and we need to look a little bit further because some information's embedded in footnotes, but the 2019 IRP itself, the whole document, doesn't appear to be submitted, or the actual as a link. So what we're trying to provide council the information. So in 2017, not only did we have the IRP, but we had the PUC order acknowledging it. And so now, and I think it very well may be because of the timing of the IRP process, and when we got into the contested case, we're trying to verify what was actually submitted. Do we have the IRP? Do we have an order? What we do know we have is kind of a summary of the commission's comments, with which Ms. Rackner noted, but I think that kind of is an important to what Todd is summarizing and what you'd like to footnote update. So I don't know if we want to pause.
Yeah,
or
I
just-
kind of purposely tried to keep it generalized, so it would allow us to fine tune it later on. That being said, is if council wants to have, very clear language, we can wait to figure that out right now. Or you can go with sort of the generalized, we recognize that it's in the record. We don't have the actual sort of reference or specific language for it, but we will get that. And as Jesse said, we will work with Jesse to make sure that the findings and conclusions are written appropriately.
Yeah, this is Hanley. That works for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing enough head nods that council supports that.
Okay, so then
General
I
approach.
will call the roll on this. Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Marcy, sorry. I think I got everybody. Did I get everybody?
And Byer,
Yes,
yes.
Byer. So, oh yeah, sorry. It dropped over on a page. And Byer. Sorry, Councilmember Byer. Okay, thank you. Again, for the record, Todd Cornett, just a procedural check-in. We were actually quite on time right now, so we have at least a placeholder for a break from 9:20 to 9:30. Council members want to take a break, you can. The next item is the public comment time period. So we will sort of recess the agenda item B, move to agenda item C, and then return.
Sounds good. We're on break then till what shall we do? 9:30.
10:15, whatever your choice is.
Let's do 9:20.
Okay.
We're back in order. And we're continuing on with the next agenda item, which is public comment. Yeah. Do we have anyone in the room that wishes to provide public comment to the council?
That's good.
Yeah. Come on forward if there's anyone in the room that wishes to provide public comment.
I saw your hand first. You might as well come up first.
Yes, thank you.
So just try to speak into the.
All right. My name is Norm Simone. I live here in La Grande, Oregon. And thanks. I would like to thank the council for coming here for their meeting. Thank you very much. Hi, Hanley. So I understand that the council are regulators working within the framework established. I would ask you now to start thinking seriously about that framework in the future. It's going to change dramatically. We should have started on this 20 years ago. I think that's become abundantly clear to everyone, given what we're now seeing with the kind of destructive changes in the climate regime across the planet. The way this is now rolling is with the development, finally, of serious talk about a changing infrastructure. And now with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, what we have is an entire suite of possibilities that will literally turn the grid upside down. And that is what I'm here to address. Specifically, one of my questions for quite a while has been, and it is something that I did bring forward to the Utility Commission, one of my questions for quite a while has been, what happens when you start? Is it too loud? So what happens when you start essentially providing distributed generation in hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of locations? It's a difficult question. It's also one that's now been tackled by some professional modelers. And what we have is a situation where essentially power and ancillary services can be delivered in a way that can save upwards of $500 billion in about 25 years. The work has been, and I will pass this on to the council, the work has been done finally to figure out what the grid starts to look like when you turn it upside down. And what it looks like is something vastly different than what we have right now. And because of that, the business models that have been used over the years to ensure that rural electrification would take hold have rapidly become quite obsolete. What we're looking at is a situation where there will be digital control surfaces, smart meters, smart inverters, essentially providing the services and the power necessary on an as-needed basis, literally with software running in the background that will essentially provide market at the real-time production of those services and the energy itself. That has the effect of essentially turning the grid completely upside down and reworking both local demand and long distance demand. Finally, we have a way to start to approach this. But of course, what we're looking at is the economic inertia that's built into the existing models. Very difficult situation. We need to turn the grid around, and essentially the decisions that are going to have to be made about the grid will look a lot more regional and local than they will, say, over long distance. That particular analysis which Hanley is looking through right now is just revolutionary. It's a completely new way of thinking about how we're going to get our power. One of the problems we have, and it's a huge one, is that the utilities have never thought about how they might essentially price and buy services from their customers. And by that, I mean their residential and commercial customers, because that's where this is going to go. What this shows quite clearly is that essentially putting in rooftop solar, not just the very large ones, but rooftop solar, which is the best place we could possibly put this stuff in, because we already have those surfaces. We don't have to cover ground. We don't have to essentially impact the ecology. Instead, what we can do is essentially start using what we've got, which is people's rooftops. Of course, that's exactly what is now being incentivized in the bill that was just passed. It's revolutionary. The details are just amazing in that bill. It's going to change everything. And so from the point of view of the kind of regulatory framework that the council now works under, that's probably going to be completely turned upside down. In any case, I did want to bring that so that you can at least start to take a look at what I think is one of the most important analyses that's been done, one that finally starts to model the delivery of services and power from what will be, as I said, literally tens of thousands of locations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Norm. I didn't get your last name. Norm, could you give us your last name, please?
C-I-M-O-N.
Thank you.
I live at 1208 First Street. I was a systems analyst for the U.S. Forest Service. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ann March. I live at 206 Main Avenue here in La Grande. And thank you for being here, for making this trip out here. Many of you probably came from the Portland area, drove on I-84, and that's what I'm going to talk about today for a few minutes. I happened to go that way last Thursday. I hadn't done that in a long time. I got to Boardman. Guess what I saw? A lot of new construction of power lines. Maybe you saw it too. There's always been a lot there. There is a lot more. There are tall power lines, short power lines of all shapes, sizes, going every direction. It's horrific. It's ugly. And if Boardman ever wants to promote tourism, good luck. So I sat there thinking, how did this happen? How could this happen? Well, it's probably the Morrow County lack of planning department. It also may involve FSAC. I don't know. It may involve Oregon Department of Energy. I don't know. But it's not visionary. Now, when you contrast this to our beautiful state, and for example, we have open beaches that can't be developed. That was because of visionary leadership. We have land use planning that's restrictive, not always popular, but due to visionary leadership, has preserved our state in a way that the state I come from doesn't have that, and it's developed all over. So we have some great things in place in Oregon. This cannot be a failure of ours to be looking at developing in such a way that creates the kind of blight that you see as you drive around. So there's a general comment. So my feeling is, please think about being visionary leaders. Please think about burying power lines. Please think about promoting projects that promote rooftop solar. As I drove past Boardman and the acres and acres of warehouses, there were no solar panels on those roofs in sight. That makes me sick. We obviously need lines. We all use power, but we need to be looking at upgrading existing lines and not increasing our human footprint all over this beautiful state of ours. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. Are there others in the audience that would like to testify? Provide public comment? Come on forward.
Hello, my name is Joe Horst. I live right up here on 86 Hawthorne Drive. I just wanted to I'm kind of making an observation between, and I'm not real up on how a lot of this works, but I've noticed that when it comes, I understand that, you know, the Oregon Department of Energy and the council, they need funding, and that's important to them. And I totally get that. But sometimes it's just, I kind of get the impression that maybe the funding takes a front seat to the citizens of Oregon, as opposed, you know, and I think that sometimes you know, the citizens of Oregon seem to get a backseat, you know, to the funding. And I think it's, sometimes some of these things are pretty important to us, and I just think that that the council and the department should maybe just take, you know, give us a little more consideration and realize the funding's very important, but maybe not as important as we are sometimes. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Others interested in testifying or providing public comment?
Hi, thank you all for being here. And I'm really glad that you've come to this side of the state. My name is Sandy Ryman. I live at 604 M Avenue, and Ryman is spelled R-Y-M-A-N if you need that. I really want to pick up on a comment which Ann March had made about potentially burying the lines. And if you folks decide that this project is really needed, really something you need to go through with, then I think that buried lines becomes important. Ever since this project started, I've really relied on the University of Pittsburgh website because they have a School of Electrical Engineering at the University of Pittsburgh, and they have a Center for Energy and the Grid Institute at the Swanson School of Engineering. But both they and the U.S. Department of Energy have noted that severe weather and climate change is the leading cause of grid disturbance, particularly at the distribution level, but it causes vary by region, and weather, vegetation management, and other management practices can really impact what occurs with electrical lines. And there are certain regions of the country which are typically affected by weather events. And the regions of the country which are severely affected are the Pacific Northwest, California, and Texas. And I think if you guys just think back over the last few years, you would agree that the Department of Energy has that accurate. And you know, the West has really seen many outages due to lightning and wildfires, and overall extreme wind and temperature can make a difference. So there's 5 factors to be considered: the lightning, wildfires, extreme cold, extreme winds, and vegetation growth. And those are all factors that would contribute to long-term maintenance of these lines for Idaho Power. U.S.
Ryman, just as a clarification for
Yes.
you and everybody else, you can certainly speak generally, but the public comment time period for the proposed order and the proposed contested case order on this project are closed. So
Thank you.
please do not speak specifically about this project.
I will not speak specifically about this project. Then I will talk about, that this is a relative weakness for building long distance, high voltage electrical transmission lines due to those factors that I have just noted. And that's the main thing that I wanted to say is I would like to look at a strong consideration that if this project were to go ahead, that there would be a look at using the public right-of-way access along the interstate system to bury these lines rather than having them be subjected to the changes that occur weather-wise in this region. Okay, that's what I wanted to note. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Ryman. Are there others that would like to comment?
Good morning and thank you. My name is Margaret L. Mead. I live at 57744 Foothill Road, LeGrand. We often hear that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Most of us have taken photos of an awesome scene and then become disappointed when the image isn't what we saw, because there's no way to capture the enormity, the reality in a photo. Or we've taken a photo and then it's ruined because we have some power lines running through it. And that's not the scenery we want to be showing others. And sometimes we've seen photos like through all different media, and then when we've seen the place in reality, Grand Canyon, for an example, or Yellowstone Park, we see those in real life and we have a totally different reaction. Therefore, we often make a real effort to see for ourselves what the lay of the land is. The actual scene is often very different from what a flat one-dimension image depicts. Juries often go to the scene of the crime to get a real feel and sense of the place. So I would like to invite you that when you're in our beautiful valley, you take an hour or so from your very full schedule and check out, look at what we have here. See why people are so, enamored of living in this very special place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Mead. Are there others that wish to provide public comment?
Hi, my name is Ann Morrison. I'm a retired attorney. I live here in LeGrand. I am really a latecomer to these issues. I know that most of you and many of the people who object to B2H have been working on these issues for years and years. It's only in recent months that I have started looking at these issues. And as an attorney, my interest has been, how are these decisions even made? What is the process? And once I started looking into that, I had a lot of concerns. I just thought, oh man. My understanding is that this council receives its information for making decisions primarily from two sources. One would be Idaho Power itself. The other would be Oregon Department of Energy. My understanding is that the statutes require developers to compensate the Oregon Department of Energy for the costs and the salaries and expenses that go into developing a project, and that Idaho Power at this point has paid, or the Department of Energy, more than $4 million towards the work that has been done on this project.
Ms. Mead, you need to be, or I'm sorry, Ms. Morrison, you need to be speaking in generalities as opposed to this project.
Okay. I'm speaking in generalities. My question is, when this council is receiving information primarily from the utility involved who has an interest in constructing this development, and from the Department of Energy, which is receiving funding from the developer in question, how is the Department of Energy acting as an independent party? I've worked in state government. I know that one of the balls that every state agency constantly has in the air is the issue of finance, funding, and where their money is coming from. So my concern is that the information that comes to this council comes from two parties that are interested in the development of this property. Oregon Department of Energy receives significant money from Idaho Power to work on this project, to work on any project. And when holding a utility to account and requiring a utility to comply with regulations would cut off a significant stream of funding to that agency. How is this council receiving objective information? How, when both of the parties that are informing this council have an investment in seeing a project go forward, who is representing the public interest in a situation like this? A second concern that I had when I started looking into these issues is that I started to look at the makeup of this council. And we have 7 members on this council. From the profiles that are presented by the Department of Energy, most of the people on this council work full-time or have significant other volunteer interests or members of other boards. This council is making billion-dollar decisions on behalf of the state of Oregon. This council has people with expertise in 2 of the 16 areas in which this council must make decisions. There are issues of scenic value, of cultural and historic value, of wildlife protection, of, well, the council will know, but there are 16 issues. Each of them is very technical. Each of them requires a great deal of expertise, but on this council, there are people who are familiar, who have background expertise in only 2 of those areas, which would be cultural resources and land use planning. The remainder of council members that as based on their profiles, do not have background in the energy, in the areas of siting, of requiring developers to post adequate bonds, waste management, weed management, or the many other issues that this council must address. And that is a significant concern for me, because if we have a council here that does not have the kind of background that is needed to address these issues, the council is entirely dependent on the information coming from the 2 vested parties, the utility and the Department of Energy. I am acquainted with Mr. Jenkins because it's a small community, but my understanding is that Mr. Jenkins was originally appointed to this council over significant objections from this community, from people who were aware of his background and ethical issues in this community. By statute, councilors are required or allowed to serve only 2 consecutive terms of 4 years. Mr. Jenkins, as I understand it, is now serving his 10th year on this council. All of these things cause me to question the legitimacy of this entire process. I guess the last thing that I would say is most of you are not from Eastern Oregon. You may or may not be aware that there is significant anger, significant hostility, significant resentment in this part of the state based on the fact that decisions are made for this part of the state by people in Western Oregon who do not live here, who may have different values, who may have different attitudes on things. It has caused, it's a significant rift. You may be aware that there's actually an organization that is trying to take the Eastern Oregon counties and break away to join Idaho. I think in the context of that kind of division and that kind of hostility and that kind of sense out of Eastern Oregon that our interests are not being considered, our values are not being taken into account, that it is important for this council to be aware that making decisions to impose energy facilities over the objections of the strenuous objections of the people who will be affected is one more manifestation of Western Oregoners ignoring the feelings, the sentiments, the values of people who actually live here. And I guess that's my entire comment. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Are there others that wish to comment? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Tim Leventhal. I'm a resident of LeGrand. And the former speaker has pretty much stolen my thunder, so I just have a few brief notes to support what she said. And I find it interesting that the budget for the Oregon Department of Energy is paid for by developers, which could run into millions of dollars. Then after the developers are given the go-ahead to proceed, the Department of Energy continues to get paid by the energy entity. So it appears the Oregon Department of Energy has a vested interest in the utilities succeeding, no matter the consequences of the outcome, for the welfare of the livability of the state or the people who live here. And since the former speaker articulated much better than I can, I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leventhal. Are there others that wish to provide comment to the council?
Irene Gilbert, 2310 Adams Avenue. And I wanted to discuss this. This is a newspaper article just within the last week, I'd say. It says, upcoming investigation, how an airborne blade exposed broader problems at PGE's flagship wind farm. And I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. The bottom line is, I worked for Oregon OSHA for a dozen years before I retired. And I trained OSHA staff on safety and health issues. I also did a lot of customized training for employers. And when it comes to things like safety inspections, what I used to train people, our staff, was go in and look and see what their plans look like. Check and see what their lockout tagout program is, their confined space program, because those plans are what dictates whether or not a agency or an employer is going to have a successful safety program or they are not. So if the plan is inadequate, the outcome's going to be inadequate. And so once you have a good plan, really you're just looking at is management enforcing the plan, and are there consequences when people don't do what they're supposed to do? So when you come to a situation like this, where for years this wind farm has been spewing bolts and nuts and pieces of the turbines all over the ground and oil leaking, that tells me that the PGE did not have a good plan for maintaining and managing their equipment. So I'm concerned because this development was approved by this council, and the plans were developed by the Oregon Department of Energy. So now you have a development here that not only, I'm sure, has inadequate plans, but there hasn't been any monitoring to show that they're actually following those plans. And I just bring this up because there's been some discussion about the fact that the council tends to approve basically site certificates that are not complete because you can't approve a standard without knowing what the plans are that are going to be implemented in order to meet that standard. So when council turns over the development of a draft partial plan to the Energy Facility Siting Council, you're basically turning over the responsibility for an adequate plan to a group of people who are funded by the people wanting to develop these energy facilities. And I believe that's contrary. I know it's contrary to what the statutes and the rules say, because to comply with the statutes, it says council must review plans, determine they meet the standard requirements, and be included in the site certificate. Those are statutory requirements. So when you turn over the final plan to another entity, you are not meeting your commitment to have approved the final plan. And actually, while the statute does allow for delegation to the Oregon Department of Energy, it does not delegate, it does not allow council to delegate the decision about eligibility to the council. And that's what is occurring when you do that. 469-300, 469-370, 469-401, 469-405, all of these reference the council as being the only entity that is able to issue site certificates, approve site certificates. You need to be taking responsibility for that final approval of any kind of plan. In fact, if you read the plain language of the rules, it says those plans are supposed to be in final form before you can even issue a site certificate, because they're supposed to be attached and included with the site certificate. So anyway, that's sort of my spiel about my concern about how the council is abdicating their responsibility for approving final plans that are required for a site certificate to be issued. A couple other things that I was going to mention, and it kind of goes, I was thinking about this because of one of the prior commenters, because I sat in a legislative meeting where they were talking about wind energy. And the discussion was, how many acres of land would it take in order to meet Oregon's renewable energy standard if we were relying on wind energy? And of course, the figure was huge. And one of the representatives said, was asked, where are you going to put all these wind farms? This is hundreds of thousands of acres to put in these wind farms. And she said, and this is virtually a quote, she said, well, there's a lot of land in Eastern Oregon. So, when the comment about conflicts between energy development and what's happening in Eastern Oregon compared to what's happening in the Valley, there is really a lack of understanding of the value of this part of the world to the people who live in this part of the world. Another, just a brief comment, is that when developers are not supporting energy that is location, that's being created at the location where it's used, and avoiding the need for high voltage transmission, I don't believe they're meeting their responsibility to the public. And right now, I know Idaho Power has before the PUC a requirement or a request that they not have to reimburse people with rooftop energy only half of what they're reimbursing other people who they're getting energy from. So the headline in the paper was that Idaho Power undervalues or believes that rooftop energy has less value than any other, than the other resources. So I encourage you to encourage developers to be supporting these kinds of things that really are important in terms of minimizing the need for transmission lines or for just mega developments of any kind as far as renewable energy. Oregon right now is producing more renewable energy between the dams and the wind farms and the solar than we use. than our total use of energy a year. So we are net exporters of renewable energy. And this is in the Oregon Department of Energy's report to the legislature that they're required to do biannually. So it's not something I'm just making up here. When we keep creating energy in Oregon and sending it to other states, we are agreeing to destroy resources in this state. And so it, I think, makes it even more important that the mitigation that's being required of these developers who are using Oregon resources be reasonable and actually address the impacts that are happening. And part of that is going to show up in these plans that are being shuffled off to the Oregon Department of Energy to complete. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Is there any other public comment? Come forward, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Jim Kreider, 60366 Marvin Road, lovely LeGrand, Oregon. I'll be quick today. I just have a front and back double spaced. First, I'd like to welcome you to LeGrand. And I'm here to talk about environmental justice and the public process in Oregon. As I believe you know, in 2008, the Oregon legislature passed Senate Bill 420, creating the Environmental Justice Task Force. In 2022, the legislature again passed House Bill 4077, which renamed the task force to the Environmental Justice Council and broadened the scope of its work. The Environmental Justice Council is to work with the state's natural resource agencies to develop environmental justice policies. ODOE was added to the list of natural resource agencies in HB 4077 in 2022. Now, the scope of the commission's work is outlined in the bill, and that basically is to advise and provide by a biennial report to the governor on environmental justice issues, advise natural resource agencies on environmental justice issues, including community concerns and the public participation process. C, identify in cooperation with natural resource agencies, environmental justice communities. D, meet with environmental justice communities and make recommendations to the governor concerning the needs raised by these communities. E, define environmental justice issues in the state. And F, upon the request of a natural resource agency, provide consultation and review of the natural resource agency's proposed administrative rules under ORS 183.333. And 2, the council may form work groups or consult with stakeholders as necessary to carry out the duties of the council. Additionally, the council is to develop an environmental justice mapping tool that documents environmental health, socioeconomic, and other factors that affect environmental justice communities. Now, an environmental justice community includes communities of color, communities experiencing lower incomes, tribal communities, rural communities, coastal communities, and communities with limited infrastructure, and other communities traditionally underrepresented in the public process and adversely harmed by environmental and health hazards, including but not limited to seniors, youth, and persons with disabilities. Now, I submit to you that in my opinion, ODOE and the Energy Facility Siting Council can do a better job of meeting the intent of Senate Bill 420 and House Bill 4077. You do a very good job of outreach and public meetings and coming to the public. But like most state agencies, you don't seek out the environmental justice communities that will be significantly impacted by your decisions. The proceedings of the department are inherently skewed in favor of the developer. Simply put, the developer has the money and the lawyers, and the department and the public have neither. However, the department bills the developer for all their work. The public cannot. Now I lost my place. If the working public wishes to have a voice that is truly heard, significant technical research and representation at all meetings are the usual avenues to be heard. This requires specialized technical skills in most circumstances, and that requires money to hire experts, something the general public does not have a lot of. I'd like to suggest that the ODOE in their billing to the developer include an intervener fund that the public can request funds from so that they can retain the proper technical experts and attorneys to meet and engage the developer on equal terms. Consider the public's considerable time, effort, technical research, and fundraising required to participate in this multi-year marathon that you're considering today. And I can speak from personal experience. It is life-absorbing. It is, you have to be dedicated. And the public have kids to raise, they have jobs to go to. If it wasn't for us retired folks, you wouldn't be here today discussing this. So the public needs to have the ability and the funding to express themselves to you with the technical expertise and knowledge to play on a level field. Now, the Oregon Public Utility Commission is in the process of implementing intervener funding with community organizations, and I'm involved in that process. As a member of the Environmental Justice Council, I would be more than willing to assist ODOE in developing such a program. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kreider. Is there anyone else that wishes to provide public comment?
Good morning. My name is Peter Barry. My family property where we all live was nearby. We also have property in Wallowa County and Baker County, and we're happy to call this place home. And thank you for coming to listen to us. And I would totally support the comments by Mr. Kreider. Being a member of the public in dealing with you guys and dealing with this process is unbelievably frustrating, and we feel like complete underdogs, completely outgunned, and like the system is truly, and I don't say this lightly, but truly corrupt. We know a local lawyer that was here who then worked with the state legislature that helped rewrite the laws in Oregon that favor the developers, as Jim just elucidated. And so, and this is of course common across the country and across the nation and other nations, that the people with money, the corporations, they rewrite the laws to favor themselves. That's the case. I think there's no argument about that whatsoever. And the system is not only corrupt in that sense, but that we somehow have abdicated our basic responsibility to let for-profit corporations that want maximum profit at least cost to themselves, they get to make proposals and say, oh, we're going to put this here, we're going to put that there. And then we all have to jump through these endless hoops, a decade of hoops, because they make a proposal. And in the B2H case, I know I'm supposed to talk about it specifically, but this is just shows the situation is the law, which is good, I think, that says whoever developer must have a lead agency do a comprehensive study. In this case, I think it was 2 years and $2 million. They don't have to follow it. In fact, in this case, they didn't, but not to, be specific, but they don't have to follow it. So there's this great idea, have an agency get tons of scientists and look at all the factors. Should we, not should we do it, but if we are going to do this, where should it go? The developers, by our laws, do not have to follow this multi-year, multi-million-dollar study. So we do the study, it's just a waste of time, basically. And as Jim said, the only people who are advocating for the people, the public, and the children, and the environment, and the future are members of the public that have no expertise and volunteer their most precious resource, their time. They give up time with their kids, their grandkids, their pets, reading the books they want to read, traveling where they want to travel, because they feel obligated to do their best to try to do their duty as a member of a democracy. And so we just feel completely outgunned. And Jim's idea, it's well behind the times. We should have, how do we hire lawyers? We're fundraising nonstop, $5 here, $50 there, $100 there, to try to go up against legions of lawyers and PR people and experts. And again, the system, I would say, is corrupt because, as Jim said, it's true. The developers, the for-profit corporations, work with Odo, who should be serving the public. We pay for the agencies and the government and willingly do that because we need it. But the developers have this cozy relationship with Odo. We don't. How can we? How can we possibly be close to all of these lawyers and experts that have these tens of thousands of pages and are just checking off the boxes? And I guess my main point to you is you have absolutely no obligation to these for-profit corporations who just want to make a buck. I used to think as I grew up that utilities are great. We all love electricity. I love electricity. But these utilities that provide us water, electricity, whatever, they're public service organizations, right? Well, it turns out they're not. They're not. They're largely for-profit corporations. And one proposal, since you guys are the experts in the state, I would really urge you, since you know how this system works better than I do, that we change the system so there's a state map that has a bunch of red areas where we're not going to do anything. No wind farms, no pipelines, no electrical transmission lines or anything like that, because there are precious resources. We're not going to do any of that next to Crater Lake, I hope, or other places like that, right? And we should have energy corridors, stipulated energy corridors where things can go. Like this is probably a good place for solar farms. No one wants one in their backyard, but they're a great idea. And I think probably some other people testified, this is 2022, not in rural electrification land anymore in 1920, which was such a great idea then. We're in microgrid resiliency, and besides new technology and new ideas, and we shouldn't be thinking of old tech, just stringing up more lines that are actually unbelievably inefficient in terms of waste of electricity going through the lines. But we also live in a high-risk environment where various types of wars are sadly likely, and earthquakes and so on. And big grid is not the way to go. Local energy production, it's really like I have a place up in Wallowa County, and now they're taking the canals for the water distribution, and they're putting turbines in there, and they're making enough electricity to run all the pivots. Great idea, local solutions. And we have all this technology now, and we're talking about, you guys didn't invent it, I didn't invent it. Someone said, I know, let's build a pipeline across Oregon. Let's build a transmission line across Oregon because we can make money, not to serve the people, not because it's the best idea. And so my point is that mostly that you have no obligation to check off these boxes and rubber stamp these proposals. And I know bureaucratically that's how it goes. It's like, we got to do this, jump through the hoops, sign it off, next project. And you guys, I know, are up your eyeballs in that. I've never seen a binder that thick in my life. Oh my. I'll try to wrap up here. One's very specific thing too is I think it's important that the administrative law judge, the hearings officer, there be another one. So the same hearings officer isn't hearing appeals to their own rulings. That just seems inappropriate in a democracy. And I wouldn't want to go to a court case if that's how it was. Again, I'd just like to reiterate, we feel like as the public they're representing ourselves and our own personal interests and those of our communities and those of our state and of the future for an intelligent energy future for everybody that comes after us. We feel at the mercy of for-profit corporations like Pacific Power. It's owned by one of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett. He's telling us what our future is going to be. Is that how this system should work? So we're at their mercy, or I would say their lack of mercy, because all they care about is the bottom line. Their accountants invent this stuff. And so it's not mercy, it's mercenary. And it's not fair to Oregon. It's not fair to the public. It's not fair to our great grandkids. And I think we can do a much better job. So I would just urge you, feel no obligation. In fact, hold corporations to the very, very, very highest standards, because that's what we expect of you and hope from you. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. There anyone else that wants to comment?
Hi, my name is Annie Ray, and I live in Portland now. But for 30 years, I did live out here. My children played basketball in this gym, and I went to college when Mr. Gilbert was the president of Eastern Oregon State College. And there were public hearings held here then addressing concerns with Idaho Power. So Idaho Power has a long, long history here. And they wanted to build a dam to block the Snake River. There would be no Hell's Canyon. There would be no free flowing river at all if the people in this community hadn't stood up to Idaho Power. And Mark Hatfield and Bob Packwood presided, and it was right here on this campus. And the rules were made that you couldn't wear a logo or even a baseball cap that said SOS, Save Our Snake. People were arrested for wearing a baseball cap to, you know, a basic First Amendment right. So in some ways we have come a long way. We can have our signs and say our piece. However, our speech is still restricted by obfuscated processes and procedures that say, no, you cannot speak. We won't hear that. That's not allowed here. That is against the rules. And don't you dare wear a baseball cap that says SOS, or we'll throw you in the back of a police car and rough you up. So we have seen it all. And Idaho Power did not keep their word about building fish ladders. I don't need to go into all of that history that a lot of people have very hard feelings about the history of Idaho Power on this landscape. And if we didn't stand up, and if we did not have the visionary leadership of Packwood and Hatfield and the others, you know, over time, and I'm old enough, I saw it with my own eyes, there's been such a turnover. I mean, there always is. The nature of history marches on, and people weren't here. All the staff is different, all the, you know, community comes and goes, but those of us who are old enough and were there recognize what would have been lost had the people not been courageous and willing to put themselves at a great discomfort to try to do the right thing. And so I feel like the history of this place, in this room, on this campus, in this town, within these rivers, within these mountains, continue to be the foundation of what we're all about here, and that we need to continue. You know, do not give up, because Idaho Power has different staff. They have different money. They keep on doing their thing. However, the land is still here. And that's what I wanted to bear witness to today. Thanks for having this public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Anyone else to comment?
Hi, thanks for having us. This is Fuji Kreider, living in LeGrand. I wasn't sure I was going to speak, but after all the conversation, I think I had to. And I just want to say that from all these meetings with you guys and even other meetings, oh, sit a little closer, thanks, Hanley, for various rulemakings and other meetings we've been at and all, I often feel like you're basically, that I'm sitting in like it's democracy by checklist. So we had a public hearing, check. We have a public comment period, check. We have this, check, check, check. And I just encourage you to not, maybe you don't feel this way, but it feels this way to the public, that you're hiding behind these rules and these standards. And again, it's just check, check, limited, like you just with blinders on. And it's very, very frustrating. State agencies are underfunded. There's rules that are very outdated. There's lists that don't get kept up to date. And it's, you know, it's really unfortunate, but we need you guys. I mean, us in the public, we need folks in the regulatory arena as yourselves to protect us. I mean, how else can we do this? If the state agencies are underfunded, but you guys are the council, you can maybe step up and step out. You know, it's just really a difficult situation and we need your protection because who else are we going to turn to? And, but it's even more than just needing protection and asking you guys for support and that kind of a lookout for us. You have a huge opportunity to be champions of Oregon's energy policies in the future and not just bureaucrats, check, 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 but actually get out in front of this and be the champions of the future. Many people talked about our beautiful state. We're known for being a green state. We know we have to wean ourselves from fossil fuels. We have to decarbonize the grid, all of this stuff. You know, we're not all hicks out here. We have a vision for the future. Tomorrow afternoon, you're going to have another meeting. I don't know if I'm going to make it or be able to after this marathon we've been through. Maybe by Friday, if I read your 13-page piece, I'll get something to you by Friday. But if I don't, I'll tell you this. I'm giving you my input now. The federal dollars should go. We have these huge opportunity. You guys you have a huge opportunity here to look to the future. Okay, we could, yeah, you know, the stuff we've been talking about since 2015, all the IRP meetings and everything up.
Oh, we lost audio. Hello?
For the record, this is Perry Chalktooth. I lost audio also.
Okay, I don't know if they can hear us yet. We'll just wait,
All right.
I guess.
You're Crystal?
Yes, this is Crystal, the court reporter.
Well, good to meet you, Crystal. I'm Perry Chalktooth.
Nice to meet you also.
They're trying to grab something. Maybe they need to hard boot it, shut it off and turn it on. Are you still though, Crystal?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I raised my hand, but I don't know if anyone can see me. And so if we can't hear them, they can't hear us.
So it looks like it's just me and you.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Crystal, I'm going to take this opportunity to run to the restroom.
Okay.
I'm going to bring the council back to from recess, and we're continuing on with the public comment, and we're going to check the phone lines as well as people on the webinar to see if there's anyone that wants to provide comment.
So if you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand on the webinar. Don't see anybody yet.
Anyone on the webinar wishes to make comment, please raise your hand.
No, we have people, we have attendees, but I don't see any hands raised, so it doesn't look like anyone who is on the WebEx wishes to make a comment.
Okay, do we have a way to check the folks on that might be on the phone?
We don't have any phone attendees right now.
Okay. One last time, anyone in the audience wish to make a comment that hasn't? Going once, going twice. Okay, I think we'll close the public comment and we'll move back to our review of the proposed order and proposed contested case order on the need standards 1 and 3, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Tardyweather and Council Ratcliffe.
For the record, Council Tardyweather, I'm getting back logged in, and I'll get the PowerPoint up ready, but I'm going to pass this off to Jesse. We just wanted to clarify. We did the straw poll, and we just wanted to clarify some matters.
This is Jesse Ratcliffe. So when we had left the need standard, Secretary Cornett had given you a straw poll subject, but after we went on break here, we realized that we just wanted to make sure that it was very clear that when we're talking about the proposed order, so we have the two contested case issues, but on the proposed order piece of it, that does include both the least cost rule and the system reliability rule, and that because the proposed order deals with both of those issues, when the straw poll was put to you, it was intended to encompass both of those things. Those both have to do with need. So our goal here basically is to try to leave this meeting with any direction that you all have for the staff or for me so that we can come back. And so if we see an area of uncertainty, we just want to make sure that we're clearing it up. So this is just a quick opportunity that if anyone felt like that wasn't clear enough and we needed to go through another straw poll round, we can do that now. If everyone understood that that was intended to encompass both the reliability and the least cost, then I think we're okay. And then we would move on to the public services.
I'm seeing all heads nod, except I can't see Mr. Chalktoot. Councilor Chalktoot, can you?
I can hear you.
Okay. Are you in agreement with where we're at as far as the straw poll that we took earlier was clear?
I wasn't a part of your straw poll. So I have to abstain.
Yeah, I think so.
There was a period of time where I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, Councilmember Chalktoot. So For the record, Todd Cornett. So this was going back to prior to the public comment period. We did the need standard. And so I did call your name and I thought you responded on that as well.
Oh, okay, I thought it was a vote you just took while we were off.
No, we apologize. We didn't realize that we had kicked off, but when the webinar shut down, we were on public comment period. So there has not been a straw poll since the need standard.
Okay, I support it. Then.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for that
Okay,
clarification.
I think the council's clear then.
Thank you.
For the record, Kellen Tardy, whether, Nancy, could you pass me the ball, please? No, we're working on it. Okay. All right. We're working on getting the PowerPoint. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Hanley. Kelly, can you start with the next issue?
Absolutely. I'm going to start. The next standard is the public services standard. And I will, we are, and just to do a schedule check from our, estimated agenda, we are about 45 minutes behind. So I'm just going to try to move quickly through my portion and share my screen. Here we go. Okay, now we can go. Okay, in July, we touched on the public services standard, or I referenced it because we also covered waste minimization and water rights, and there's this overlap. So I did kind of talk about public services in July, but again, the lens through those standards was different from the lens of public services. Under the public services standard, there must be a demonstration of minimizing impacts, or that it's not likely, taking into account mitigation, that there would be significant adverse impacts on the ability of public and private service providers to provide their service. And there's the list of public and private service providers at the bottom of the standard. This also corresponds with the information in Division 21 that they're required to submit, that the applicant is required to submit in their application. So there's a list of water service providers. It's estimated that approximately just under 55 million gallons of water would be used for construction of the facility, and a lot of that is for the construction and watering of roads, dust minimization, and a lot of the groundwork. And these are this is the worst case scenario for impacts. And then as we discussed under water rights, but here the lens under public services is that the applicant provided evidence from these water service providers that they would be able to continue to provide their service, providing water, and be able to supply water for the construction of the facility. The operational aspect of water would just be at the Longhorn substation, and which would be supplied from the Port of Morrow. Housing, here it's a little bit hard to see on my screen, but this is a summary table that was generated in the proposed order. And what the applicant looked at is housing availability in each county, and they looked at temporary housing, hotels and RV parks, places where temporary workers that would come in to construct the facility would be able to use. And the department recommends that with the construction of the facility, it would not significantly impact the ability of housing providers to provide housing. This table's a little bit small on the screen as well. It's a derivative of the proposed order table as well. This is the vehicle trips, the estimated vehicle trips. This includes light duty construction trucks and heavy duty construction trucks, as well as personal vehicles from construction workers. And so that is just under 1,300 maximum daily trips associated with the construction spread. There's also a very lengthy table in the proposed order that breaks out because we talk about a construction spread and just in the generally of constructing a very long linear facility, it's going to happen in segments. And so so in the traffic impact table, we talk about kind of north to south or south to north of breaking out, and it kind of shakes out in a per county, and some of it, some spreads, there's an overlap in the county, but it's basically per county of constructing where in a maximum scenario where the maximum amount of workers and trucks and people are on site, what are those traffic impacts in that area? And that table also it includes ratios of estimating based on existing traffic volumes with the additional traffic. And the recommendation from those tables is that taking into account mitigation, which are items and best management practices included in the draft traffic management plan, taking into account mitigation, that the impacts per those spreads would not significantly impact the service providers. So the service providers are generally public works departments, people who maintain roads. We look at road conditions a lot. You could also look at law enforcement personnel, anybody that's on site that would be impacted by increased volume. So we have this recommended public services condition 2, which is the county specific transportation management plan. The condition and the plan requires that the applicant, prior to construction, coordinate with the department and the affected county in the finalization of these plans. And it is a draft plan, but there are several best management practices on items to reduce impacts from traffic. So we have flagging pilot vehicles, hours of operation. One of the most important aspects that would be finalized are the actual routes that would be used based on the final transmission line routes selected. So this kind of goes on to the part of the process of finalizing plans. As we're aware, the applicant is proposing the proposed route and several alternative routes. If we run the assumption or the scenario that council approves all of those, or approves the proposed route and in one area, one alternative route, and denies another one, it allows the applicant the opportunity to select its final route out of the approved routes. So for instance, in Malheur County, we have one area where there's several alternatives in one area. Same thing with Morrow County along the Bombing Range Road. There's actually 2 alternatives in the proposed route there. Ultimately, one would be selected, which means that would be then the final route, which then is finalized. Then you have to look at which transportation routes are going to be used for that. So that is some of the items that would be finalized as part of that traffic management plan. Recommended public services condition 3 also has a helicopter use plan that would be submitted because, as we're aware, there is helicopter use proposed in some areas, particularly where there's limitations on site access and to transport crews and stringing transmission lines. And I am going to stop there. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay.
Okay, so this is Jesse Ratcliffe for the record again. And what we're going to be moving to in terms of the contested case issues and exceptions is issue PS4. The party is Mr. Cooper. The issue raised in the contested case was related specifically to the risk of wildfire arising out of operation of the proposed facility and the ability of local firefighters.
We don't have a very good connection. You keep breaking and cutting in and out.
Okay, I will try to. Well,
I think it's the connection.
try a different microphone. How am I now? Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, great. All right. So since you probably didn't catch the initial part of that, I was just reading out the issue that had been raised by Mr. Cooper pertaining to fire protection, whether the applicant adequately analyzed the risk of wildfire arising out of operation of the proposed facility and the ability of local firefighting service providers to respond to fires. So the hearing officer addressed this in her opinion and first set out what the standard, the broader public services standard requires in this particular case, requires that the council find that the proposed facility would not be likely to result in a significant adverse impact to the ability of public and private firefighters' ability to provide fire protection services. The standard, the hearing officer ruled, though, that the standard does not require that IPC prove that the proposed facility cannot or will not cause a fire. She found that Mr. Cooper correctly identified that it would take the LeGrand Rural Fire Protection District more than 4 to 8 minutes, which was the response time identified in the Exhibit U of the application, to respond to a fire near Morgan Lake. She concluded, however, that in the context of the overall analysis of the issue, that did not affect the outcome because Idaho Power in its application had acknowledged that response times would vary. There was additionally evidence about the likelihood of fires and the ability of the agencies to respond in other ways. So the findings there were that although fires are not uncommon in the project area, the fire protection agencies are able to contain small fires quickly. Some of the evidence that was provided on this point, so Idaho Power had provided 27 years of data from the Wildland Fire Decision Support System for fires within 50 miles of the proposed facility. The data included fire size and cause as particularly relevant here. It showed that roughly 1.35% of fires were caused by power lines. Idaho Power evaluated the probability of fire to be contained in an initial response based on size and intensity. The hearing officer concluded that it can be shown that fires within the project area are capable of being contained where they're still small. There are also a number of conditions that the hearing officer noted that bear on the responsiveness of the fire protection agencies. Those include the fire suppression plan, which is a component of Public Services Condition 6, the right-of-way clearing assessment, which is a component of Land Use Condition 16, and the vegetation management plan, which is a component of Fish and Wildlife Condition 2. She found that all of these will work together to reduce the risk of project-related fires. The hearing officer noted that the LeGrand Fire Protection District has mutual aid agreements with both the City of LeGrand and the Department of Forestry. Both of these entities are closer to Morgan Lake Park and are primarily responsible for Morgan Lake Park. And just really briefly, for council members who may not be familiar with what a mutual aid agreement is, it's pretty much what it sounds like. It's fire protection or other public safety entities that are agreeing to help each other out when help is needed. And there are parameters put on that and an understanding of who's supposed to do what when if there is an emergency that needs responding to. The hearing officer also concluded that aerial firefighting dispatch center located at the LaGrande Airport would be capable of supporting the fire response. And finally, the hearing officer had recommended amendments to the Public Service Condition 6. This is the one, again, that that deals with the fire suppression plan. She recommended that additional fire suppression plan requirements include an evaluation of seasonal work restrictions, on-site firefighting equipment, and necessary fire protection resources based on an evaluation of sensitive seasonal conditions and current information regarding response times from the LaGrande Rural Fire Protection District. So that's the summary of the hearing officer's findings there, and we can go to Mr. Cooper's oral argument, which I believe is recorded testimony.
I am petitioner Matt Cooper addressing issue PS4, fire protection. I live at the base of Mill Creek Canyon, less than 2 miles below Morgan Lake Park. I have lived and recreated in LaGrande for 31 years. Our home was recently identified as being in a wildland urban interface, or WUI, and being high risk for wildfire by the Oregon Department of Forestry. You can hear it up there. Crystal, were you able to hear the recorded testimony?
The last thing I heard was Oregon Department of Forestry.
Okay, yeah, then you're hearing it. I'll restart it. Some neighbors are now being denied insurance on their homes. It is ironic that Idaho Power proposes to build a power line through the same area. I request the council to deny the site certificate or remand the proposed contested case order. Alternatively, underground the route through the Morgan Lake region, which was cited in a 2005 planning document as the #1 WUI in the county. I raise one exception. The ALJ erred in not including the department's recommended amendment to recommended Public Services Condition 6 regarding the accuracy of response times presented in the ASC Exhibit U, Table U10. The department was correct in its recommended provisions, especially recommendation number 2. Identify updated information from the LaGrande Rural Fire Protection District on the number of full-time and volunteer employees, number and type of equipment vehicles, and response times to the facility. Though only raising one exception, I strongly disagree with Judge Webster's decision, which took Idaho Power's statements at face value and barely acknowledged my closing arguments. IPC's closing brief relies heavily on expert witnesses, especially Berkeley resident Chris Lautenberger, who admitted under cross-examination that he has never visited this area. IPC's statements are simplistic, blithe, and overly broad. For example, they say that a transmission line fire would not spread into LaGrande because winds travel from the north during fire season, and fire always travels uphill. My evidence shows that as early as the 1860s, fires swept down the Mill Creek Canyon, both northward and downhill. IPC states that 500 kilovolt lines and steel transmission towers rarely cause fires, yet their witnesses admit that there are 5 documented fires caused by these lines, one apparently caused by a Mylar balloon. My evidence demonstrates that IPC's originally stated response times to fire in this region, 4 to 8 minutes, were grossly understated. A more accurate estimate would be 17 to 23 minutes. With the dry and windy conditions that prevail here in summer, even a few minutes could be crucial. IPC claims that it does not matter that the LaGrande Rural would take so long to respond, as they have mutual aid agreements with the Department of Forestry and the City of LaGrande, but they have produced no evidence on the response times of these other agencies. Morgan Lake Road is a single-lane, 17% grade gravel road, and is the only viable route in or out of the region. How long would a city fire truck take, and would they be blocked by residents trying to flee the fire? There is no emergency evacuation plan for this area. Bottom line is that the risk analysis provided by IPC is inadequate, and when requests are made to upgrade their analysis, they are still not complying. Even at the OPUC just 2 months ago, the agency told IPC to go back and fix their plans. IPC seems to have little interest in the real risk of wildland fire in Eastern Oregon. I request that the council remand this issue or deny the site certificate.
We can't hear anything.
About now. Okay, thank you. Good morning. For the record, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company. Mr. Cooper, in his oral argument, it was much more expansive than what he'd filed in his exception document. I'd like to first focus on his arguments and his exception, as this is the exceptions hearing. So I'd first note that he commented that the hearing officer had erred by not including a proposed language in the recommended public services condition. In fact, that language that he was objecting to was adopted and incorporated into the hearing officer's proposed contested case order. So that issue has been resolved. Mr. Cooper had also raised arguments about the response time being 4 to 8 minutes. That is not really an issue. It's moot because the recommended public services condition 6 was ultimately updated to require Idaho Power to update the response times that were included in a table in the proposed order PS9. I would also just comment more generally in response to Mr. Cooper's arguments that Idaho Power provided evidence in connection with both the ASC and through the contested case process that a 500 kV transmission line like the project is not likely to cause a fire and therefore will not result in any significant adverse impact to the ability of fire protection agencies to provide fire protection services. And moreover, in the unlikely event of a fire at or near the project site, the evidence in the record demonstrates that the fire response organizations are capable of controlling that fire. In connection with Mr. Cooper's assertion regarding the wildfire mitigation plan, I would note that there's evidence in the record from the contested case hearing from Idaho Power's witnesses explaining that the wildfire mitigation plan is a living and breathing document that will be updated in accordance with the PUC's regulations periodically, as is the public safety power shutoff plan that's included with that wildfire mitigation plan. Idaho Power is responsible to the Public Utility Commission for providing plans that are in compliance with the Public Utility Commission's regulations and will continue to do so. And those plans will apply to the project when the project is constructed. Thank you.
Pease, are there any questions from council? Okay.
Patrick Crowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. Largely similar comments as provided by Ms. Pease. This is an exceptions hearing, and Mr. Cooper's exception was pretty narrow. It was that the hearing officer did not include the department's proposed amendments to Public Services Condition 6 related to the LeGrand Rural Fire Protection District response times. That's not accurate. As Mr. Ratcliffe pointed out and Ms. Pease pointed out, the hearing officer did include the department's recommended amendment. It's on page 227 of the proposed contested case order. I don't know if Mr. Cooper just overlooked that, but on page 227 of the proposed contested case order, in second amended recommended public services condition 6, that includes the department's recommendations, and it specifically includes the language about updating the table to include the response times from the LeGrand Rural Fire Protection District. Yeah. That condition largely talks about a construction plan. So the fire suppression plan is related to risks of fire during construction. So one other thing I'd like to point out with regard to Mr. Cooper's concerns about wildfire, which really go beyond the scope of his exception, but I'll address it, is the recommended public services condition 7. Ms. Pease referenced Idaho Power's wildfire mitigation plan. That plan addresses the risks that wildfire may pose during operations. So that's the plan, that's the condition that would, again, address risk during operations. It requires a wildfire mitigation plan, and it addresses the underlying issue of whether the applicant adequately analyzed the risk of wildfire arising out of operations. So you've got second amended recommended public services condition 6, addresses the exception Mr. Cooper made, requires updated response times from the LeGrand Rural Fire Protection District, and you have recommended public services condition 7, requires a wildfire mitigation plan, which will address the risk of wildfire to the facility during operations.
So Rowe, any questions from council? Councilor Condon?
Councilmember Condon here. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. The wildfire mitigation plan that you talked to, I understand it's outside the exception, but that's really regulated by the PUC, as I understood it from
PUC is requiring it, and as you know, we just passed the wildfire rules.
Mhm.
The wildfire rules essentially say if PUC approves somebody's wildfire mitigation plan, then that's good for our purposes, but those rules don't apply to this project.
Right.
But they do have a wildfire mitigation plan that is required or would be required if you adopt recommended public services condition 7.
Right. I'm trying to clarify just our reliance on the PUC with respect to the
In this instance, you're relying on the recommended public services condition 7, your own condition.
Okay.
You'll be relying on PUC for other projects to which the new wildfire rule applies.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I have another question. And it's related to the second amended recommended public services 6, the first paragraph. And the additional language, the plan finalization process shall consider a small I, a small 2 I's, unless otherwise identified by a land management agency or other participating review agency. And does the plan finalization process include approval? I mean, are we approving? Is there an approval of the plan? I don't see approval here. I'm sure it's there somewhere. But does the department approve this plan, this final plan? Does that make sense?
I'm following in. Sarah, maybe we can tag team on this one.
Just for the record, Kellen Tardy, let me pull this up here real quick.
Okay.
I think it's intended, but you're correct. It doesn't specifically say
Right.
approve, where in other conditions we would include that. I think the omission is not intentional. So if you wanted to add approval.
I'd recommend adding approval.
Yes. Counselor Byer.
Specific, it doesn't say. I mean, it's.
So condition 6 relates to construction activities, yes? So the plan language is pretty general about risk and evaluation. So often we're seeing red flag warnings that say, you know, don't operate in the forest. I'm wondering if the plan requirements are that specific. Many of the national forests have, you know, you can't cut wood during these conditions. Are there conditions during construction that would be that specific to avoid wildfire as opposed to condition 7 during operation? It just, we never see the guts of these plans, so it's hard to know what they include and what they don't include. It's general enough that I think it would fall under that condition, but I just want to make sure if the federal government is saying thou shalt not operate on forest land, that these certificates would kind of align with that. And again, just during construction, because we know vehicles coming and going and parking on dry grass, not a good thing.
So we will be covering an issue tomorrow. It's called LU9. That's specific to the question of red flag warning. But the fire suppression plan that would be finalized prior to construction under Public Services Condition 6 does have specifics. And the specifics are about worker training, restrictions, areas where vehicles can park, the type of fire response and fire prevention equipment that has to be on site during construction.
Thank you.
If someone is speaking, we cannot hear you.
No one's speaking at the moment. So I believe we had a suggestion from Councilmember Condon on the table to specifically to make it explicit that approval is required as part of this condition.
Do we need a straw poll on that or just head nods and then Secretary Cornett does the straw poll on Public Service Standards 4 and 6?
Yep. For the record, Todd Cornett, that was going to be my exact same question, which is, do you want to do a single straw poll for PS4, or do you want to wait and just do it all combined at the end of PS6, standard PS4 and PS6? And I have the language, so I can include it either now or later on. Just depends on council preference.
To do these piecemeal. This is Hanley. And then, do you have a suggestion? Do either of you, Cindy or Todd, have a suggestion as where to add the approval language? Is it in 6?
It would be condition 6.
Yeah.
This is Councilmember Condon. I defer to Todd. Mine was a question first. And so if there's not an approval process, what I'm concerned about is that as I read this, there's a submission of a plan and that checks a box without any review or approval. And I know that's not what's intended. So whatever wording would be best.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. Again, on this one, I don't have anything specific to say right now. We can articulate the intent and then generate the language. I think the direction is, in this case, very clear from council, or at least I feel very clear on it.
Used to say, this is Hanley, it looks like it used to say, submit for review and approval by the department in consultation with the county planning departments. So looks like it was there Are you suggesting that it be replaced, added back in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think staff.
Yeah, and I'm ready to
Okay.
articulate the straw poll if you're correct, if you're ready.
We're ready.
George.
Thank you guys so much. I couldn't have done this without you guys.
Okay, so this would be for issue PS4, agree with findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue PS4 with the following modification. Change condition 6 to require approval.
Review.
Require department review and department approval.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Yeah. Is that
Yes.
clear? At
That
least enough.
captures it.
Okay. Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council.
Okay, so again, the public services standard is composed of a number of different public services that are being looked at, as Kellen described for us. So our next exception issue from the proposed contested case order is from Mr. Horst. It's issue PS6, and this is a traffic safety issue, whether the applicant adequately evaluated the potential traffic impacts and modifications needed on Hawthorne Drive and Modelaire Drive. It's in parentheses Hawthorne Loop. The hearing officer addressed this in her opinion. She found that Hawthorne Loop roads are paved and maintained by the city of LeGrand. These roads are not proposed by Idaho Power in the application for site certificate to be modified and are therefore outside the site boundary. She also noted rebuttal testimony that had been provided by Idaho Power's expert witness, which stated that substantial modifications may be necessary on privately owned portions of Hawthorne Drive, but that it is unlikely. Idaho Power's expert witness had reviewed aerial imagery and testified that the private access portion of the road is generally 15 to 23 feet wide with dirt and gravel surfacing, with horizontal curves ranging from 60 to 75 feet radius. Idaho Power generally needs 14-foot wide road surface and 16 to 20-foot wide turn radius. Therefore, substantial modifications are not anticipated. Actions identified for the private portion of the road include blading to maintain the surface and water for dust control, but no widening or slope reinforcement is anticipated. Idaho Power indicates that a helicopter would likely be used to airlift materials and equipment to avoid tight turning conditions. So the hearing officer went on to find that the council doesn't have authority to address limited parties' claims that these roads require substantial modifications for safety or are inadequate for construction vehicle use because of geologic hazards. What the hearing officer cited to in support of this is a prior decision of the council from the Wheat Ridge case, which at that time the council decided that if a related or supporting facility, and a road would fall into that if it was included, if a related or supporting facility is not proposed by the applicant in the application for site certificate, it cannot be reviewed or required to be reviewed by the council. So the hearing officer also looked at traffic control measures that Idaho Power had proposed, including pilot vehicles, traffic control flaggers, warning lights, signs, and barriers. All these things are going to be addressed under the traffic plan, which is a component of public services condition number 2. these measures will be vetted as part of the finalization of that plan, not only by the department, but also in consultation with Union County and the city of LeGrand, as applicable, depending on which roads are in which jurisdiction. We have just a couple of more parts of this. One of them is dealing with geologic hazard, where Idaho Power's expert witness had noted that where substantial road modifications are necessary in an area of geologic hazard, Idaho Power would complete engineering and consult with a licensed civil engineer to ensure the design of the road modification accounts for the potential geologic hazards and protects public health and safety. Along those lines, Idaho Power proposed a condition in response to the issue, which the hearing officer recommended be included in the final order. She included it in her proposed contested case order. The new condition states that prior to construction or road modification in any area designated as a geologic hazard by Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, data and maps, for example, as landslide or debris flow fan, or by relevant local zoning ordinance and maps, the site certificate holder and or its construction contractors will consult with a licensed civil engineer to assess the proposed construction or road design in relation to potential geologic hazards. So again, that was the new condition language proposed by Idaho Power, adopted by the hearing officer in the proposed contested case order. So that is my summary of where the proposed contested case order stands on this issue. And with that, it's time for Mr. Horst's oral argument.
Start the clock on me. I just want to say one thing real quick is that we didn't all sit around and say, hey, we got nothing better to do than give Idaho Power a bunch of problems. I run an auto repair business. We're $100 an hour. I've spent hundreds of hours on this, so I take this very seriously. So with that said, I'm basically ready anytime. So I want to start off by what Jesse had just said there. He said a lot of things, which means there was a lot of issues on this particular contested case. There was 13 safety issues I have with Hawthorne Drive. I didn't have I have 4 contested cases. I had to kind of pick and choose. I did not have time to write exceptions for all 4 cases, so I picked the 2 more important ones and replied to those. My primary goal was to get Mill Creek, the Mill Creek route completely off the application altogether. There's absolutely too many issues. It's a very steep hill. The lower part has no sidewalks. They should not. This shouldn't have even been on the plan to begin with. The letter in several letters from Idaho to Idaho Power from the city of LeGrand, the city of LeGrand specifically said, the LeGrand City Council strongly requests IPC remove the proposed routes from their application. Of the 2 routes identified in the application, the applicant selected the one that's most impactful to the city of LeGrand as their proposed route. They cited the existing geological fault, the steepness, width, and condition of the city streets that would need to be used to access this route. There's a couple of misinterpretations. The dirt paved steep portion of the road has some sharp corners that are completely blind. You can make one vehicle can get around it, but if you meet another one coming around any of those three big corners, it's not wide enough for 2 cars. So you can't stop on a downhill gravel road quickly. So those are some serious issues. The city of LeGrand also requested and required traffic and safety plan by Idaho Power prior to using this route. The judge said in her findings, Idaho Power's traffic plan required by recommended public services condition 2 adequately addresses traffic safety concerns. Idaho Power has not submitted a safety plan for this area at this point in time. On March 24th, 2020, Mark Stokes of Idaho Power wrote a letter to several of us on the Mill Creek route, specifically said the following: over the past 2 years, the community has shown the preference, the Morgan Lake route alternative. That's why we're pursuing it instead of the Mill Creek route. Since your property is near the Mill Creek route, you no longer have to take any further action. I've had 3 other interactions with Idaho Power, and they've told me that every single time, yet here we still are. I'm asking the council to not just to just remove this route completely. It should not be there. There's too many issues. We've been told that they're not going to use it, and several of the other contested case people dropped their cases just for this reason. If no other reason, do it for the safety of the children that have to walk down a very steep Model Air and Hawthorne Drive with absolutely no sidewalks anywhere in the entire housing project. And there's only one way in and out of this housing project with no sidewalks. And then they have to walk across a busy street to get to the first sidewalks in the whole area. So again, I highly recommend and request that the council remove this route completely. All the other routes are better. It does not need to be there. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Horst, are there any questions from council?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lisa Rackner again for the record. The proposed access roads of Hawthorne Drive, Model Air Drive, those make the paved portions make up Hawthorne Loop, and the unpaved portion of Hawthorne Drive have been the subject of some controversy in this case. In its application, the company did include the unpaved portion of Hawthorne Drive within the site boundary because we conservatively estimated that there may need to be some substantial modifications, but concluded that no modifications would be required for the paved portion. And as explained by in the testimony of the company's expert, Luke Grieb, for the application, the company did perform a desktop review of access roads, knowing that it would need to finalize traffic management plans after final route selection. However, in response to concerns raised during the contested case, Mr. Grieb did go back out to Hawthorne Loop and confirmed his conclusion that no substantial modifications would be required there. With respect to Hawthorne Drive, he didn't have access to that portion of the road and did look at aerial photographs of the area. Again, that secondary review that Mr. Grieb performed confirmed his view that no substantial modifications would actually be required on either the paved or the unpaved portions of Hawthorne Drive and Hawthorne Loop. He did detail in his testimony the safety measures that the company would adopt to ensure safe passage for vehicles and pedestrians and animals. Those include coordinating with nearby property owners, implementing one-way traffic, using flaggers and pilot spotter vehicles, and placing substantial barriers for pedestrians. Regardless, and probably most importantly, as the hearing officer pointed out in her order, this recommended site conditions will ensure that the company's final access control and traffic safety plans will not only need to meet ODO's approval, but will also need to meet the approval of all of the state, local, and county jurisdictions, including Union County and the City of LeGrand. In his exceptions, Mr. Horst is arguing that the hearing officer failed to consider the City of LeGrand's opposition to the Mill Creek route. That's not correct. The hearing officer did consider that opposition. However, she correctly found that the arguments relying on that opposition fell outside the scope of issue PS6, which was specific to the evaluation that Idaho Power performed for Hawthorne Drive and Model Air Drive. Furthermore, the hearing officer correctly noted that Idaho Power's route selection was outside the council's jurisdiction. Therefore, it couldn't consider the appropriateness of including the Mill Creek route in the application. Oh, it looks like I'm up, but I am available for questions.
Ms. Ratner, any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Rowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. The department suggests that council rely on public service, the recommended public services condition 2. As Ms. Ratner noted, under that condition, there is a formal reviewing agency process that will require all local and state agencies to review the draft traffic safety plan. So if you haven't already, if you're not happy with that, the department is comfortable with it. But if council are not happy with the way that condition is written, now would be the opportunity to give the department instruction on that. Also, Idaho Power, during the course of the contested case, recommended a new public services condition that addresses properties within geologic hazard zones. Under that condition, which Idaho Power proposed and the hearing officer included in the proposed contested case order, Idaho Power would be required to consult with a licensed civil engineer to assess proposed construction or road design in relation to potential geologic hazards in that area. So it's the department's position that those two conditions address traffic safety risks, and it is comfortable with those conditions and recommends council adopt them in the final order.
Council Rowe, any questions from council? Okay. Oh, Councilor Condon.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon here. Just so I'm clear, on recommended condition 2, it certainly calls for a review by the county. This kind of goes back to my previous. So all jurisdictions have to approve. I don't see approval in here. I know it says consult, but is there an active approval? Like they have to review.
Are you looking at the condition language in the proposed order?
Yes.
Okay. So the plan has the formal agency review process in it, which that process is the same for all these mitigation plans where we would coordinate within a specific time frame comments and review. And again, if there's a dispute in that, whatever participating reviewing agency is, they can bring it to council to get through that. And then the condition does say they have to have measures as approved by the department. If you look under sub A,
so this is Councilmember Condon.
and then sub C as well. The final transportation and traffic plan must be approved by the department in consultation with each county or jurisdiction prior to construction.
Okay, thank you. And I see the department approval. It's just the other jurisdictions. Is it an active approval process? I guess.
I think that we would have to demonstrate that we've consulted with these entities in order to approve and that their feedback has been incorporated as appropriate.
Okay. Sorry,
No,
just one more level. So yesterday we talked about an issue that silence meant approval. And so it's a completely different issue, but is it the same process here?
I mean, we wouldn't be able to force the local governments and state agencies to participate and comment, but we are doing everything we can to make sure that they have the resources to participate in this reviewing agency process. So if they don't comment at all, and then they don't work with us to make sure that if they need resources, that they have those in place, I mean, it's possible that they don't comment, and yes, we move forward, but we would be obligated to show that we tried.
Thank you.
For the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather, up on the screen here, it's in red line, and the department has added this agency review process in the beginning of several of the plans that are attached to the proposed order. For instance, on the fire management plan that we just talked about, this is that agency review process that the condition was talking about. So I can slowly just scroll through this, but we've added this to several plans, which is kind of, rather than just saying, approve in coordination or consultation with such and such agency, this is really kind of a prescriptive. Prior to finalization, the certificate holder is going to reach out. We're all going to get together. We're going to talk about it. We're going to do meetings. So I'll just scroll through this, but this is what those conditions are referencing. And it's in red line because we added it in the front of the plan, of several plans.
Yes. Counselor Byer.
Record, this is Councilor Byer. If we can be consistent in our application of this to any plans that require outside consultation, so whether it's traffic safety or fire suppression or noxious weed control, that we're pretty consistent in the direction we're giving to the consulting agencies, that gives the council and the public some certainty that the same process will be followed. I don't mean to make extra work for you, but it might actually make things easier in the long term if we have that consistent language. And I don't know legally how we insert that review, but smarter people than I can figure that out.
Well, and that is exactly what we've done. This is built into all of the substantive mitigation plans. They're all substantive, but.
Councilmember Cronin here. Where is this document?
So you pulled up
If they have the combined attachments, it's 9703.
So this is attachment U2 of the proposed order. Okay, so what do you have? Do you have the proposed order or?
Not with attachments.
Okay.
Sorry. But just for future reference, I just wanted to know where it came from. It's not in any of our materials here.
Right. So all of the conditions that have this process in it are part of a plan that's attached to the proposed order. And then you can find it by reference to the attachment.
Thank you.
Alpha.
Okay, so we've gone through Public Service Standard 6. Council Ratcliffe, do we need to?
Yeah, so where we're at then is because we have the larger public services standard and how the proposed order treated that, we haven't taken a straw poll on that yet because we had this other issue to get to first under the umbrella of the public services standard. So the next step is any deliberation beyond what we've already had on this particular contested case issue. and then a straw poll on that issue, and then whether combined or separate, a poll on the umbrella public services issue as dealt with in the proposed order.
Okay. So from council, are there any additional comments, questions on Public Service Standard 6? Looks like we're comfortable where we're at, so we're ready to do.
Okay,
straw
so
poll.
for the record, Todd Cornett, I have a combined straw poll for the Public Services Standard and issue PS6.
Yes.
Okay, so this would be agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order pertaining to the Public Services Standard that are not related to issues in the contested case, and in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue PS6. Okay. Harry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins, Ken Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
And so now we need to roll back to the proposed order. No, we're done. Okay. Okay. So the next category is historic, cultural, archaeological resource standard issues 7 and 3. Ms. Tardy-Weather?
Testing. Thank you. For the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather. The council's historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to go quick, but it gets pretty complicated. This is a really big section in the proposed order, and so I'm just gonna really try to set council up to understand what's in the proposed order and for some background and just kind of acclimating for the contested case issues. Council has its historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. I like to think about this standard as it has buckets with filters in them. And so the question is that the council must find that the construction operation, taking into account mitigation, are not likely to result in significant adverse impacts. And then we have our buckets. The first bucket are resources, and we call them sub-A resources. These are resources that are either listed or likely to be listed on the NRHP, which is the National Register of Historic Places. So what are those resources? And I'm just going to give you real high level, specific to this project, but an idea of what those resources are the resources that are of historic or cultural importance to tribes, Oregon Trail resources, other historic above ground resources, for example, a covered bridge or a older barn that meets the criteria. These are to give council an idea of some of the resources that would get captured and protected underneath the sub-A. Now, then there's some of those resources that maybe they don't. Maybe once the evaluation is done under A, it actually doesn't meet the criteria. It's not listed on the NRHP, and it's not likely to be listed on the NRHP because it doesn't meet all of those criteria. So it filters through into one of the bottom buckets. And so that's the B and C of the standard. And really the difference there is we're looking at resources. It's either archaeological sites and objects on privately owned land, and then we're just looking at archaeological sites on public land. So those are kind of out of A. We then go down to those two other buckets for more potential protection for resources underneath this council standard. I'm just going to take a minute. We've been talking about some definitions in council's rules. Council does have a definition for mitigation, which I think that would just be interesting to keep in the back of our minds for some of the conversations. And this is from OAR 345-001-0010 sub 33. Mitigation means one or more of the following in order of priority: avoidance, minimization, partial or complete restoration of affected resource, preservation and maintenance, partial or complete compensation for replacement or comparable substitute for the resource, or implementing other measures as approved by council. And I can pull that up in our rules. I know it's hard to memorize all of that. And just as a note, as far as the, A, B, and C, this proposed facility does cross public and private lands that are owned by the federal government. And the lead agency for the federal review is the Bureau of Land Management. It also crosses some portions of state-owned lands, and then it, of course, also crosses private property. So all of these are underneath the council standard are triggered. So, so that's kind of the background of the standard for council. Now, there was an incredible amount of work that was done to review this project. As we understand, this project does have a federal nexus because it is subject to a NEPA review. It's also subject to the Section 106 process, which is the federal government's process of consultation with tribes about impacts to cultural resources. So functionally, all of the work that is going to be done and needs to be done for council is also going to be done and needs to be done as part of the Section 106 process. SHPO, Oregon SHPO, really relies on a lead federal agency for their recommendations of eligible resources. SHPO so that is that if there is a clear federal nexus, SHPO is really going to rely on working with and through that Section 106 process. So that said, really where for other council projects, we expect the amount of work to be done underneath this standard to be done very early. And in the review of the application, we were well underway and really kind of reviewing a lot of these site forms, which are kind of the very detailed data form for each one of these hundreds and hundreds of resources. And then what the proposed order discusses, and it discusses it in the front end and it discusses it at length under this cultural end, is under 469-370-13. This is one of council's statutes. It talks about if there is this federal nexus and if there is a review and permitting done by a federal entity to the extent practicable, to the maximum extent, council should really align its process with the federal entity's process. And that's an effort to not have duplicative efforts, to use the same types of reporting. So what the proposed order talks about is basically aligning council's review with the outcome of the Section 106, which is a longer process. It has been ongoing and it's ongoing right now, which the result is going to be with the lead federal agency making eligibility determinations for all of these resources, which then get sent out to Oregon and Idaho SHPOs, the State Historic Preservation Office, for those SHPO offices to then review all that information and concur or disagree with those eligibility determinations. And then upon that final, and then in consultation with tribes, they discuss and agree on appropriate mitigation. So that said, that is the structure of your proposed order. That's the structure of the conditions that talk about these resources. Now, to get there, if you're looking through your tables in the proposed order, what we did and what is appropriate underneath council's standard is that because we are essentially pinning the outcome of the final eligibility to the Section 106, we assumed resources to be eligible. So we assumed that they would be. Now resources that were still kind of under review, they're labeled as unevaluated, which isn't a great label, but it's what Chippo came up with. But that unevaluated is basically treating them as eligible. As such, they're either avoiding impacts or impacts would be mitigated. So that's how the proposed order proposes these resources. If they say likely eligible, they were agreed to be likely eligible. If we didn't get to that agreement, we assume that they're likely eligible with that unevaluated, and then go to the mitigation. And all of this is going to be finalized at the outcome of the Section 106, which is very likely that the BLM's probably not going to find all of those resources likely eligible. So if they end up being, okay, no, these are not likely eligible, then they shake out into that B and C. Council standards still, it's not like they just go away and we don't look at them anymore. Then they shake out and then we look at them in that B and C. That's just I hope that makes sense. You're looking at me and nodding your head. So I'm gonna take that and run with it. Okay, so that's just kind of background to, if you're looking at that section, that's what it looks like. So this is a hard table to read, but the takeaway here is that there were several analyses conducted for the cultural resources. The area of direct effects is basically the site boundary. If a resource is directly impacted, it means we are in the construction footprint. And then there is the APE, which is the area of potential effects. And then there's the visual assessment area, which went out 5 miles for cultural resources. Okay, so now, and the section's long and there's lots of tables. Now the tables in your proposed order do have a lot of information. It has your resource ID number. It gives you a general description of the resource. And then it kind of and then they also include, it's like a bundling of information. They also include potential avoidance or mitigation measures in these tables. So here there are 2 tables. I'm going to not talk a lot about Oregon and National Historic Trails because I'll let Jesse cover that. But so we have a couple tables with those trails. We do have cultural and historic condition 1, where there are not going to be, which is an avoidance of direct impacts to the Oregon Trail. What does that mean? It means there is not going to be a tower or a construction road constructed over the Oregon Trail. But an indirect impact to the Oregon Trail would be, say, if the transmission line is adjacent to or spanning over it, that is an indirect impact to the Oregon Trail. So that's there is that one condition. For better or for worse, we identify these as tribal resources. In archaeological reports, some of these resources are also called pre-contact resources. They have different designations. Under tribal resources, there's historic properties of religious and cultural significance to Indian tribes, or HIPRSITs. We love acronyms. So the applicant worked closely with the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, CTUIR, who's also a reviewing agency for council. The department worked really closely with CTUIR as well. The Warm Springs and Burns Paiute are also reviewing agencies for council, and we did work with them, but they relied more on CTUIR's involvement as maybe the more impacted tribe. So there is the section in the proposed order where we discuss this, and it's just a long time going and a lot, but ultimately what the representatives from the tribal government provided, in fact, I think it was tribal council, was a letter confirming that they had been working with the applicant on identifying resources, evaluating impacts, and agreeing on mitigation. And so I'm going to read a quote from the proposed order from that letter. And it says, the C2IR is pleased to inform ODO and federal agencies that the C2IR's concerns have been addressed and will be mitigated by Idaho Power pursuant to a confidential mitigation agreement between the C2IR and Idaho Power. Therefore, the construction and operation of the proposed B2H project taken into account mitigation are not likely to result in significant adverse impacts to eligible or likely eligible historic properties of religious and cultural significance identified by C2IR. So that is that portion. And I know there's a lot here and I'm flying through. So now, so those were, we have under A, we have Oregon Trail, we have resources important and identified to the tribes that could be potentially eligible or eligible. And then we have all of these other resources, which a lot of them are above ground resources. For these examples here, it's hard to see this, but it says a railroad segment, a homestead, ranching, and a historic archaeological sites. So these are some of the examples of the other items that would fall out protected under A. And then in this second column from the left, it says applicable FSEC standard, and this says A or B. Right. So if ultimately in section 106, if this doesn't get wrapped up in A as likely eligible, then it would be looked at under B of council standard. And then we have potential impacts and management comments in that final column. And again, I know that's hard to read, but this is table HCA 7 in your proposed order. And then so there's the resources that we evaluated that may be currently with current information be evaluated under B and C of the council's standard. One minute here. Okay, so I mentioned cultural historic resources condition 1. I have HCA or historic cultural and archaeological resources condition 2. This condition is very important. Jesse's going to talk about it, but there's aspects of this condition that weren't brought up in the contested case. But this is the condition that requires the HPMP, the Historic Properties Management Plan. And what the department did is we plucked out all of those tables that we generated from that proposed order, and we've added those to that HPMP, and we've added other tables from that proposed order section into that HPMP, and we also have made revisions. This is the council specific HPMP that's going to have to be finalized and trued up based on the outcome of that section 106 and submitted. Part of that HPMP is it addresses monitoring during construction, and they have a complete cultural and archaeological resources monitoring team that they will work with the tribes on representation or requests from tribes for that. Part of that HPMP is also the inadvertent discovery plan, or the IDP, which covers inadvertent fines when construction is underway. And I will stop there. And that was a lot.
We have a couple of issues under this standard. The first one is going to be HCA 7. The limited party is Williams, and the issue is whether the applicant adequately evaluated a particular archaeological resource, site 6B2H-MC-10, on Mr. Williams' property. The proposed contested case order opinion on this started off with an issue that we've been hearing a fair bit about, across standards. She found that the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard does not require the applicant to complete a visual assessment and enhanced archaeological survey prior to the issuance of a site certificate. A phased evaluation is allowable, and this, is again the kind of question that applies to a lot of the standards about the level of detail that is required prior to the site certificate evaluation. And the only other thing I think I'll add on that piece at this point is just that, again, with respect to all these standards, the council is making a decision that's based on the preponderance of evidence, whether or not, based on the evidence of the record, it is more likely than not that the standard will be met. And that is, something that comes into play a lot when we're talking about the level of detail that is either available or feasible to be acquired prior to the site certificate decision. So that comes up again here. So the hearing officer looked at the site in question here, noted that it's documented as a hunting blind located on Mr. Williams' property, that it is not listed on the NRHP. But again, as we heard from Kellen, resources that are not evaluated for NRHP eligibility are assumed for the purposes of this process and the site certificate decision to be potentially eligible. And so they are considered as part of this. Hearing officer concluded that the site may be indirectly impacted by the proposed facility in a visual sense and a setting sense if the Morgan Lake route is selected. The site is not located within the direct analysis area, but is within the visual assessment analysis area. And then the significance of visual impacts to archaeological resources is a portion of the Historic Properties Management Plan, which is a component of HCA Condition 2, and that this is going to be completed following site certificate approval. So that is the summary of the hearing officer's conclusions in the proposed order, and we can now hear from Mr. Williams in oral argument.
I'm John Williams. My contested case is HCA 7, and the identified issue is whether applicant adequately evaluated resource site 6B2H-MC-10 on Mr. Williams' property. This is only a part of my stated concerns in HCA 7. Proposed Morgan Lake route crosses my property west of Morgan Lake with two right-of-ways, one for the transmission line and another for an access road to it. In 2016, an archaeological survey crew walked the transmission line right away and discovered site 6B2H-MC-10, pre-contact hunting blind some 5.14 meters from the right of way of the access road, then continued their survey, finding no further sites. Subsequently, I spent 3 hours with another archaeologist and located at least 3 additional pre-contact resources, one within the transmission line right away, one within the access road right away, along with another site within the area of potential effect. There would seem, according to both archaeologists involved, more than enough pre-contact activity on the property for eligibility in the National Registry for Historic Places. IPC was a signatory on the programmatic agreement regarding compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act. I read it. That commits it, among other things, to avoid adverse effect that may alter directly or indirectly any of the characteristics of a historic property that qualify the property for inclusion in the National Register in a manner that would diminish the property's location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, or association. Finally, Oregon Department of Energy's response to exception issue HCA 7 on the 15th of July this year In its analysis, they stated second and contrary to Mr. Williams' contention, site 6B2H MC-10 is not listed in the National Historic Historic NHRP. This contention, I never made this contention. It's a contention I never made or had. Thank you.
Williams, are there any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Lisa Rackner, again for the record. The gist of Mr. Williams' concerns is that the company didn't evaluate all of the archaeological resources that are on its property. However, the hearing officer did consider and properly rejected these arguments. First, Mr. Williams argues that the company's analysis was complete because it failed to properly evaluate, and I'm only going to say this once, 6B2HMC10, which Mr. Williams had claimed was on the National Register. It sounds like maybe there's a mutual understanding that it's not on the register, but the reason that the company didn't evaluate that resource was that it was outside the direct analysis area, which was the area that the company was looking at during the phase 1 part of its surveys. Mr. Williams is also claiming that there are other archaeological sites on his property that the company didn't evaluate. Without more information, we don't know whether or not that's true. But regardless as to what evaluation the company did or did not perform to date, the most important point here is that all archaeological sites on Mr. Williams' property will be fully assessed during the enhanced archaeological survey that will be conducted in phase 2. During that phase, Idaho Power will consult with Mr. Williams and assess the additional sites that he believes are on his property. And if they do in fact exist, they'll work with the appropriate authorities as well as Mr. Williams to figure out the best way to protect them. In addition, resource eligibility and listings on the National Register are also going to be updated prior to construction as recommended by HCA Condition 2 so that any new additions to the register will be given appropriate consideration. I think I have a few more seconds. I just want to say that I think that the most important piece here is that not only are we working with a phased approach to the assessment of archaeological and cultural resources, but we're working with the federal process as well. At the end of that process, the FSEC's Historic Properties and Management Plan will be updated. It will be squared with a programmatic agreement that's adopted under section 106 analysis. And in the end, the council can be assured that all archaeological resources on Mr. Williams' property and elsewhere along the alignment will be protected.
Ms. Rackner, is there any questions from council? Okay, thanks.
Crow, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. We agree with the statements that Ms. Rackner just made. The recommended Historic Cultural Resources Condition 1 requires avoidance of direct impacts to archaeological resources. And under the recommended Condition 2, the applicant is required to finalize the Historic Properties Management Plan that will ensure that all sites on Mr. Williams' property are evaluated in conjunction with reviewing agencies and addressing a common theme with the approval of the department. So again, as we've been discussing, if you have any concerns about those conditions, please let us know, but the department believes that those conditions provide the protections for archaeological resources on Mr. Williams' property.
Questions from council? Okay. Council Ratcliffe.
So just as a reminder where we're at on the overall standard here, the Historic Cultural and Archaeological Resources Standard, we have two issues that were part of the contested case where exceptions were filed. The other issue is HCA 3. So the council has a choice to make here, whether or not you want to do any additional deliberation on this issue and a straw poll on it now, or hold off until we've heard the other contested case issue. I'll also note the time, which is 12:10, and I don't know, when our next break is planned for, but so that's just something else to consider, whether or not you want to go ahead and do the deliberation on this issue now and take a straw poll or hold off.
This might be a good time to go ahead and act on a straw poll for HCA 7, and then do our lunch break and then come back and do HCA 3.
This is Hanley. I'd agree with that. I see Ann's thumb up.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
For the record, Todd Cornett. So this is only going to be on HCA 7, not the standard, and not HCA 3, just HCA 7. So, and what I have is agree with the findings of fact, conditions, findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue HCA 7.
Yes. Straw poll.
Okay. And if council's ready?
We're ready.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break to grab lunch, and we'll be back for a working lunch at 12:30. Three. Who do I? So.
Okay, just 1 second here. Okay, so issue HCA 3 is one that has been raised by two parties, Marlette and Gilbert. And the issue is whether the Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resources Condition 1, which includes the HPMP and is related to mitigation for crossings of Oregon Trail resources, provides adequate mitigation for visual impacts and sufficient detail to allow for public participation. So the hearing officer's opinion, a summary of that. As we discussed in reference to HCA 7, and has come up with a number of other standards, the hearing officer concluded that the Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resources Standard does not require that the applicant complete all tasks to ensure that project impacts are avoided, minimized, or mitigated prior to the issuance of a site certificate. She also found that the standard does not mandate any specific methodology for assessing visual impacts, and that the BLM and SHPO methodologies, that their guidance does not align exactly with the council's definition of significant. That further, that the council's statutes and rules establish that the council may use information in the record to make findings and impose conditions to ensure compliance with the standard. She found that the proposed facility would not result in direct physical disturbance to any listed or likely NRHP eligible Oregon Trail segment. However, the proposed facility would cross or be visible from Oregon Trail segments and therefore will indirectly impact those resources. She also found that Idaho Power is not required to demonstrate completion or compliance with the Section 106 process in order for the council to make findings of compliance under the Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resources Standard. The council doesn't enforce compliance with federal laws. The methodology for evaluating the significance of visual impacts is established in the applicant's Visual Impacts to Historic Properties Study Plan, which incorporates aspects of the Bureau of Land Management and SHPO guidance. She found that the limited parties, Marlette and Gilbert, did not provide persuasive evidence to support their contention that the proposed facility will result in significant adverse impacts to Oregon Trail resources that cannot be mitigated. Further, the department's recommended HCA Condition 2 would require, consistent with the council's definition of mitigation, that mitigation for all Oregon Trail segments with an identified indirect impact must include, first, a design modification, which includes a height reduction and a particular kind of finish on the tower. And second, restoration, preservation, and maintenance or compensation to apply within the affected area of the impact. The scope and scale of mitigation must be established prior to construction. She finally found, in reference to a Court of Appeals decision that the limited parties had cited, a case called Gould, that this decision does not require further public review and the completion of the HPMP prior to finalization of the plan and the council's approval of the site certificate. And finally, that one of the council statutes authorizes council delegation of future review and approval to the department. So again, that's a summary of the findings and conclusions reached by the hearing officer. And once again, we have two limited parties who are going to be addressing this issue through oral argument. Whether Ms. Gilbert or Ms. Marlette want to come up first is up to them. Oh, is that a recording? Okay.
Am I on now? Am I good? Whatever. Okay. Is this better? Okay. Irene Gilbert, and this exception is due to the denial of my contested case, stating in part, the extent of damages to the public resources are not identified in relation to the necessary mitigation, and most of the mitigation listed fails to apply to visual impacts. ODOA Oregon Department of Energy rules state that mitigation must be specific and related to the item being mitigated. The courts have also stated that it must actually address the impact. The Oregon Trail is a priceless, irreplaceable resource belonging to the citizens of the country. You 6 people
are about to decide whether or not you are going to allow Idaho Power to change the character of the resource for all future generations without providing legitimate compensation for the damages they will cause. Council is being asked to allow the B2H transmission line to be built between 125 feet to 1/2 mile from 25% of the Oregon Trail resources in Oregon. Meeting the standard requires a complete application, including specific identification of the resources impacted, level of impact, and actual mitigation that will be provided for damages that will exist from now on. I listed multiple rules, statutes, court decisions that are intended to protect the resource. None of these are currently being required for the developer. Some areas of non-compliance. The proposed order does not require the developer to submit an amendment to the site certificate to add the information regarding sites not yet surveyed and require mitigation for the sites as required by the project order and council letter. The council told the public that there would be an amendment and that would allow for public discussion and disclosure for the areas that are not included. The file does not contain a preponderance of evidence that the construction and operation of the facility will not result in impacts to the archaeological resources listed or likely to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. The procedure allowing completion of the Historic Properties Management Plan after a site certificate is issued waives the state statute which specifically state that you cannot waive state statutes. The Draft Historic Properties Management Plan fails to show the developer will comply with the requirements of the rule. The tables incorporated are not specific. There are lots of general statements. We'll do one of these 6 different possible mitigation issues that does not meet the standard. The council's relying upon this Historic Properties Management Plan, but you have no idea what is actually going to be included in it. And again, the council is not doing the final approval. The areas that are impacted by the development that are not previously identified, including those with indirect impacts and identified specific mitigation being required to compensate for the impacts, as well as requiring council review of the final Historic Properties Management Plan, are not included in the current order. So my appeal should not have, my contested case should not have been denied. The council should ultimately take authority for deciding whether or not this management plan actually is consistent with the statutes and the rules.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Are there
Any
any questions
questions?
from the council?
And the statutes and all of that are included in my written material, so please do review them.
Thank you.
I lost my thing. I was not going to be, oh, I did, never mind. I'm Joanne Marlette, and I have been involved in this proposed transmission corridor since 2007, and I'm a limited party to this contested case with issue HCA3. My understanding is that the purpose of this meeting is to make sure Idaho Power has met the FSEC standards for compliance. The issue on hand is whether Idaho Power adequately provided mitigation for visual impacts and sufficient detail to allow for public participation. Visual effects on historic properties tend to especially risk the alteration of characteristics that qualify a property for the National Register of Historic Places when these effects diminish the integrity of setting and/or feeling of that property. The National Historic Oregon Trail Interpretive Center's segments of the Oregon Trail and the on-the-ground version of the Pioneer Experience walking the trail will be damaged by the proposed B2H utility corridor forever. The Interpretive Center was designed so visitors walking remnants of the Oregon Trail would see the vast open space to the west as the pioneers saw them. If this proposed utility corridor were needed, appropriate mitigation is to require Idaho Power to bury portions of the line that would visually impact the historic Oregon Trail, as well as the view shed in front of Nahotech.
In the cross-examination hearing in January, Gail Carbiner asked Idaho Power's witness, Dennis Johnson of Power's Engineers, about line burial. He said it was definitely feasible. He even came up with a better placement for undergrounding where the ends of the line would come up out of the ground in a less visible and less obstructive way. That meant the line would be buried for approximately 1.7 miles, which, as stated above, is feasible. Idaho Power claims that burying the line is more expensive, but who is paying for this line anyway? Yes, we, the ratepayers. It's the least that Idaho Power should do for the people of Baker County and the state of Oregon, who cherish the pioneer history of our historic Oregon Trail and region. The burying of this 500 kV line is not nearly as expensive as the burial of another 500 kV line in Chino Hills, California, which many have testified and brought technical information into this case. At Chino Hills, they went under a shopping mall, a freeway, and an entire neighborhood. Yet Idaho Power says they just can't do it. Shame on them. Not only has the public not had access to the information required to decide if the developers will be providing adequate mitigation for the impacts to the historic resources, but the council has not received anything but general statements regarding the kinds of mitigation that may be required, definitely not adequate to make a decision that the development complies with historic, cultural, and archaeological standard. FSEC should not allow an out-of-state utility to tear up Oregon's history to benefit Idaho Power's administrators and shareholders. Please reverse or remand the ALJ's decision on this issue. Thank you.
Ms. Marlett,
questions?
any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, Lisa Rackner for the record. In their exceptions regarding HCA3, Ms. Gilbert and Ms. Marlett make numerous arguments about Idaho Power's assessment of impacts to the Oregon Trail and proposed mitigation methods. In 3 minutes, I can't respond to them all, but I will respond to their primary arguments. And first, I just want to emphasize that Idaho Power's analysis of visual impacts to the Oregon Trail and potential mitigation was detailed and comprehensive. The company performed detailed analyses of both direct and indirect impacts that included extensive database and literature research, desktop review, and intensive level field surveys of the direct analysis area and the visual impact areas. With respect to the company's methodology for assessing visual impacts, Idaho Power crafted an approach in coordination with SHPO, the BLM, and ODO to properly address FSEC standards. The company crafted this hybrid methodology because BLM's visual impact methods were not necessarily aligned with the definition of significant impacts under FSEC's rules. Furthermore, although not required by the council's rules, Idaho Power also performed a cumulative impact assessment of visual impacts to trail resources. Similarly, Idaho Power's proposed mitigation measures under the FSEC Historic Properties Management Plan are sufficiently detailed to allow for public participation, and they're reasonable and appropriate under FSEC's Cultural Resources Standard. In particular, mitigation regarding the height and color of transmission towers, as well as print publication and media for education. These are all accepted methods to address visual impacts from transmission towers. And with respect to the proposal that that Idaho Power underground the line in front of Nahotic to eliminate impacts. This council has already determined in the Wheat Ridge case that it lacks the jurisdiction to order an applicant to underground a line, because the job of FSEC is to rule on whether or not the proposed route meets your standards, as opposed to some hypothetical route such as undergrounding. So regardless, on that issue, the council lacks jurisdiction to order undergrounding.
Rackner, any questions from council? Councilor Condon?
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. Thanks again for being at the table. A question with respect to the mitigation and the signage and materials. Can you speak a little bit more about how that satisfies the mitigation to the site issue?
Certainly. So first of all, I mean, the first rule of mitigation is to avoid. If the company can't avoid any impact at all on the visual side, then the next, then it will first consider the approaches that are very specific to the visual impact. And so the tools in the company's toolkit have to do with non-reflective surfaces of the transmission towers themselves, microsiding to avoiding skylining or, to move them slightly to reduce that impact. And also lowering tower heights. So it does have a number of tools in its toolkit to try to reduce visual impacts. The other, the other kind of runners up, I would say, such as educational materials, those, you're right, those don't directly reduce a visual impact, but they do provide other benefits to the trail. So educational materials, signage, all of those mitigation approaches, they're designed to overall enhance the viewer's perception and experience of the trail, which is, I think, in the end, overall, what we're trying to do is reduce the impact and enhance the viewer's experience of the trail.
Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you, Ms. Rackner. Council Rowe.
Scroll, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Oregon Department of Energy. First, I'd like to address a couple of comments that Ms. Gilbert made in her oral testimony. She suggested that council would be waiving statutes. I'm not certain what statute or rule she might have in mind, but the point of this exercise is to establish whether or not the applicant has complied with the Historic and Cultural Resources Standard. The department is recommending that the council find that they have met that standard, not recommending that council waive that standard, recommending that the applicant meets it in one of the ways that they will meet it is through preparation of the Historic Properties Management Plan. Ms. Gilbert suggested that that condition would not require department approval. That's not accurate. We've already reviewed that condition once, but I'll point it out to you again. That is on page 506 of the proposed order. It's recommended historic, cultural, and archaeological resources condition 2. Very first paragraph says that the plan has to be prepared, submitted to the department, submitted to SHPO, applicable tribal governments, quote, for review and department approval, end quote. So it will be submitted to reviewing agencies. The department will consult with them and must be subject to the department's approval. A common theme has been concerns expressed about council delegating future review and approval of plans to the department. That is expressly allowed in statute. Legislature has authorized this council to do just that. In ORS 469-402, delegation of review of future action required by site certificate. I'm just going to read this, but again, the statute is 469-402. If the Energy Facility Siting Council elects to impose conditions on a site certificate or an amended site certificate that requires subsequent review and approval of a future action, the council may delegate the future review and approval to the State Department of Energy, if in the council's discretion, the delegation is warranted under the circumstances of the case. Get short on time. In short, we agree with the ALJ's ruling. In the department's response to these exceptions, it did recommend supplementation of the proposed contested case order to include additional facts on the record. Again, that is in our written response. Those facts relate to the ongoing pre-construction role that third-party entities would have in reviewing the HPMP, including the Oregon Historic Trails Association and the Oregon Historic Trails Advisory Council. So recognizing that my time is out, again, we're recommending that you supplement the PCCO, and any one of you could take a quick look at our written response and include that in a straw poll.
This is Hanley. Patrick, where's that at? It's in your response to the exception, or?
Page 4 of our response, the exceptions on HCA 3.
So it's fact 68.
After that.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to check something else here a little bit.
I have a question.
I would note one Scrivener's error in our exception response. On page 4, we refer to the Oregon Historic Trails Association with the acronym OCTA. That should read Oregon California Trails Association with the acronym OCTA.
Any other questions from council?
Cindy Condon for the record. Mr. Rowe, can you please read that last phrase on the statute that you just read? Or the last sentence of
Sure.
or 16th.
Again, it's ORS 469-402.
Mhm.
The council may delegate the future review and approval to the State Department of Energy if in the council's discretion, the delegation is warranted under the circumstances of the case.
So my question is, could you give an example of circumstances that wouldn't allow for that, for delegation? Or
I would say in a general, not an example, but conceptually a general reason not to would be if all of the information is presently available to the applicant, that there's no reason to wait and wait for future analysis or Department of Approval. If they have everything they need right now and can conduct the analysis without waiting until after issuance of the site certificate, that would be a reason not to.
And I think I'm specifically back to the approval, because the council would be delegating approval to the department as well. And the circumstances of that were just an example that we couldn't do that.
So do you mean that you would wait for future analysis to be done, but rather than delegate approval to the department, you retain the authority?
Yes.
I think that would be at your discretion. If you think the issue is such that you want to revisit it and you want to be the approving body, then that would be at your discretion to do that.
Thank you.
For the record, this is Perry Chalktooth. I just like to let you know that how it actually works is you have an archaeologist do a study and find cultural resources, and which are basically non-renewable. Once they're destroyed, they're destroyed. They're put on record and they're put on the register, on the federal register. But cultural resources will not stop a project. They basically file for a permit through SHPO, and they figure the site has been captured through its being recorded. So it still can be impacted just with acquiring a permit. Thank you.
Or Chalk to.
Yes.
Chair Howe, I had a follow-up
Yeah.
to Councillor Condon's. Do we have a precedent where the council has taken, and instead of delegating responsibility to the department, kept that final approval? And also, thank you for the clarification on how cultural resources are handled.
Councilmember Byer, I can't provide such an example, but I would defer to folks who have longer institutional knowledge than I do, such as Secretary Cornett or even Jesse Ratcliffe, who has been involved with this body longer than I have. They might have examples they can think of, but I do not.
Just curious.
Well, and one thing, this is Jesse Ratcliffe for the record. One thing I'd like to point out is in this proceeding, with respect to the bond authority, the council has retained authority to modify that, as we've discussed. So it's slightly different, but fundamentally, it's still the notion that the council is retaining a final say.
And just to add,
But I would call that a precedent, though. It's an example.
and
This is Sam.
there are numerous site certificates that have a condition that's similar to what you did yesterday, where if a developer, a certificate holder wants to adjust that bond amount, it has to be reviewed and approved by council. So that's a pretty consistent one. I think that's the closest example. I mean, we have a couple others where we would have a condition that says, if you run into this circumstance, an amendment is going to be required. And so that immediately kicks it back to council. It's not exactly the same, but it's like, it's kind of a delegation of an uncertainty that immediately would force it through the process.
Okay. So Historic Cultural Archaeological Resource Standard 3. What's the council's pleasure on dealing with the proposed order and the proposed contested case order, either individually or separately?
Mr. Vice Chair, for the record, Todd Cornett. I do have proposed straw poll language, which would be a combination, which would include the language which Patrick had read earlier, if that's what the council is interested in. So I can read that and you
Yes,
can
please.
let me know if you're in agreement. So it would be to agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order pertaining to the historic and cultural resources standard that are not related to the issues in the contested case, and in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue HCA 3 with the following modifications. Supplement the proposed contested case order to include additional facts from the record. Those facts relate to ongoing pre-construction role of the Oregon-California Historic Trails Association and Oregon Historic Trails Advisory Council in evaluating Oregon Trail resources, impacts, and mitigation. I believe that's what the language was, with again, the correction of including California. As stated in the department's response. I think we got it.
Okay, how's the council? Are we ready for straw poll?
Okay. Barry Chalktooth,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, now we're moved to the Scenic Resources Standard and Protected Area Standard issues, SR 3, 7, 5, and 6. Councilor Condon?
Sorry, Chair Howe and members of the council. I apologize. Can we go back to the condition, the historic and cultural condition number 2? And I just had it up here and I have lost it. Kellen, is there any chance you can?
In the proposed order, it's
In the
page
proposed order,
page
sorry.
506.
Yeah. .506. Okay. And this is Cindy Condon again. At line 27, and it's in explanation, I think, but there is a statement that will was changed to would. To me, that changes the meaning considerably. And I'm curious what that change was intended to do, because personally, I think it should be will or must or shall as opposed to would.
So we generally try to use would because it hasn't been approved yet. They would, once approved, they will. So it's just a tense trying so as not to be presumptive that it is going to get approved.
This is Cindy again. I think to make it clear, if the sentence finished with the if, so they would do this if.
Sure.
It would make it clearer. Or even better yet, must do it if approved by the council. So. Apologies.
Do we need to take any more formal action on that, or that's head nods? Okay.
Thank you.
So Ms. Tardyweather, I guess we're ready to go back to, where were we? Oh yeah, the scenic resources.
For the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Oregon Department of Energy. I have my notes here. I am starting with the protected areas standard in this overview. As council and other folks familiar with the contested case understand, scenic resources and protected areas issues that were properly raised kind of got bundled together. And I think that worked through the contested case, but as we've had the conversation with council, the lens that council applies through each standard changes just a little bit. So I'm going to do my portion. I'm going to go through protected areas and then scenic, but but there are these differences of what is being asked under each standard. And then when we pass it over to Jesse, there's kind of this bundling of the issue, and it has, it relates to both of those standards. So, anyhow, we will go through it. And in the proposed order, as we've talked about in other examples, the one off the top of my head is yesterday under threatened and endangered species. part of the findings and recommendations underneath that standard was a condition that we said that was imposed over here under Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. So same thing over here, there's conditions that are imposed under the Scenic Resources Standard, but then maybe under protected areas we point to for as a recommended mitigation or condition approval that helps assist in meeting that standard. So that said, I know council is familiar with protected areas because we've been looking at the rulemaking for it. As it stands now, we're looking at the current protected areas standard on the books. I don't have it all here. Council's looked at it kind of after this preamble of protected areas. There's a list of the types of protected areas. As council can imagine, that for a long linear facility with an analysis area of 20 miles, there was a lot of protected areas evaluated for this facility. So, and I pointed out under the historic, cultural, archaeological resources, council does have a definition for mitigation. Council does also have a definition for significant, and this appears in almost all of your standards. And so I'm just going to read it here pretty quickly. Sorry, Crystal. And it's having an important consequence either alone or in combination with other factors based on the magnitude and likelihood of the impact on the affected human population or natural resource, or on the importance of the natural resource affected, considering the context of the action or impact, its intensity, and the degree to which possible impacts are caused by the proposed action. Nothing in this definition is intended to require a statistical analysis of the magnitude or likelihood of a particular impact. I know. What? So, but we love words, and so this is what we do. We go through the rules and then we like apply this and how does this make sense with the particular question going back to this standard. But council, we can also come back to this in another standard if we're really asking what a significant adverse impact is. Is it gonna go? Sorry. My slides are not advancing. The next, and I am going off of a PDF right now. So in my PowerPoint, I kind of had these staggered so you could see them a little bit more. And again, these are just snippets from tables in your proposed order. So because we have a lot of protected areas. So these are a list of the protected areas in the definition of the protected areas. I know it's hard to see here. And then it's the type of category. And then over on the far right column, we have the distance from the proposed route or the applicable alternative route and the county that it's in. Underneath the protected areas standard, I don't know why these aren't advancing. Pretty annoying. Okay. Council evaluates noise, traffic, water and wastewater disposal, and visual impacts. So underneath the sub provisions of, and I'm going to paraphrase here, which is pretty interesting because we don't see this that often, but the council's protected areas standard does contemplate and allow crossing protected areas. So protected areas that are listed underneath the standard. And one of those provisions is that if functionally the proposed facility is co-located with an existing utility right-of-way, such is the case with the proposed route in the area of Ladd Marsh, that's right here in Union County, not too far away. So we have recommended protected areas condition 1 because Ladd Marsh is a wildlife management area that's managed by ODF&W. ODF&W provided comments, and the provisions under this condition, protected area condition 1, incorporate requests from ODF&W and coordinating activities with ODF&W. And that was for the proposed route. And then there's also the Morgan Lake alternative, which we did have a public comment earlier, and I know when I talked about this may help. So, and forgive me, I forgot who raised it, but we were talking about the proposed route and the Mill Creek route. And then there's the Morgan Lake alternative. So here we are in beautiful LeGrand, Union County. And so this is the proposed route. Now, this route in the BLM's NEPA review was called the Mill Creek route. So when when somebody says Mill Creek route for FSEC and in our FSEC speech, it's the proposed route. And then there's the Morgan Lake alternative. So that just is, I wanted to kind of paint that picture in our minds. So for this Lad Marsh, the condition 1 applies to the proposed route. And then for the Morgan Lake alternative, if the Morgan Lake alternative is selected, then there is this overlap because we talked about the site boundary. I'll just make this bigger. Small. We talked about the site boundary being the micrositing corridor. And so, but we know that the actual right of way for the transmission line is going to be smaller than the 500-foot site boundary. So what this condition 2 is, because that Morgan Lake alternative is not within a utility corridor, what this condition 2 does is it basically it does not allow or requires them to cite the final right of way outside of the boundaries of the protected area, because there's just a little bit of overlap, like in a map of the site boundary, it clips a corner. So this condition is saying that none of your facility components can be cited inside this protected area. Yes, Councilmember Condon.
Kellen, I just want to make sure I'm following you. So if I'm reading in the proposed order, maybe I shouldn't be reading the proposed order right now, but the recommended protected areas condition 1. So proposed facility has been struck from there. It's not proposed, it's just the facility. Regardless of route, in the reading of it,
Sarah's gonna find, because I don't want to bumble around too much here, but maybe you can tell me what page number.
I mean, it
It's
was there.
It's
Oh, it's-
possible that we took out proposed because conditions generally read, it says certificate holder. The conditions are written under the assumption that this is going to end up being the site certificate condition. So rather than applicant, it says certificate holder. Rather than proposed facility, they say facility. Does that look like what that edit was made?
It just seems like this condition would apply no matter what route. And is that appropriate? I mean, no matter which route was. The reason I'm asking the question is, Kellen, you said it would only affect the proposed route. And so I'm trying to distinguish between an alternative route were chosen.
But if they're not, they don't have to do this and they're not. It's like this. If we can look into that, I think we need to look at a map, or we. Pull it up. 64. So yeah, no, I misspoke in my presentation. So correct, and maybe it would be helpful. I can pull up a more succinct map set, because the one map set that I pulled up isn't very detailed. So this does apply to the facility, right? But then it's like where it separates off. So here in the findings, a small segment of the site boundary for the Morgan Lake alternative. So I can actually pull this up here, which will kind of show us where they break off, where the proposed route kind of separates from the Morgan Lake alternative. And that is the portion that this condition applies to. I'll try to pull up that map set. It's Sarah's computer is frozen here, so I'm just, let me see, where is this at? Map 10.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Hanley. My question is to Cindy. Are you referring to condition number 2? One.
Yeah, and I'm really trying to make the distinction between facility and the facility route. They're two different things in my mind, I guess. There's the transmission line wherever it is, which is the facility, no matter what route.
So, but isn't one referring to essentially towers? Not the power line?
Well, it references facility. So I didn't know that facility is limited. I'm just trying to be clear.
I understand. I would have to be totally clear. I need to find the map set, because we have to go to the location where we have to find Lad Marsh. I think that it's the area where basically the proposed facility, because it's all the proposed route, which is just the proposed facility. And that, until we get to a place where there is an alternative, and then it's still the proposed route, and then such and such alternative. And I believe in the Lad Marsh area, this is it happens kind of at the juncture where I think that, so condition 1, but I, rather than just saying that off of memory, I would need to confirm that in a condition. With maps. So, okay.
If it's that this will apply no matter what route, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Just want to understand it, because I heard it as just this proposed route. Okay.
Yeah, and that's how I did frame it. Absolutely. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So I don't know if we have an ongoing question. I don't know if we want me to find a map set, or if I want to proceed. Okay, proceed.
Good.
Okay. All right. Because I can come back. I'm almost there. Okay, so that is an interesting component to the proposed order. And I'm not going to go into, because this is like the gray area of crossover with issues that people rose or had in the contested case. But the proposed order discusses the visual impact methodology. And I'm talking about this here under protected areas, because that's where we talked about it in the proposed order, because it's the first standard you get to. But the same visual impact assessment methodology applies for protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation. So, then it does also have some, some nexus when we get to kind of the discussion of mitigation under the cultural, because we're looking at the conditions for visual impact mitigation over underneath that condition. So, and the reason why I brought up the council's definition of significant is because the applicant and the department and SHPO did work together on generating a very specific methodology that derived from BLM methodology and then Forest Service methodology from for visual impacts within forest areas, and then wove in FSEC's definition of significant to make it more FSEC-y, or make it more catered to the council's process, because this is the lens that each of those standards evaluates impacts through. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but in this slide, there is an evaluation of the baseline conditions, and then there's an assessment of the impact likelihood and magnitude, and then there's the consideration of intensity, causation, and context, which weaves in the impact integrity, intensity, degree to which impacts, the context, and the potential significance. So in each of these, and we'll just kind of keep this slide, and this is very high level, it is more detailed, but in each of the applicable exhibits for each of these standards, there are these impact tables. So every resource that got swept up by protected areas, scenic, recreation, that got evaluated underneath of those has these, impact tables that this, for visual impacts, this was applied to. And then there's this whole assessment, baseline, evaluation of the magnitude, likelihood, then the application of significance. So that information is in there. And then the proposed order summarizes it. And then I have a slide. I had a slide, but because I'm using a PDF, we're just going to kind of go to this slide. I had a table that had a just snippet from the proposed order, and it's a table of the protected areas with visual impacts. But then this picture is crossed over it. We'll just try to zoom this up here. And I'm sorry, it's hard to see. But this is just, I thought that this is just kind of like some of the things that we look at, right? Or that are looked at in the application. And I know you can't really see those. I'll go in bigger. This is one, just under 2 miles away. And then we're kind of getting closer, and then you can start to see transmission structures. But this is one of what I think is interesting about this, and here we can start seeing them, is that you just look at the skyline behind it, right? Your sky coloring, the topography changes, the color of the environment behind it, whether or not it's a forested area or not. And these are all aspects that were evaluated or applied in that visual impact assessment. This visual simulation here isn't of a particular area. It just is a demonstration of that the context and the site specific aspect of each of the sites evaluated matter and change the outcome of the visual impact assessment. And that concludes my portion. Oh, except nope, wait, no, I forgot. Okay. I just wanted to I just wanted it to. And now I'm going to continue with scenic. Okay. Oh, that's large. Okay. Okay. So for scenic resources, the analysis area, protected areas went out 20. For scenic resources, we go out 10 miles. Scenic resources, and as the standard explains to us, are that these are resources that have identified as significant or important in land management plans from federal agencies, state agencies, tribal governments. So the task here for to evaluate scenic resources is it's several steps. We go through the management plans, or the applicant, and then the department goes through the management plans, and there are resources identified, and then we look at those resources and whether or not they are identified, are they managed for their scenic values and importance, and if so, then they're captured and evaluated underneath the scenic resources standard. There's 33 important or significant scenic resources within the 10-mile analysis area that the department concurred with in the proposed order and evaluated. 7 of them are crossed by the proposed facility. And I have this, we're just talking about visual impacts. Again, we're not looking at any particular, this presentation, I'm not looking at any particular one. I'm just trying to orient council to the information that's in the record and some of what the department looked at in drafting the findings in the proposed order. So this is a visual impact, assessment. Based on these visual impact assessments, you're like, what am I looking at here? And so here, these are types of different scenic resources, and the coloring is over here. The pink is an area where 1 or more towers may be visible up to 10 miles. Okay. So then kind of looking at this and the designation of resources, this is what orients the applicant to do more. Is there a particular resource under any of these standards where they need to go out and do more? And there were photo simulations provided for some of the areas. And that's where they're KOPs. It's a key observation point, and those are areas at a particular resource where photos were taken, and then simulative towers would be drawn in to demonstrate the magnitude or intensity of a visual impact. Okay, and so there are conditions under scenic resources. Condition 2 is, and there are conditions that the applicant represents would minimize visual impacts at a particular area. And a lot of those are a particular type of tower, and with a particular type of finish. So here under scenic resources condition 2, this is back to Ladd Marsh. We have some tower modifications which would be intended to reduce visual impacts. Okay, and then the scenic resources condition 4 is specific to Birch Creek area, and this is another example where within this area they're proposing a design modification that's intended to reduce the visual impacts at that area. And then these areas, for instance, Birch Creek gets captured under protected areas, it gets captured under scenic, and then it also gets it is evaluated under the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. So this is one of these areas that also that HPMP of that historical resources condition 2, that HPMP is the mitigation in there the final mitigation will also apply to this area as well, in addition to this condition. And now I'm going to pass it off to you, Jesse.
Okay, so we'll be moving first to scenic resources issue number 3. The limited party is Deschner. issue is whether the applicant adequately assessed the visual impact of the proposed project in the vicinity of the Nakotic and properly determined the impact would be less than significant. The hearing officer's proposed order on this issue stated that she concluded that the applicant accurately assessed the visual impact of the proposed project in the vicinity of Nahotic and properly determined that the impact would be less than significant as defined by council rule. The standard does not require a demonstration of no impact. It requires a demonstration of no significant impact and specifically allows for consideration of mitigation. And again, as Kellen had referenced here earlier, the council rules do provide a definition of significant. And in the context of this issue, the hearing officer was noting that it's not appropriate as a result to look to a dictionary definition to interpret that term. The hearing officer also concluded that the applicant refined its visual impact assessment to consider the council's definition of significant as requested by the department in the application process. She also found that the proposed facility would be visible from the Nahotic parcel, that would be within, at one point, within 123 feet of the parcel boundary, but existing development within landscape and design modifications and additional mitigation, that with those mitigating factors, that the evidence in the record was sufficient to establish that the impacts would be less than significant. So that is the summary of the hearing officer's proposed contested case order with regard to issue SR3, and we can have oral argument from Deschner.
Better. I couldn't see the screen yesterday, so I brought my own, and that's my presentation that you're holding. So that's it. I know what to tell you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
For the record, Todd Cornett, Councilmember Choctut. So a handout was submitted to us in the room. We're going to take a picture of that and email it to you so you have it as well.
For what it's worth, I do believe it's in the written record as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. For the record, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company. And in response to Mr. Deschner's written exceptions, I'd wanted to just highlight a few points. The detailed analysis in exhibits L, R, and T of Idaho Power's application for site certificate demonstrate that Idaho Power adequately assessed visual impacts to the Nahotic and demonstrated that those impacts will be less than significant. Mr. Deschner's challenges to the proposed contested case order are all either unsupported by evidence in the record or misapply the applicable council standards. In his exceptions filing, Mr. Deschner repeatedly argues that Idaho Power has not adequately mitigated the project's visual impacts to the Nahotic because the project will be visible. Idaho Power is not required under any FSEC standard to demonstrate that the project will result in zero impacts. If there were a zero impact standard, no energy facilities could ever be developed in Oregon. Rather, Idaho Power must demonstrate that the facilities that the construction operation of the project is not likely to result in a significant adverse impact. Accordingly, Mr. Deschner's contention that the towers will still be visible does not prove by a preponderance of the evidence in the record that visual impacts from those towers are inconsistent with the applicable siting standards. Mr. Deschner also argues that the project towers have not been mitigated because they will be taller than existing transmission towers. However, Idaho Power's expert witness, Louise Kling, provided testimony and evidence demonstrating that the project will be codominant with the existing features on the landscape, including the existing transmission line. And I would point out that in the proposed order, there are conditions regarding the Nahotic, the transmission line in the Nahotic, which would require that the towers be H-frames, that they be built to a certain height, to be 130 feet or less, to reduce the visual impacts, and also that they be that they use a certain finish so that there would be less reflection or glare. So based on those conditions, the council can find that Idaho Power has met the standard in this case.
Ms. Pease, any questions from council? Okay.
Patrick Rowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. Sorry, I just want to reread the issue statement for this issue. So it's in the contested case, it's issue SR3, whether the applicant adequately addressed the visual impact of the proposed project in the vicinity of the Nahotic National Historic Oregon Trail Interpretive Center and properly determined the impact would be less than significant. So that's really asking two questions. Did Idaho Power adequately assess the visual impact of the line near Nahotic? And second, is it proper to conclude that impact will be less than significant? Mr. Deschner's exceptions to the ALJ's proposed contested case order focus on that second question, whether it's proper to conclude that the impact will be less than significant. Mr. Deschner clearly disagrees with the ALJ's conclusion. We agree with Idaho Power that he hasn't shown that the ALJ failed to consider relevant evidence or make conclusions based on substantial evidence. The department believes that there is a preponderance of evidence, again, that's the standard, that supports a conclusion that the impact with mitigation will be less than significant. And again, those conditions are the recommended scenic resource conditions 3 on page 417 and 4 on page 423. So the department again is recommending that you find compliance with the standard with the mitigation outlined in those conditions. As I've noted with other conditions that the department has proposed, if council believes that the conditions should be revised or supplemented in any way, now would be the time to let us know.
Council Rowe, any questions from the council?
For the record, this is Perry Choctu, and I'm reviewing the picture that was sent to me. I had a couple questions. Why is it inside a window inside a home when the real impacts happen when you go out and see the grid as a whole and hear the noise that it makes?
So, Councilmember Choctud, I think that question would probably be best asked of Mr. Deschner since he was the one who submitted the photo. So you're welcome to have him come back up and answer the question if you would like.
That's okay. Just to have the meeting move along a little quicker.
which is in between milepost 197.9 and 199.1. Is that the visual impact area? Is that why that distance was selected in the condition?
For the record, Callan Tardyweather, yes, let me find this condition. Can you point me to the?
Line 13 of condition number 4. Or am I in the wrong place?
I think it's condition 2. 1 minute. Yes, in short, that would have been in the areas where there are a limitation on the mile posts for certain height restrictions or tower types. It's because that's what is estimated to be the visual impact area. Right. And you said it's 3, scenic resources 3. Oh, wait. Yeah, scenic 3.
Sarah, I don't read.
You referenced scenic resources condition 4. That applies to a different resource. Scenic resources condition 3 is that applies to Nahotic. The same question applies. It references.
And that's my error. I referenced in when I was discussing it, both 3 and 4. So thanks for that clarification, Sarah.
Oh, it's just the milepost distances are different in 3 than they are in 4. Yeah. Okay. It's the same principle.
I'm sorry to interject, counsel. What just indicated that he actually would like his recording to play. He was providing the visual, the picture was a supplement to go with his recording that he submitted. Okay. So thank you for saying that, and I apologize that wasn't clear.
The computer.
I am petitioner Whit Deschner. Dear council members, thank you for the 3-minute boundary to boil down why the ALJ has erred in ignoring this issue, allowing Idaho Power to proceed in ruining NOTEC's viewshed. Clearly, any power line seen from the interpretive center will have a significant impact on the visitor, period. And yet, gathering from a buffet of impact studies, Idaho Power concludes that their project's scenic impact will be less than significant. IP themselves conducted this study. No independent entity or no Oregon's or visitors' opinions were sought. IP's own attorney conducted the visual impact assessment and made the conclusion of less than significant. IP further backs their argument by proposing that they have special finishes that virtually hide the pylons and conductors, and we need not to worry. ALJ erred in taking this at face value. Knowing the metal finish of conductors and towers does not make the towers less than significant, especially when one of the towers is only 125 feet from Panorama Point, the best vista at the interpretive center. Mrs. Kling, IP's expert witness, makes the accusation that photos I submitted were not representative of their project, and yet the photos submitted by IP were impossible to locate exactly where the towers would go. NOTEC was a community project built for the people and by the people who appreciate the pioneer history of our historic Oregon Trail and region, and by people proud of the new tourism economy that has developed since the decline of our natural resources economy. They deserve better than to be steamrolled by a private for-profit corporation who does not even reside here. The people also deserve to be protected by a regulating government body, one that is looking out for the people, not sympathetic to outside interests. These towers will be seen from and about the interpretive center no matter what. This is more than a significant visual impact. I urge the council to consider these significant human impacts and to deny the site certificate or remand the issue. Thank you.
Afternoon, council members. There were just a few points there that I'd wanted to respond to regarding Mr. Deschner's point that Idaho Power did not ask for any subjective input. I would note that there's no requirement in the council standards that Idaho Power ask for that input. And in making certain assumptions regarding the potential impact associated with the project, Idaho Power had conservatively assumed that folks would value the resource and had thus assumed that there would be that if asked that folks would have would indicate that they have concern for the resource. Mr. Deschner also commented that Idaho Power's attorney conducted the analysis. While there were attorneys that were involved through the application process, Idaho Power used an expert witness, Louise Kling, who is has many years of visual impact analysis and is an expert in her field to perform the analysis, and did so with consultation with the Oregon Department of Energy as well. And finally, to the comment that the photo that Mr. Deschner had shared is not representative, I believe the point that Idaho Power's witness was making was that in performing a visual impacts analysis, there are certain parameters that are used to be able to apply that analysis, which involves an observation point, determining the perspective of the viewer. And I think the critique was that the image that Mr. Deschner had shared didn't have those same features. There wasn't any perspective as to where the photo is taken or what's being represented or where it would be within the Nahotic. And so that is my brief response. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councilman Condon.
Cindy Condon for the record. I'm not sure who to address this to, but I think it might be the department. So the applicant has certainly made it clear that they will minimize impacts and mitigate impacts. And once built, if the impact is more significant, is found to be more significant, then it's 100 years of, or in perpetuity, that the impact exists. Is there any look back or, if the result is something more than what was promised, expected, what's the consequence of that? Or is there consequence? Does that just become the definition of significant?
Yeah, that question is a little difficult to answer, obviously, but there were multiple visual simulations provided for what the proposed facility would look like at different viewpoints at Nahotic. And so that should be the impact assessment. And so if you're asking if it is more impactful from the perspective of the viewer is their reach back in mitigation. I mean, I guess then where we pivot over, if you recall, on the HCA issues, that the enhanced, what was it called? The visual, the second phase of the analysis that includes the visual assessment is continuing. And we'll go through pre-construction where then all these entities are going to be assessing the significance of the impact and then what the mitigation would be. So, and again, visual impacts under the definition of significance for cultural, it's not a direct one-to-one. So you have to account for the benefits of the mitigation that would come out of it, whether it's recordation of fully evaluating the resource, an interpretive sign, interpretive display at a cultural center. There's a myriad of things that they would do, but that would be then what is, so the question is whether that mitigation is adequate, but that's coming out of the HPMP. And so, no, we don't currently have anything that says, well, what is the you have to do a long-term evaluation, almost like a, yeah.
Thank you. It just seems to me like we're relying on certainly hope for results. And once it's built, it's built.
Mm-hmm.
And so then does the mitigation become, interpretive materials, brochures? I mean, that certainly don't mitigate the properties that are seen on the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
They may do something else, but they don't mitigate that. And hence my question. So thanks.
Just question, and again, not sure who to direct this to, about the finish on the structures. In some cases, I've had developers say the typical silver gray is less visible on certain skies than I guess it's the weathered steel. And how that issue was weighed in terms of visibility, because in this part of the world where we have very big skies, how those towers project against a gray sky, today's sky, there'll be different seasonal visual impacts, and making sure that the finish chosen deals with that. And then if there's somewhere in the materials that gives me a nice analysis of the different kinds of towers, because I think I know what an H-frame looks like, but I'm not sure, and versus a lattice, or what all the options are for towers, knowing that there are electrical standards for what kind of towers are needed to support the voltage. So just coming in very late to this process, getting a sense of the visual impacts, and we can do this offline, but I think it's just important to think about. Thank you.
So on that note, I can give you, we touched on it in July a little bit, but in Exhibit B, has a description of the different types of towers, and it would have a description of the finishes. I have some, and that's kind of in that picture I pulled up in my presentation. It was just to demonstrate with different type of topography or view, depending on what the color and the skyline looks like in your background. Towers can be very visible or very hidden. And the applicant does represent different types of towers and different finishes to minimize or to reduce visual impacts in different areas. Now, the question specifically is that, were those proposed because they are very specific to the topography, the skyline, et cetera, to minimize at those specific areas? I don't know if that information was in there. And I think that that would be a really good, a question to ask the people that really know about transmission towers and finishes. So you could ask now, but then I also have some of these visual simulations here of these up here. So these are some H frames. This is the existing landscape. And these are in exhibit R for scenic resources. So this is out in front of Nahotic. And as Sarah mentioned, we also have Chris Clark on the line, and he's been helping through the contested case, and he's been working on the scenic resources and protected areas sections. And that I do believe that were additional visual simulations submitted, or evaluations or impact assessments submitted through the contested case in the Nahotic area. So
and the question comes up only because we're so specific in these conditions.
Correct.
That I want to make sure that they're the proper conditions and that the design really does fully take into effect visual impacts. Not that there are no visual impacts. The visual impacts aren't significant, and here's what's been done to mitigate. Is it the right condition for mitigation?
Thank you.
So we've had the presentation from staff, and then as well heard the contested case positions and responses for Scenic Resource 3. Are we ready to have a straw poll, or do we need further discussion on where we're at with this? Scenic Resource 3?
So for the record, Todd Cornett. So Vice Chair Howe, so council's options are to conduct a straw poll on SR3 right now, just that issue, or hold and wait and consolidate and do one broader straw poll later on. The choice is yours.
I'd prefer to do these issue by issue so we don't get
Let's go.
crossed.
So hearing no changes, no alterations, I have agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue SR3.
Sounds good.
Okay, seeing head nods. Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, the next issue up is issue SR7. And the parties here are Stop B2H and Lois Berry. The issue is whether the methods used to determine the extent of an adverse impact of the proposed facility on scenic resources, protected area, and recreation along the Oregon Trail were flawed and developed without peer review and/or public input. Specifically, whether the applicant erred in applying numeric values to the adverse impact, and whether the applicant used unsatisfactory measurement locations or observation points in its visual impact assessment. So the summary of the hearing officer's opinion on this issue, she concluded that the methodology that the applicant used to determine the extent of adverse impact of the proposed facility on scenic resources, protected areas, and recreation along the trail was reasonable and appropriate. Limited parties have not shown that the methodology was flawed or that the company erred in applying numeric values to the adverse impact or used unsatisfactory measurement locations or observation points in its visual impact assessment. She found that the council's rules do not require that an applicant employ a specific methodology for assessing visual impacts. The applicant had no legal obligation to collect constituent information to demonstrate compliance with scenic resources, protected areas, or the recreation standard. She noted that the applicant explained its methodology for assessing visual impacts in detail in the Exhibit R to the complete application, specifically attachment R1. That Idaho Power incorporated measures of the degree to which viewers subjectively value a visual resource that were drawn from the Forest Service Scenery Management System and the Bureau of Land Management's Visual Resource Management System, but assumed that all viewers would be highly sensitive to the resource change rather than collecting specific viewer data. Because Idaho Power attached the highest viewer sensitivity value to the resources evaluated, the data collection on viewers' subjective evaluations was not necessary to demonstrate that the standard had been met. There's no rule that requires an applicant to have its impact assessment methodologies peer-reviewed or subjected to public input. Finally, the site certificate condition requiring Idaho Power to underground the transmission line for 1.7 miles in the area of Nahotic was not submitted in accordance with the set schedule. But even if Stop B2H had submitted this in a timely fashion, it was neither necessary nor appropriate, as again, based on prior council decision in the Wheat Ridge application, that the council, that would be outside the scope of the council's jurisdiction as an alternative. So again, that's the summary of the hearing officer's proposed order. And so we have both Lois Berry and Stop B2H presenting on this. So whoever's ready to come on up for oral argument may do so.
Carl Anuta appearing for Stop, and I need to correct Mr. Radcliffe on this one. Actually, Ms. Berry is not presenting on this particular issue. She did not accept on this one, but I'll be happy to take an additional 3 minutes if you'd like to present further on the issue on her behalf. Let's start with the Wheat Ridge decision issue. Our position is simple. You are not constrained by Wheat Ridge because the issue here is not the site boundary. It's mitigation and a condition on the approval in order to meet your significance criteria. You have absolute discretion to impose any conditions that you think are necessary to meet the standards. And that includes requiring undergrounding, because that is a condition required to reduce this level of impact near the Nahotic to less than significant. So the Wheat Ridge decision is a completely separate decision. Each facility has to be evaluated for its own impacts and its own compliance with the standards. And to the extent that Idaho Power or the department argues Wheat Ridge is binding on you, we fundamentally disagree. That might be an example of a place where you didn't require it, or it might be an example of a place where the boundary issue was actually in question. That's not the case here. With regard to the methodology, the real issue here is pretty straightforward. Idaho Power admits its developed methodology, which it's a consultant, Ms. Kling, developed with the attorneys for Idaho Power, and that was all who was involved in developing it. She admits that it doesn't collect subjective feelings of constituents about the impacts. Our contention is simple. You have a significant standard that requires you to evaluate the impact on humans. That includes the subjective impacts in addition to the impacts that Idaho Power did assess, which is where are you standing and what can you see from there? But they admit they did not look at subjective impacts. They say they assumed everyone had some subjective impacts. That doesn't tell you anything about whether those impacts were or were not significant. Simply saying I'm standing here and I can see X and I assume that I'm a sensitive person does not assess compliance with the standard, which is whether that impact is or is not significant. The Idaho Power methodology that they developed, which is unique for this proceeding, it never existed before. It's pulled together from pieces of the BLM and Forest Service materials, did not include key components of those two agency manuals and their processes, specifically the subjective feeling components, the constituent interviews of how did it affect you. And so to the extent that the PICO claims that, in, for example, Fact 199, that the manuals were incorporated, no, parts of the manuals were incorporated, not all. The key component in those holistic programs is missing. The final point I would make is as to the Idaho Power's contention that they did a significance analysis by assuming everybody was sensitive, just because you use the word significant and you make your analysis look somewhat like the BLM or the Forest Service methodology, doesn't mean you actually assessed it. The question is for you as a council is, did they really actually look at what people would feel when they saw this? I'd go on if you gave me more time, but that's probably where I should stop for now.
Thank you, Mr. Anuta. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power, and I'd like to respond to several of the points that Mr. Anuta had raised. First, regarding the Wheat Ridge example, my understanding is in that case, it was not necessarily a site boundary issue either, but instead the council appropriately considering that when you're looking at undergrounding, it's a different facility than what the applicant has proposed. And in this case, undergrounding would be a different facility with different elements, different components than an overhead transmission line. So we urge the council to follow its prior rationale and decision-making in the Wheat Ridge case and determine that undergrounding is not at issue in this case, that the council is here considering the facility as Idaho Power proposed it in its application for site certificate. Regarding Mr. Anuta's comments about Idaho Power not collecting subjective input or not including portions of the Forest Service plans that would relate to the subjective input from constituents, I would first note that the FSEC standards don't require the applicant to collect any subjective input. And moreover, the documents that Mr. Anuta is referring to is a 1995 Forest Service plan that that relates to inventory level planning. It does not relate to performing an impacts analysis. Idaho Power's expert witness, Louise Kling, provided extensive testimony on this subject at the cross-examination hearing. So the documents that Mr. Anuta is referring to are not even relevant to an impacts analysis. Finally, regarding the methodology being a sort of a combination of different pieces of Forest Service plans and taking into account the council's definition of significant, I would note that in earlier iterations of Idaho Power's analysis, it had focused primarily on the federal planning documents. And in response to that initial analysis, ODO issued an RAI to Idaho Power, directing Idaho Power to more closely look at the council's definition of significant. And it's based on that guidance from ODO that Idaho Power had worked closely with its council to understand the council's definition of significant and to tailor its analysis to meet that definition. And I think that is all I will say for that. So thank you.
Any
be available for questions if there are any.
Any questions from council?
Councilmember Condon, thank you once again for being to the table. Just a question, given that significant, which we were shown earlier, certainly has that human piece to it. And given that this issue is of importance to a community, was it viewed as unnecessary? I mean, I realize the standard does not require it, but you could step out of the requirements and speak to the community. And was there just a decision not to do that? I'm just curious.
What Idaho Power endeavored to do with this analysis was to create a methodology that was repeatable and somewhat objective. And so for that reason, there are process steps that another visual resources expert could apply and be able to reach a similar conclusion. So the effort here was to create a method that could be repeated and that could produce the same results. And so as it would relate to subjective input, I can't speak exactly to what decision was or wasn't made, but my understanding is that the method took into account that subjective element by assuming a high degree of impact or assuming that people care a lot about the resource. I mean, as it would relate to the inventorying document that I'd mentioned, I mean, that could help inform as to whether a resource should be or should not be identified as important. In this case, we were assuming that it was very important to the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Hanley, Mr. Chair.
Councilor
And
Jenkins.
My question is for Jocelyn, so don't run off. So to continue the line of Cindy's questioning about the presumption that all viewers found the the impact from the resource to be significant. That's all viewers. It's not the guy that doesn't care. Everyone was assumed to find the impact to be significant.
I think I would phrase that slightly differently.
Okay.
Not so much that all potential viewers would view it as significant. Instead, that the resource is important.
Important.
Right. And so it relates to
resources.
I mean, as I think Mr. Anuda had referenced, sort of the subjective feelings that one might have about a resource. Is it important? And the assumption was yes.
Yes.
That folks would find it important.
Okay.
Councilor Condon.
Just to continue this, Cindy Condon. So certainly everyone viewed it as important, right? So at what point, if everyone views it as important, is it significant? I mean, doesn't it become significant? It has significant impact?
Certainly. Perhaps I could speak a little bit to the history of the analysis with respect to, for example, the Nahotic. That's one resource where initially, when Idaho Power had first developed the route or proposed the route in that area and done visual impact modeling using lattice frames, it was recognized that there could be a significant impact if lattice frames were to be used. And so to address that potential impact, Idaho Power, in coordination with other agencies, including ODO and BLM, looked at various mitigation options to determine what type of mitigation measures could be implemented to reduce the significance of the impact. And so, for example, in that area, there were proposals to consider the use of monopoles, which are really big towers, to use H-frames, to use shorter stature lattice frames. And by sort of looking at all of those options and evaluating what the visual impact would be, Idaho Power was able to come up with measures that were determined to be less than significant by using the shorter stature H-frames, which conform to the other visual elements on the landscape, including for example, the other H-frame in that area and the fences in that area and other agricultural features as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pease.
Patrick Rowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. I'll speak just briefly to the proposed condition that council require Idaho Power to underground the line. The ALJ did analyze this in the proposed contested case order. She analyzed it in the context of issue SR2, but she referenced her analysis of issue SR2 and this proposed condition in her analysis of SR7 and stops proposal to underground. The ALJ noted council's tasked with determining whether a facility as proposed complies with council's standards, and she determined council does not have jurisdiction to propose alternatives. She considered it to be an alternative to the facility, not just a condition. The department agrees that requiring Idaho Power to underground the line would not just be imposing a condition necessary for approval, but it would be tantamount to requiring an alternative facility, which is outside of council's jurisdiction. That's all I've got on this issue. We agree with Idaho Power's statements with regarding to determining significance.
Any questions from council?
Just quickly, Mr. Rowe. So to be clear, undergrounding of a segment, which is I think what people are talking about, is considered the same as undergrounding the whole project? And is a segment meaning a completely different does the department consider it that would be a completely different facility?
Admittedly, that we're getting into an area here that it's a gray area, right? So it's not easy to say, well, this is an alternative and this is a condition, but this is a significant enough change from what is proposed to council that in the department's opinion, undergrounding just that segment is tantamount to not imposing a condition, but requiring an alternative facility.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, we're done now with SR7, ready for a straw poll.
For the record, Todd Cornett, hearing no proposed changes to the contested case order, I have agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue SR7.
I think we got the, well, see a consensus of head nod.
Ready for a poll?
Condon.
No.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Harry Choptoot.
Yes.
Ann Byer.
Yes, with the, I need to dig deeper at some point into the mitigation versus new facility issue. I'm just like Councilmember Condon, just a little queasy on that one, but I support this context. Thank you.
Hanley Jenkins.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Now we move to SR5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Council Ratcliffe, you have it.
Great, thank you. So SR5 is an issue that the hearing officer dismissed on a request for summary determination. She granted that request, and the issue is dismissed. The issue is whether the Rice Glass Hill natural area should be evaluated as a protective area. The ruling that the hearing officer made on summary determination was, as a matter of law, because the Rice Glass Hill natural area was not registered as a natural area as of May 11th, 2007, under the language of the council's rules, the applicant had no obligation to evaluate it as a protected area. So the issue is fairly straightforward. The ruling is short. And that's all I have on that one. So the limited party on this one is Ms. Gear. Now's the time for oral argument.
Susan Gear, issue SR5. I'm a botanist and a plant community ecologist specializing in rare plants and long-term monitoring of plant communities in Northeast Oregon for over 30 years. I request that the council deny the site certificate or reverse the proposed contested case order. Alternatively, deny the route that goes through Rice Glass Hill Natural Area. One exception. Judge Webster erred in concluding because the Rice Glass Hill Natural Area was not registered as a natural area on May 11, 2007, Idaho Power was not required to evaluate the Rice Glass Hill Natural Area as a protected area in ASC Exhibit L. Over the years, I've been impressed with the conservation value of the Rice Glass Hill property. I was familiar with Natural Areas program through assisting with the Natural Areas inventory on federal lands. When I learned that private lands are eligible as state natural areas, I recommended the program to Joel Rice. Much of his Glass Hill property has been under conservation easement since 2001. The Natural Areas program is complementary to the conservation easement goals. From their website, the Natural Areas Network is designed to include at least one good example of each ecosystem type, geologic formation, and at-risk species to be represented in each ecoregion in which they naturally occur. These areas are to be used for scientific research, education, and nature interpretation.
Tribes, give me a call.
Hill property contains several special species and priority plant associations. And so the Rice application was accepted by Oregon Parks and Recreation Department in 2019. The council rule on protected areas references various designations of protected areas, including item I, state natural heritage areas listed in the Oregon Register of Natural Heritage Areas pursuant to the Natural Areas Register. The rule has a 2007 date and a list of specific protected areas in existence at that time, but categories of protected areas are listed too. It seems obvious that categories listed as of May 11, 2007 are protected. Natural areas is one of those protected categories. The rules were intended to be updated every 5 years, but the schedule has been neglected. Please review the 7 responses to ex parte communication dated May 23, 2021 to see just how ambiguous and unclear the rule is. The responses show facts are in dispute. Hence, the issue should not have been disposed under the motions for summary determination. The ambiguity and lack of clarity are severe enough to have caused the rulemaking process to become protracted. The protected areas standard has not been met for Rice Glass Hill Natural Area. The protected areas rule identifies all Oregon state natural areas on the Natural Areas Register. Clearly, the date of 2007 applies to the category of protected areas specified at the time of rulemaking, and it makes no sense to regard that category as static. The Natural Areas Register provides an updated list of protected areas.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, this is Jocelyn Pease again for Idaho Power. There are no material facts in dispute regarding SR5. This is purely a legal issue. The protected area standard that is applicable to this project clearly states references in this rule to protected areas designated under federal or state statutes or regulations are to the designations in effect as of May 11th, 2007. It is undisputed that Glass Hill was not designated as a state natural area until September 2019. Therefore, under the plain language of the rule, Idaho Power was not required to analyze Glass Hill for compliance with the protected area standard. In her exceptions filing, Ms. Gear argues that the cutoff date in the protected area standard refers only to the categories of protected areas and not to the specific protected areas listed under the category. However, Ms. Gear's novel interpretation would render the cutoff date entirely superfluous and therefore should be rejected. The protected area standard lists programs that will be considered as potential designations for protected areas, but the plain language demonstrates that the standard limits consideration to the specific areas designated under those programs as of the cutoff date. Ms. Gear's personal opinion that the standard is outdated is not relevant to the resolution of SR5. Ms. Gear may argue that the rule is outdated as a basis for revisiting the rule in the rulemaking docket, but the concern provides no basis to ignore the rule as it is currently written in this case. FSEC must still apply its siting standards that are currently in effect when issuing a site certificate. And the standard and the rule language at issue still applies to this project. Ms. Gear also argues in her exceptions that an up-to-date list of the state natural areas is available, and Idaho Power could have requested that list. However, regardless of whether Idaho Power could have done so, it is clear that the protected area standard did not require the company to request that list because the standard applies only to the areas designated as of the cutoff date, May 11th, 2007. In her exception, Ms. Gear also argues that Glass Hill provides important conservation value. However, the conservation value of Glass Hill is not at issue in SR5. Regardless of the habitat present at Glass Hill, the company is not required to analyze Glass Hill as a protected area. That said, to the extent Ms. Gear is primarily concerned about Glass Hill providing important habitat, any potential impacts to habitat are analyzed under the Council's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. Idaho Power therefore respectfully requests that the Council affirm the hearing officer's conclusions regarding issue SR5.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Any questions from council? Nope. Council Rowe?
Pretty much the same as what Ms. Pease just said. The rule clearly states that references in the rule to protected areas are to those designated, are to designations in effect as of May 11th, 2007. Rice Glass Hill was not a designated protected area as of that date. We believe the hearing officer correctly dismissed this on summary determination.
So, any questions of council?
A question of Patrick. So is there any reference at all in the rule to categories? I mean, as far as, the rules speak specifically of designated areas. Doesn't speak that I see that it speaks to
And I'm looking
designated categories.
I'm looking at it right now, Councilmember Jenkins, and Todd, are you pulling it up? Okay. I don't see a reference to categories. It speaks again, references in this rule to protected areas designated under federal or state statutes or regulations are to the designations in effect. And then it lists parks, monuments, etc., which could be considered categories but Rice Glass Hill was not designated as of that date.
For the record, Todd Cornett, we apologize. Once there's a update, there's nothing you can do. So that's why we kept having to hit the snooze button on it.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get through today and it'll update tonight.
Right. That one's toast.
Any other questions from council? Okay, so we're ready for the straw poll.
Okay, for this issue, agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue SR 5.
That's good.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Moving on to SR 6. Council Ratcliffe.
Thank you. So issue SR6, we have two limited parties, Lois Berry and Stop B2H. The issue is whether the applicant's visual impact assessments are invalid because the applicant did not incorporate Oregonian's subjective evaluation of their resources to evaluated visual impacts, thereby invalidating the visual impact analysis for Morgan Lake Park and other protected areas, scenic resources, and important recreational opportunities. So this, again, was a summary determination ruling from the hearings officer. She dismissed the issue and finding that the applicant's visual impacts assessments are valid, and found that the applicant had no obligation under the council's standard as a matter of law to incorporate Oregonian subjective evaluations of the resource, and that the applicant's visual impact methodology accounted for viewers' subjective evaluations by assuming that all identified visual resources were highly sensitive to impacts. So once again, we have a slightly different procedure used here. This is a ruling on a motion for summary determination. The issue is whether or not there are material facts in dispute, and the hearing officer concluded that there were not and dismissed the issue. So with that, it's time for oral argument.
I'm Lois Berry. I was a professor of English for 30 years.
Is the mic on?
Closer? Okay.
Oh, it's on. Okay.
I'm losing time here. I am a word person and I'm a careful reader. And for the following reasons, I ask you to reverse Judge Webster's decision to dismiss SR 6. She accepted without verification applicants' misleading summaries, promised assumptions, skewed definitions. The RAI that applicant referred to questioned applicants' conclusions of no significant impact because they didn't address FSAC's definition of significant as it applied to effect on the affected human population. The judge failed to note that applicants said they considered the rule and discussed it with ODO, but they didn't use it. Idaho Power admits they didn't incorporate Oregonian subjective evaluation of the resource. Instead, they claim to have done even better. by assuming that all viewer groups are highly sensitive. But after that assumption, sensitive disappeared. Instead, in their visual impact analysis, Idaho Power replaced sensitivity with viewer perception. Okay. Perception is a way of understanding or interpreting something. But once again, Idaho Power did even better. They created their own definition of perception. Whether viewers' perception is either head-on or peripheral. That's not perception. Head-on and peripheral describe position or perspective and not perception. Those terms don't appear in any of the established methodologies Idaho Power claims to have used in creating their own methodology. Think about your favorite park. A transmission line is being planned nearby. Here is a direct quote from Odo's proposed order. Quote, viewers moving through the park, seeing the proposed facility, could be intermittent and peripheral. However, for viewers engaging in stationary activities such as camping, picnicking, and fishing, the viewer perception could be continuous and head-on. That makes no sense. It's an obvious effort to ignore the FSEC rule for assessing the magnitude of significant impact on the affected human population. And that's precisely how Idaho Power was able to conclude that a transmission line bordering Morgan Lake Park and many other valuable recreation, scenic, and protected areas will have no significant impact on highly sensitive Oregonians because our perceptions are head-on and peripheral. No one has ever seen this methodology before, and I assume it will never be seen again.
Ms. Berry, any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Or stop B2H, Carl and Uta. This is another one where the council is sitting as an appellate body evaluating whether Judge Webster made factual conclusions or did not make factual conclusions. This is another example of where the ALJ unfortunately weighed the evidence and concluded, as the department and Mr. Ratcliffe pointed out to you, that the methodology used was adequate. That's a factual conclusion, whether the methodology was adequate or not. She also concluded that there was no significant impact. That's again a factual conclusion, not something you should be concluding on a summary determination where the only issue is what is the law. She did conclude as a matter of law that the department's rules did not require an assessment of subjective impact on that issue. We fundamentally disagree. As I've outlined previously, we think the significance definition that you have absolutely requires the assessment of the impact on humans. And that is the assessment of the effect on them, not the importance. As Ms. Pease mentioned in her last argument, they assumed everyone was sensitive, and so it was an important resource. That's different than what or how much impact the viewer is feeling. Yes, it's important, but is it important enough that it's a significant impact? You have to weigh the facts to find that. That should not have been done on summary determination. And in this particular instance, this rule with significance involved should have required the measurement of subjective impacts. There's no dispute that Idaho Power did not assess subjective impacts. They assessed as Ms. Berry pointed out, perception, the location, and what you could see, not how it affected you. We think summary determination on this issue was inappropriate. You should reverse the administrative law judge, send it back for an assessment of when you have all the facts and you have a hearing and you have cross-examination, is it an adequate methodology or not? Is there significant impacts or not? We'd ask that you reverse and remand for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Anuda. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. Again, for the record, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company, and I'd like to respond to several of the remarks that we just heard from Ms. Berry and Mr. Anuda. In connection with the RAI that Ms. Berry had alluded to, and her argument that Idaho Power did not use the definition of significance, this is just argument. In fact, Idaho Power did very carefully review that definition of significance and incorporate the elements from that definition into its methodology. And as to the questions that Ms. Berry had raised around sensitivity and viewer perception, I would highlight that in connection with viewer perception, what Idaho Power did in its methodology is you approach that from in terms of viewer angles and how a viewer might perceive the project. And so that, again, that's part of developing a methodology that has some objective elements to it and that can be standardized and repeatable by other visual resources experts. And in connection with the impacts being intermittent or head-on, that's simply a way to describe how a viewer might perceive the project, and how, I guess I would argue here that how the viewer perceives the project would relate to how they might feel about it. If they see more of the project, then they might feel differently about it. And that's all to say that the viewer angles and viewer perception do address the sensitivity as well. As to Mr. Anuda's comment about the legal standard and that there were disputed facts in connection with this motion for summary determination, that's simply not correct. There were no disputed facts in this case, and the hearing officer was not making a determination that there were no significant impacts. Instead, this was a question about Idaho Power's methodology and whether there was any element in the council's standards that would require Idaho Power to consider subjective input. And there is no such requirement in the council's rules. I think with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Any questions from council? Council Rowe.
Patrick Rowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Oregon Department of Energy. This is another motion for summary determination dispute that was really between STOP and Idaho Power. The department did not bring a motion on this, but I will again state what the issue was that was presented to the hearing officer, because I think that's important. It was whether applicant's visual impact assessments are invalid because applicant did not incorporate Oregonian subjective evaluation of their resources to evaluated visual impacts, thereby invalidating the visual impact analysis for Morgan Lake Park and other protected areas, scenic resources, and important recreational opportunities. Again, asking, is it invalid because they didn't incorporate subjective evaluations? I think the department agrees that the answer to that question is no, it's not invalid. And the reason is because the rule does not require subjective evaluations. So on that basis, the department agrees with the ALJ's ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Any questions from council? Okay. Yep. Counselor Jenkins?
Does the department have any view, any position on the viewer angle? Yes, I mean, that was an issue that was raised as a part of the exception.
The response to that, Hanley, is just essentially what I just said, which is the standard does not require a particular methodology. So there is no requirement to incorporate a particular angle. Idaho Power proposed a methodology that the department analyzed and found sufficient. And I'll kick that over to Kellen and Sarah because they were certainly very involved with this.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Jenkins, angle as in like, which,
Head-on.
yes, it was peripheral and head-on.
Right.
Were the angles that were evaluated.
Correct. That's my question.
Yes. Are you asking what the actual like impact assessment of head-on and peripheral was? Or
So-
just were they evaluated generally?
Okay, so my understanding in reading the material is that the applicant came to the department to submit a methodology that was in a second round was in an attempt to address the significant issue that was raised by the department. In submitting that methodology, the department agreed to the methodology using part of the Forest Service, part of the BLM, and the way to address the significance definition. And so what I'm trying to get at is, did the department have a position on the way the affected view was assessed in that methodology? Whereas was it simply a methodology to meet the significance factor was accepted?
I think going back in time, because this was all kind of before, these were my predecessors, Max Woods, and then the previous DOJ counsel, Renee France, worked closely with Idaho Power in developing it. I think we would have to go into the record, into the information requests. I don't think, in my understanding, we would have that level of detail. However, there were lots of meetings, of in-person meetings with like their consultants. So it's possible that was discussed, but I don't think that we have some sort of record of guidance of that level of detail.
The important thing is the department agreed to the methodology.
Correct. And it was the assumption of the appropriateness of tailoring the Forest Service and the BLM was that the Forest Service methodology is catered towards forested areas, and that would be applied to the areas that have more forest lands, whereas the BLM methodology is more of a rangeland open EFU zone. And so that would be more appropriate for the areas where the transmission line would cross there, and then applying the FSEC definition of significant. And Chris Clark may have some other input too. I know he's on the line. If you could, Nancy, if you could elevate him. I see him up there. Okay.
Hello, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
For the record, this is Chris Clark, and I'll just note that, the discussion of viewer angle, which is really, how will somebody who's experiencing a view from one of the resources see the proposed facility? Is that a head-on view, or is it a peripheral view as you're engaging in, whatever the recreational activity or typical viewing activity would be at that site is just one component of the measurement of how what the magnitude of the impact would be. So a peripheral view is less impactful than a head-on view. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Condon?
Cindy Condon for the record. Just to verify, this was a new method or is a new method that was used. And did the department determine that it was a better method than a previous method, or was a previous method not available to be used? Or what's the purpose of this new method?
The method that incorporated the council's definition of significant. Channeling Max Woods, who you didn't know, but it was really an effort to cater the review for council's standards. I know that we talked about under cultural, we're really trying to not duplicate studies with the federal review. However, there's a lot of what the applicant generated that is appropriate for the NEPA review. However, council standards actually go a lot further in some cases for a lot of impact evaluations to resources. And this is one of those cases where we wanted them to go further. So, and make it more specific to your standard. And so that is I'd imagine the reason why, and I could look up that basis in that information request that basically served as kind of us telling them that this is how we want it done.
So just to follow up on that, were other methods used previously to evaluate a transmission line?
Are you saying for this project, for this
No,
application?
or a different a transmission line? I mean, preferably.
I'd have to go back into the record, but
okay. Any project.
Yeah, any project for but a transmission line or
just any project.
Yes, absolutely. Visual impact assessment is included under all of council's projects, and and the project orders typically state that there aren't methodologies that council standards or rules prescribe.
Right, and significant would have been a feature of all of those studies, right? Or if not all of them.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the general method that we see for visual impacts is called a zone of visual influence, and it's a map that shows based on a color shading the extent and distance for which, like the number of components that might be visible out to what distance. Rarely do we get visual simulations or detailed analysis that look at the terms of significance. So this is a methodology that is much more than is the normal for FSEC projects. And I think how we think about it as analysts and reviewers is it's a scaled approach. If most of the resources are 10 miles away, or at some distance based on topography, that the zone of visual influence mapping tool, which uses GIS and different layers, if that doesn't necessitate a further analysis where you really need to look at, we call it a KOP study, where you're identifying key observation points and then taking pictures and doing visual simulations, that would be a second tier given what the ZVI might show. And for the majority of projects, they stay on that ZVI. Mostly because,
sorry.
This is Sarah Esterson with the Department of Energy.
Thank you.
Okay. So there was not a previous methodology that took into account a more subjective human impact. This actually has gone further than any previous methodology.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, so I think we're through SR 6 here. Are we ready to have a straw poll?
Okay. For the record, Todd Cornett. So this would be a straw poll for both the, scenic resources standard, the protected area standard, and issue SR 6. It would be the combination for all three of those. Okay. So agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order pertaining to the scenic and protected areas standards that are not related to the issues in the contested case, and in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue SR 6.
Sounds good.
Okay. Barry Chalktooth,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay. We are scheduled to take a break at 3:15. How are folks doing? Do we want to try to go through the recreation standard first, or there's R2, 4, and 3?
Let's get started.
Okay. Yeah. Let's keep going then. And we're ready to start on recreation standard R2, I guess. Or maybe, yeah, recreation standard.
Okay. For the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Oregon Department of Energy. We're now continuing into the recreation standard, and I know one of the last issues kind of bundled had a mention in the issue statement of also recreational opportunities. So council's correct. These are all very, very related. So I think it's good to just kind of like power through. So when we're looking at recreational opportunities, the applicant and department evaluate recreational opportunities, and we consider factors such as special designations or managements, the degree of demand, outstanding or unusual qualities, availability or rareness, irreplaceability, or my brains, I'm just not going to pronounce that right now because I'm going to bumble it. Anyhow, so that's the analysis that we go through. For the analysis area is the site boundary and 2 miles from the site boundary. So we're now kind of coming in from protected areas, and we're going now out. But however, it's still along the transmission line, and now we're looking through the lens of recreation. Still quite a few recreational opportunities. Oh, yes. Yep. So in the proposed order, too close. And I'm doing my presentation this way because I wasn't able. This gives me a better ability to kind of toggle in between the presentation. So I apologize if it's kind of small. I'll do my best. So there's 21 important recreational opportunities that's within the 2 mile analysis area that are evaluated in the proposed order. Once we identify that a recreational opportunity is important, then we go through what is evaluated underneath the standards. So we look at direct and indirect loss. Now we've visited direct and indirect impacts under cultural, right? A direct loss is there's going to be a permanent, facility footprint impact or a construction impact that is going to directly impact that recreational opportunity. Indirect would be something like traffic, noise, or visual impacts, which are evaluated underneath this standard. There's 4 recreational opportunities that are crossed by the proposed facility. And however, the evaluation recommends that because even though they're crossed, it doesn't, a lot of times was talking about spanning, and what the recommendation is that even though it is crossed, the transmission line crosses the recreational opportunity, it does not impact, it's not a direct loss of that recreational opportunity because the overall use or importance of the resource is maintained. So here I had mentioned, so that was direct loss. And so these are the indirect loss evaluation that's done: construction and operation, noise, traffic, and visual impacts. Over here, I just took a snippet of the exhibit that goes through, and there's an entire, each recreational opportunity in this example, and I'll make this a little bit bigger so maybe you can see it. Each recreational opportunity has an entire narrative in the exhibit that goes through, you know, a narrative assessment, and also applies, you know, quantitative measures for each of the aspects that is evaluated. And this is, I just plucked out a summary table for each of them. So this is just an example of some of what it is looked at and what the department pulls from and then summarizes and evaluates up in the proposed order to make its recommendations. Going to remind council, the KOP is a key observation point. So that is if there was a photo simulation associated with the potential impacts at that site. So, and I'm going to take a minute. So I'm going to pause with my notes. And I wanted to go over here. Jesse's going to talk about it, but I just kind of, again, I want to be helpful and orient council to what we're going to be talking about. Now I can't find anything. Okay, so can't tell if this is exhibit C. Where's my exhibit C? I just wanted to show, and now my computer's thinking. Okay, well, I just wanted to point out to council that Morgan Lake Park, which is here, you know, in Union County, right outside of LeGrand, is a park that is managed by the city of LeGrand. And it is identified as an important recreational opportunity. It's at the top of Morgan Lake Road, which there it is. Which is, this here is Morgan Lake Road. And this, you take that road, and then Morgan Lake is on a different map. I don't want to freeze anything, but I just kind of wanted to show, to be able to get to it. I can't get to it. Okay. Morgan Lake is known for bird watching, viewing. There are campsites there. There's fishing. There's actually 2 lakes associated with the recreational opportunity. The proposed facility and the Morgan Lake alternative are cited to be outside of the boundaries of the park. However, there are some facility structures that would be visible from the park. So there is an assessment of that in the proposed order that takes issue. So the Morgan Lake Road is a related or supporting facility? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so because one of the things we look at for recreation is traffic impacts. And so Morgan Lake Road is a very kind of like switchback, steep, windy road that would have to be used to if the Morgan Lake alternative would be constructed. So that the construction impacts are discussed and evaluated, or construction traffic impacts are evaluated in the proposed order, and that is also underneath that public services condition of that county specific traffic management plan. Once the final routes are selected, those plans are going to be finalized with the city of LeGrand and with Union County in identifying if any improvements need to be made, what those need to be made, making sure they're up to applicable standards. If there's a road that isn't proposed in this application to be substantially modified, and the applicant may need and proposes to substantially modify it, they would need to come in for an amendment to add it to be included into the site boundary. I will stop there and pass it over to Jesse.
Our first issue under the recreation standard is issue R2. Limited parties are Lois Berry and Mr. McAllister, and the issue statement here is whether the visual impacts of the proposed facility structures in the viewshed of Morgan Lake Park are inconsistent with the objectives of the Morgan Lake Park Recreational Use and Development Plan and should therefore be reevaluated. So the hearing officer concluded that the applicant's not required to demonstrate compliance with the Morgan Lake Park Plan because there are no proposed project components located within the park boundary. However, the applicant considered the objectives and values of the Morgan Lake Plan in determining that scenery is a valued attribute of Morgan Lake Park and incorporated that determination into its analysis of the potential project impacts to the park. And this is a function of the way that the council's recreation standard is written, where the council is supposed to be evaluating significant adverse impacts to important recreational opportunities. The determination of the importance of a recreational opportunity depends on a series of factors, including any special designation or management of the location. And so here we do have a special management or designation of the location via this recreational use and development plan. And one of the attributes that the plan is looking at is scenery. So that's how we end up, with a visual impacts issue under the recreation standard. So in response to the limited parties' claims that the applicant did not sufficiently consider the proposed facilities' impact to recreational opportunities in undeveloped areas of the park, the applicant provided additional evidence addressing dispersed recreation opportunities in the undeveloped areas. Some of these opportunities included bird watching and nature study. The revised analysis acknowledged that the proposed facility would be visible from approximately 16% of the park, and that in those areas of the park where the towers are not screened, the visual contrast would be high. The hearing officer noted that that both the applicant and the department concluded that impacts to the parks overall would be less than significant, and that the proposed mitigation, including the proposal to expand the use of the H-frame structures to all tower locations between mileposts 5 to 8, would further reduce the potential visual impacts in that 16% of the park. Finally, the hearing officer concluded that the recreation standard does not require the council to find that there will be no impact on a recreational opportunity, only that there is sufficient mitigation to ensure that impacts will be avoided, minimized, corrected, or compensated so that the impact is less than significant. So we, although I noted at the outset that the parties who were admitted as limited parties for this issue were Lois Berry and Mr. McAllister. Mr. McAllister did not file exceptions on this issue, and so the oral argument on this would be from Ms. Berry.
For the reasons that follow, I request that Judge Webster's decision on issue R2 be reversed. For almost 50 years, the Morgan Lake Plan has maintained the maximum of natural forest and lake areas to encourage solitude and isolation with little change or interference from man's activities. 50 years. There are only 12 modest campsites in a small area on the lake's west shore near the dock. Most of the park's 204 acres are natural forest and grasslands. First-time visitors are stunned by 360-degree views unmarred by man's activities. Judge Webster said that Idaho Power had considered the Morgan Lake Plan. They're great at considering, not so good on carrying through. In her opinion, she stated the project would not be inside the park boundary. Idaho Power has repeated that so often that she seemed to think it was relevant. The recreation rule is that the area 2 miles from the project site boundary should be evaluated. She ignored the fact that one tower will rise only 0.2 of a mile from the wetlands of Little Morgan Lake, and that will be only one of 13 130-foot towers visible to the south and west. Describing its proposed mitigation, Idaho Power refers to lower towers, but in their exceptions, they have never mentioned that 4 150-foot towers they first proposed will be replaced by 13 130-foot towers. The historic group who wrote the revered Morgan Lake Plan, as well as current hikers and birders who value the park's completely undeveloped areas, would be horrified by the industrial intrusion of 13 130-foot transmission towers marring their views from the park's protected natural areas. Obviously, the project will result in a complete reversal of the Morgan Lake Plan, and Judge Webster's decision should be reversed. And I'll use the rest of my time to answer your question about methodology that provides information about significant impact on viewers of these areas under discussion. Since 1995, the Forest Service SMS has been used to evaluate forest properties that will be impacted by a project. It contains a 13-page chapter on constituent information and how to gather it.
Ms. Berry, any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jocelyn Peace for Idaho Power Company. About a year ago, the council considered an interlocutory appeal in connection with issue R2. In that appeal, the council already determined that Idaho Power is not required to demonstrate compliance with the Morgan Lake Plan because no project component is proposed to be located within Morgan Lake Park. That is a jurisdictional issue. The project is proposed to be located entirely outside the park. However, the council determined that designations contained in the Morgan Lake Plan are still relevant to demonstrating compliance with the recreation standard because the council's definition of significance requires an assessment of impacts to the importance of a resource. And the council considers any special designation or management of the location when determining whether a recreational opportunity is important. As a result of the council's order explaining the scope of R2, the remaining issue in this contested case is narrow. Idaho Power must demonstrate that the company adequately considered the values and objectives of the Morgan Lake Plan when assessing whether the impacts from the project will be significant based on the importance of Morgan Lake Park. Consistent with that direction from the council, Idaho Power assessed the values and objectives of the Morgan Lake Plan to determine whether scenery was a valued attribute of Morgan Lake Park and incorporated that assessment into the company's analysis of potential impacts. Therefore, Idaho Power properly and appropriately considered the Morgan Lake Plan in the context of determining compliance with the council's recreation standard. Despite the council's order that Idaho Power need not demonstrate compliance with the Morgan Lake Plan, Ms. Berry continues to argue that the Morgan Lake Plan governs the siting of the project. Simply put, it does not. Ms. Berry suggests that because the Morgan Lake Plan is within the analysis area for the project within the 2 miles, that Idaho Power must comply with the Morgan Lake Plan. Ms. Berry is incorrect. The fact that the Morgan Lake Park is within the analysis area for the project simply means that Idaho Power must analyze the park in connection with the development of the project, and not for compliance with the Morgan Lake Plan. It's the recreation standard that governs, not the Morgan Lake Plan. Ms. Berry's assertion that Idaho Power has not provided a complete analysis of impacts to Morgan Lake Park is also incorrect. Idaho Power has provided a complete analysis first through the company's ASC, then it refined the analysis in response to DPO comments, and again in the contested case process. At each turn, Idaho Power considered the input from the DPO comments and from the limited parties in this case to expand the scope of its analysis. And in fact, Idaho Power proposed substantial additional mitigation to reduce impacts in Morgan Lake Park such that the project would not be visible from approximately 84% of the park. Based on the foregoing, Idaho Power provided evidence in the record that the impacts from the project would be less than significant and requests that the council affirm the hearing officer's conclusions regarding issue R2.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Any questions from council? Councilor Condon.
Cindy Condon, quick question. On the 16% that it will be visible, can you give a feeling? It seems like I read it in here. Is that used, like, are there trails through that 16% of the?
My understanding is that area is that there are some trails and that it is primarily undeveloped, dispersed recreation. And we understand from comments that were provided both in the DPO comment process and then in the contested case that that is a valued attribute of the Morgan Lake Park, which is why Idaho Power also analyzed that area. In the initial analysis, the company was much more focused on the developed areas of the park where there are camping sites and a boat dock and around the lake where it's used for fishing. Based on that analysis, it was determined that there would be hardly any impacts at the park because the project wouldn't be visible from those areas. However, when we expanded the analysis, we did recognize that there would be a certain amount of impacts in those areas where there is dispersed recreation.
And just a quick follow-up on that. So just with respect to the 13 lower towers, can you just give some idea of how much that do you expect most of those to be screened by trees? I know there will be some.
Certainly. So in the as part of its rebuttal filing, Idaho Power had submitted a video simulation that can provide a sort of a representation of how much you might see. But to, I guess to back up a little bit, the idea with reducing the tower heights is that it would be the entire area where the towers might be visible in the vicinity of Morgan Lake Park. And so it's now a 3-mile stretch that will be changed to H-frames. And then those towers would be visible in only that 16% of the park. There's a significant portion of the park that's forested or where the views would be obscured either by topography or by trees.
Thank you.
What do you say, Jess?
We really need to be keeping this to the exceptions that have been filed and the responses to those.
Okay. So any other questions of Ms. Pease? Okay. Council Rowe.
Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy, again, I'll repeat the issue that was before the hearing officer because that's what we're here for, an exceptions hearing. The issue that was before her was whether the visual impacts of the proposed facility structures in the viewshed of Morgan Lake Park are inconsistent with the objectives of the Morgan Lake Recreational Use and Development Plan. So are they inconsistent with the plan? And if they are, should visual impacts then be reevaluated? Ms. Berry takes exception to the hearing officer's finding that Idaho Power is not required to demonstrate compliance with the Morgan Lake Plan because there are no proposed project components within the park boundary. We believe that ALJ got it right. The hearing officer correctly held that the Morgan Lake Plan is intended to apply to management of recreational opportunities within the park. It does not establish specific criteria that would apply to construction and operation of a transmission line located outside of the park boundaries. So this proposal is not inconsistent with the Morgan Lake Plan. So as Ms. Pease stated, really what you need to look at is the recreation standard, not the plan. It's not inconsistent with the plan. Now you ask, well, is what they're proposing inconsistent with the recreation standard? That essentially is beyond the scope of what this exception is. The recreation standard, though, looking at that, does not automatically require compliance with plan requirements within the analysis area. Ms. Berry doesn't contest the finding that there aren't facility components within the boundary of Morgan Lake Park, or that the applicant didn't adequately consider the goals and objectives of the plan. We believe for that reason it was appropriate, or the exception should be rejected. With regard to the mitigation that's been proposed, in the closing arguments on issues R1, R2, R3, R4, SR2, SR3, SR7, applicant proposed an additional condition to expand the use of the shorter H-frame towers, as has just been discussed. Specifically, that condition would expand the use of the proposed mitigation, the lower towers, to mileposts. Originally, it was from milepost 6 to milepost 6.9, and now they're suggesting it go from milepost 5 to milepost 8. In the proposed contested case order, the hearing officer doesn't appear to rely on that proposed amended condition in reaching her conclusion. The department could recommend that council, the council could include that proposed amended condition as an applicant representation, hold them to it in the final order, and modify the PCCO to say, okay, we'll find compliance with this condition based on your representation that you will include these shorter H-frame towers in this expanded area. For time there, apologies if I did.
Councilor Jenkins, did you have a question?
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah. Okay.
Mrs. Hamlin.
Any other question or any questions? Okay. We're to if we do what we've been doing in the past, we won't continue. We'll go ahead and do a straw poll on R2.
Well,
So
it's just this part of R2, right? Yeah, just this exception.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to do that. Keep them distinct.
Okay.
So I did, Patrick talked about the expanded distance for the H-frames. Was there agreement that council wanted to include that and make that a
Yes.
representation of that condition requirement?
Yes. I'm seeing enough head nods.
Okay. So then agree with findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue R2 with the following modification. Again, general concept. Hold the applicant to their representation to require the expanded distance for the shorter H-frame towers adjacent or in proximity to Morgan Lake Park. And then we'll get the actual language for that when we write the draft final order.
Which will be the milepost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Ann Byer. Harry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay. Council Ratcliffe, I guess we move to R4.
Okay, so issue R4, we have one limited party, Lois Berry. The issue statement is whether the applicant's visual impact assessment for Morgan Lake Park adequately evaluates visual impacts to the more than 160 acres of undeveloped parkland and natural surroundings, as visual simulations were only provided for high-use areas. So the hearing officer's opinion on this, the hearing officer concluded that the applicant's supplemental analysis of Morgan Lake Park adequately evaluated the proposed project's visual impacts in the undeveloped areas of the park. And in the preceding issue, we heard a little bit about the extra analysis that was done through the course of the contested case. The hearing officer also found that a preponderance of evidence establishes that though the park will result in long-term visual impacts of varying intensity within the park, these visual impacts will not preclude visitors from engaging in recreational opportunities, and the project's impacts to the park will be less than significant. So that's all I have on this one, and then it's time for oral argument from Ms. Berry.
Ms. Berry, you can come on up.
You skipped issue R3. Yeah, okay. So I just wanted you to know that there's going to be more after this one. Okay. Well, when I wrote issue R4, the applicant had provided only 8 photos taken from the boat dock parking area as their visual impact assessment of a 204-acre city park. Furthermore, they provided no data for determining high use. Clearly, Judge Webster's decision to accept that visual impact assessment should be reversed. Based on that initial meager effort, Idaho Power concluded that, quote, although the project will introduce moderate contrast to the landscape, it will not preclude visitors from enjoying the day use area and overnight facilities offered at Morgan Lake Park. Applicant's exception now argues that visitors need only engage in recreational opportunities, but enjoying is the term in their ASC, that's page 155 of Exhibit T. You could engage in mud wrestling or skydiving, but it's not like sitting alone for an hour in the quiet, enjoying the sight of ducks swimming through yellow water lilies on Little Morgan Lake. In addition to the developed day use areas, natural areas of the park are other day use. Hikers and birders tend to avoid the developed areas. Scenery is recognized as an important aspect of recreation. Enjoyment of recreation in the park will definitely be precluded by the line of 9 130-foot transmission towers marring the views from the park's natural areas. Idaho Power claims that only 16% of the park is natural. I would say quite the reverse. The lakes are natural, and unless an area in the park is accessible by car, it is natural. That's more than 75% of the park. This year's analysis admits the project's impact on the park is high because towers would not be screened by vegetation as was previously claimed. Nevertheless, still using the skewed definition of user perception, looking head on or peripherally, applicant concluded, no surprise, there would be less than significant impact visitors to the park. Words and logic matter. It would be clear by now that the visual impact analysis for the Mill Creek and Morgan Lake routes is worse than inadequate. It is deceptive.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Any questions from council? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Again, for the record, this is Jocelyn Peace for Idaho Power Company. In her exceptions filing, Ms. Berry argues that the hearing officer had dismissed her concerns about Idaho Power's analysis of impacts to Morgan Lake Park, but that is not true. Ms. Berry raised concerns that Idaho Power had not adequately assessed impacts to undeveloped areas, and Idaho Power then addressed those concerns by providing additional analysis of impacts to the entire park. This type of process is what the contested case is for. The limited parties get to raise issues, and Idaho Power has an opportunity to respond and provide additional analysis and address those concerns. And that is exactly what's happened here. And while Ms. Berry will seek to go back and criticize what Idaho Power put into the initial application, Idaho Power has since responded to the concerns that have been raised and provided a more complete analysis, including the undeveloped areas of the park. Ms. Berry had also made a comment that Idaho Power had asserted that only 16% of the park is natural. That comment seems to misunderstand Idaho Power's analysis. Instead, what Idaho Power demonstrated is that there is only 16% of the park that would, from which the project facilities would be visible. It's a question not of what area is natural or what's not, or what's developed recreation. Instead, it's a question of the view shed, and are there barriers such as trees or topography that would block the view of the project. Ms. Berry had also made a comment about language in the hearing officer's order regarding engaging versus enjoying a resource. And on that point, Ms. Berry is correct that Idaho Power's initial analysis referred to the enjoyment of recreational opportunities rather than engagement. But regardless of the word that's used, Idaho Power's analysis provides ample evidence that the impacts will be less than significant. And for that reason, Ms. Berry's exception does not identify any error in the proposed contested case order, and Idaho Power respectfully requests that this council affirm the hearing officer's conclusions in connection with R4. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you. Council Rowe.
The department doesn't really have any comments on this. We agree with the comments that Ms. Pease just made. We don't see any error in the hearing officer's conclusion on issue R4.
Okay. So we're through recreation standard 4. And are there any changes needed? We ready to have a straw poll? Councilor Condon?
Cindy Condon, and this might be for Ms. Pease, but in the contested case and the ALJ's comments, it's talking about Idaho Power's statement. The company determined that viewer perception, quote, viewer perception will range from low to high throughout Morgan Lake Park, unquote. And that because of this range, quote, viewer perception for the park as a whole will be medium, unquote. And I just want to ask, so medium in Idaho Power's analysis would not be significant?
That's correct.
Okay, just it's language that. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I believe, Secretary Cornett, we're ready for straw poll. You can give us the language you've got ready.
Specific to issue R4, agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue R4.
Sounds right.
Ann Byer. Hanley Jenkins.
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes, with some reservation. I mean, I do think that public perception could be better analyzed, but yes.
Perry Chalktoot.
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay. Council Ratcliffe, we're ready for R3.
All right. So R3 is limited party is also Ms. Berry. The issue statement is whether the mitigation proposed to minimize the visual impacts of the proposed facility structures at Morgan Lake Park, in parentheses, $100,000 for recreational facility improvements, is insufficient because the park's remote areas will not benefit from the proposed mitigation. The hearing officer concluded that the funds paid to the city of LeGrand, the $100,000, are not intended to mitigate for the proposed facility's visual impacts at Morgan Lake Park. Rather, the funds are intended for recreational improvements as mitigation for potential impacts to the park as a recreational resource. Recommended recreation condition number 1 provides the mitigation for visual impacts. The hearing officer also found that the memorandum of agreement between Idaho Power and the city of LeGrand is a matter outside of the siting process and therefore outside the council's jurisdiction and scope of review, and that because the memorandum of agreement is not intended as mitigation for visual impacts, it's immaterial whether the park's remote areas will benefit from these funds. And that's the summary of the hearing officer's opinion. And so Ms. Berry can provide her oral argument.
Idaho Power's first extensive survey of Morgan Lake Park identified the 67-acre Morgan Lake as the entire 204-acre park. Of course, they missed the remote areas of the park altogether. The remote areas still had not been analyzed when the proposed order stated in 2020 that with appropriate mitigation, there would be no significant impact on visitors to the park. This January, just before cross-examinations, applicant's expert witness provided a supplemental analysis of the park. She admitted that the remote areas of the park would be highly impacted. The 4 proposed 150-foot towers would be replaced with 13 130-foot towers, most with no vegetative screening. Judge Webster erred in citing the supplementary analysis and proposed mitigation as convincing evidence of no significant impact on park visitors. The applicant is careful to mention lower towers, but not that they have tripled the number of towers impacting the park's remote southwestern viewshed. This is not appropriate mitigation. These days, remote areas with natural scenery are highly prized, and to have such fantastic open views of distant miles of rolling hills available within a 5-minute drive from town and a 15-minute hike in the park is a priceless opportunity. The remote areas of the park will not benefit from the proposed mitigation. They will be destroyed by it. If the line were needed, The only reasonable mitigation is to bury the portions of the line visible from the remote areas of the park. The new analysis concluded that even though views from Morgan Lake Park would be highly compromised, there still would be less than significant impact on human perception. Remember, in Idaho Power speak, that's head-on or peripheral. If this FSOC process is to maintain a semblance of validity, before a site certificate is issued, this inept, senseless, unreasonable visual impact analysis must be replaced by a carefully analyzed, established professional methodology. Fooled you once, don't let them do it again.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Any questions from council? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Again, for the record, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company. I wanted to start out with the issue statement, which relates to the mitigation proposed for the visual impacts to Morgan Lake Park and specifically references $100,000 for recreational facility improvements. And as Mr. Ratcliffe indicated, that was part of a memorandum of agreement between Idaho Power and the city of LeGrand, which would be implemented if the Morgan Lake route is developed. And that gives the city of LeGrand the discretion to determine how it might use that money to improve the park. And so if they want to use that for improvements to the undeveloped areas, they can do that. Now, as it would relate to the additional mitigation that Idaho Power had proposed in terms of the use of H-frames, Idaho Power proposed that analysis or provided analysis regarding the use of H-frames in its rebuttal testimony, which was offered in November in accordance with the schedule set forth in the contested case. Ms. Berry had claimed that that was offered late in the game in January, and that was just an incorrect statement. That was offered consistent with the schedule that was defined in our case. Ms. Berry had also made an allegation that Idaho Power has tripled the number of towers that would be used, and that statement is also incorrect. She claims that instead of 4 towers, there would be 13. In fact, Idaho Power is replacing 12 lattice towers with 19 H-frames. So there is an increase, but it's not quite as dramatic as Ms. Berry contends. Let me see if there's anything else. Finally, regarding Ms. Berry's assertion that the ALJ errs in relying on the rebuttal analysis that was offered in this case and errs in relying on Idaho Power's commitment to provide mitigation in the form of H-frames in the vicinity of Morgan Lake Park, that statement is it can't be supported. The judge properly relied on the rebuttal analysis that was offered in a time.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, this is the court reporter. She cut off at about, the judge properly relied on the rebuttal analysis that was offered in a time.
I think that was close to the close of my remarks.
Yeah.
It's up to you. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Timely fashion.
Yeah, the judge did not err in relying on the rebuttal testimony that was offered in accordance with the schedule outlined in this case. Thank you all. Yeah.
Yes. Councillor Beyer.
I just wanted to thank you for clarifying that the agreement with the city of LeGrand allows the city to make a decision on how those funds would be used in the event that this route is chosen. So there's nothing that says it has to be used to improve the campground or the parking area. It's left to the city to decide and the intent is that the mitigation for the visual impacts is the H-frame poles and how those are sited.
That's right. The mitigation that Idaho Power offered in the form of H-frames is additional to the $100,000 that's agreed to in the MOA with the city of LaGrande.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pease. Any changes the council needs to make on the proposed contested case order for Recreation Standard 3? Okay. I guess we're then ready for a straw poll.
For the record, Todd Cornett. So no changes to R3 and no changes to the standard. So that's correct. Then agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order pertaining to the recreation standard that are not related to the issues in the contested case and in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue R3.
No. You don't usually use it.
Sounds right.
Okay. Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay. We will take a break here and return at 4 o'clock. Okay, Ms. Tardy-Weather.
Hello. For the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather, Oregon Department of Energy. Let me get my screen here. I wanted to take just a quick moment. Let me breeze through here and figure out where I'm at.
We got 2 missing there.
We're also waiting for a few more for the folks on the line. We're waiting for a few other people, council members, to join our group. I just wanted to take a moment to say that I have been corrected in my description of the Morgan Lake alternative and proposed route. I think I was talking about under the scenic resource standard. I kind of wove in a reference from one of the public comments about the Mill Creek route. And I said that it was the proposed route, and that's not accurate. The Mill Creek route was a route that came out of the NEPA review, but is not reflected in the application for site certificate. So this is just to make sure that I don't. Is that accurate? Okay. All right. Okay. Just making sure I'm getting it right. However, what is in front of council right now, proposed route and the Morgan Lake alternative in Union County. But I just wanted to make sure that we got that clarified. How is that not? Okay. Okay, well, and I am talking about Union. Okay.
Okay, we have a quorum of the council. We are ready
Excellent.
to move forward.
All right, we're going to proceed with the council's fish and wildlife habitat standard. So to the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard, which I'm sitting here staring at it, and it does actually have habitat in it. This is not named correctly, correct? Okay, so one of the things I was going to emphasize, and I'm looking at the name of how we have it labeled here, and it's missing the word habitat, is the important aspect about this standard is that it really is oriented towards habitat. And so sub 1 directs council and the department to work and coordinate with and be consistent with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's habitat mitigation policy, which also includes their habitat categorization. So the habitat categorization from ODF&W goes from a categorization of category 1 to category 6, where 1 being the most exclusive, and I don't have their language right in front of me, and Sarah probably has it memorized, but I'm just going to air quote, best habitat, or habitat that should be most protected, and then 6 being the poorer quality habitat. And then it continues on that spectrum, and where each habitat category has a separate protection goals and mitigation goals for habitat quantity and quality. So let me go here. Okay, there we go. Okay, I have some maps here. This is another one of those issues where I had to PDF my PowerPoint, so you're missing a table in there. But it's a table that it summarizes, which actually is just more valuable than this figure here. But it summarizes the habitat categorization just along for the proposed route and the alternative routes. An example, and so we had talked under threatened and endangered species, we talked about category 1 habitat for the Washington ground squirrel. Other examples of category 1 habitat are the occupied WAGS colonies, trees or structures with special status raptor nests, and then caves that are hibernacula for bats. Mostly I'm just working in my favorite word that I've learned here in this job. So, okay, that's all avoidance. And so, but there is a lot of the transmission line that crosses through, and council's pretty familiar with category 2 habitat. Category 2 habitat is elk and mule winter range. There's also pygmy rabbits is considered category 2 habitat. All in all, there is approximately 4,403 acres of category 2, 3, 4, and 5 habitat that would be temporarily and permanently impacted by the proposed facility, and also incorporated into and would be mitigated for and also restored, particularly with the temporary impacts. So this slide, I'm just going to touch on some of the fish and wildlife habitat conditions. We've talked about some of them before. I'm going to start with the bottom here on my screen. In conditions 15 and 16, there are a lot of fish and wildlife conditions. A lot of these have timing restrictions, seasonal restrictions. But 15 and 16 are the conditions that specify that certain surveys must be conducted according to this final biological survey work plan, and it's attachment P1-2 that is attached to the final order or proposed order, correct? Right. And so that has, and the reason why that's important is that the survey protocols are agreed to and worked with ODF&W, where ODF&W says this is an appropriate methodology to go out in the field and conduct this survey. All of those protocols for all of the habitats and species that we've looked at and that we've kind of talked about under threatened and endangered species and for other in other habitats are kind of set out in that plan. And so these are the conditions that say do those surveys according to these protocols, you know, in your finalization of your like based on your final route, what and your all your surveys that you have to go back out and do. There is Fish and Wildlife Condition 1 has a reclamation and revegetation plan, which says what it is. It is also attached to the order, and this has success criteria for what reclamation and successful revegetation will look like. This is also done generated and reviewed in conjunction with ODF and W. And then as well as counties, same with the noxious weed plans. We work with the counties and their weed supervisors, as well as ODF and W and Oregon Department of Agriculture as applicable in the development of that plan. And then we have the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Mitigation Plan, or the HMP. This is the plan that says and outlines how and where they're going to mitigate for the impacts to those different categories. So, and we're kind of, this theme seems to be the theme of the day, is that aside from that biological survey work plan, all of these are draft plans because that will be finalized. And I think it's a really good example of going through that 4,400 acres of temporary and permanent impacts. Those include, right, because everything is a maximum worst case impact scenario. Those include the proposed route and the alternative routes. But we know, let's run the scenario where all routes are approved, but really only one route is going to be selected. These routes are going to drop off. Therefore, there will be no impacts to the habitat for those routes. So your actual permanent and temporary impact number is going to be reduced, which then will reduce the revegetation. It's going to impact all of these. So all of these are going to be reflected and finalized based on kind of the final location and details associated with those plans. And these are all based off of the surveys that they have to go out based on the final route. They're going to go out, resurvey everything, because then they're current and new surveys, and that'll all be reflected in these plans. And I will stop there.
Okay, so we have several fish and wildlife issues that were part of the contested case that have filed exceptions. We're going to be starting with Fish and Wildlife 7. The limited parties are Ann and Kevin March. The issue statement is whether the applicant's fish passage plans, including the 3A and 3B designs, complies with the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standards Category 2 mitigation requirements. Also, whether the applicant must revisit its plans because threatened steelhead redds have been identified in the watershed. And a note on this, when it's referring to identified in the watershed, what we're talking about here is a part of Union County where the line would cross Ladd Creek streams near I-84. This issue arises in part because the Department of Transportation completed a culvert project not too long ago, a few years ago, which opened fish passage, resulting in potential increase in Snake River Basin steelhead in the locations of the watershed. This species of steelhead is a federally listed threatened species. It's not a state listed species. So the hearing officer, the way she approached this in her opinion was to break it into two sub-issues. First, a question on the adequacy of the fish passage plan design, and then second, a question of the adequacy of the habitat categorization and mitigation. So with respect to the fish passage plan design, the hearing officer noted that the applicability of fish passage law requirements, and these are Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife laws that the council is charged with implementing as part of this process, that those fish passage requirements are triggered by the need for construction of an artificial obstruction. The hearing officer concluded that the applicant has not proposed or requested approval for any construction of new road crossings or major replacement of existing road crossings on any identified streams in the Upper Lad Creek watershed. The company will rely on existing bridges or culverts for road crossings. Therefore, fish passage requirements are not triggered, and the proposed 3B design for proposed crossings do not apply in this area. With respect to the second issue concerning the adequacy of habitat categorization and mitigation, the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard requires the council find that the design, construction, and operation of the proposed facility would be consistent with the ODFW Fish and Wildlife Habitat Mitigation Goals. The first step in figuring out the mitigation goals is categorizing the habitat. The applicant categorized all potentially fish-bearing streams in Upper Lad Creek above the I-84 culvert within the site boundary as Category 2 habitat. This was something that the applicant and ODO consulted with the Fish and Wildlife Department on. And the hearing officer found that the presence of state or federally listed threatened and endangered or special status species does not automatically elevate the habitat categorization. In this case, that would be from the only one to go above 2 is 1. So, and the reason for that is that the fish species, the habitat that they exist in, it can vary. In many cases, the fish themselves can exist. Their life cycle requirements can be met within habitat that would be categorized as a lower category than Category 1. Importantly, ODFW is not able to affirm that, definitively affirm the non-fish-bearing designation of 5 non-fish road stream crossings. And so, they're out there trying to make sure that there aren't any fish in these streams. The standard doesn't obligate the applicant to definitively show that streams labeled non-fish-bearing within Lad Creek watershed do not, in fact, bear Snake River Basin steelhead or other fish species to establish compliance with the standard. However, the proposed contested case order recommends that the council adopt a department recommended amended fish passage condition to require that these 5 road crossings within Lad Creek, which were not able to be affirmed by ODFW as non-fish bearing, have additional evaluation prior to construction. If the streams are identified as fish bearing and require construction to support a crossing and fish passage approval, in that case, a site certificate amendment would be required. So this is not kind of a review and approval by the department situation. Idaho Power would have to come back in and request an amendment if fish are identified in those streams. Okay, so that is a lengthy summary, but a lengthier issue, and that is the summary of the hearing officer's proposed contested case order opinion on this issue, and we're ready now for the March's oral argument.
In 2015, when ODOT completed the first part of a nearly $50 million fish passage improvement project on I-84 to open up 86 square miles of high quality habitat in the Upper Lad Creek watershed for Snake River Basin steelhead. The year following that, the upper watershed had been blocked to migration since the freeway was first constructed in the 1950s. In 2016, ODOT documented a steelhead red, which is a spawning bed above the crossing. ODF&W didn't know about that, and neither did Idaho Power until we notified FSAC in our letter in 2019. ODF&W has since acknowledged the presence of steelhead in the watershed, yet Idaho Power continues to assert that the presence of this listed threatened and state-sensitive species is alleged. They're not alleged, they are present in the watershed. This is the basis of our argument that Idaho Power's application was based on out-of-date, faulty, and inaccurate data in its analysis. I've spent more time in the last 3 years working on this project here than I have at my business. We did 5 hours of cross-examination, 47 pages of testimony, and 27 pages of closing brief. Yet as we pointed out in exception 1, in her ruling, the judge quoted Idaho Power's closing argument and mistakenly attributed it to us. Her analysis is incorrect. You'll hear Idaho Power state that no new fish passage plans are anticipated because they're not constructing anything new in the water. This is allegedly true. Yet they've only studied streams they labeled as containing resident fish. As we've pointed out from the beginning, many streams and parts of the watershed are labeled as non-fish, quote unquote, by Idaho Power. They stated in the ASC that they wouldn't study those streams then, and they fought us for 3 years to not have to study them now. ODF&W has stated that they don't have adequate maps to ascertain where the crossings are in the streams labeled as non-fish, and that they don't have the capacity, nor is it a priority to study the watershed. They're not out there studying them right now. Yet ODO will state that these details we've brought up will be taken care of by ODF&W in Condition 1. How can that be? Condition 1 will be satisfied by the agency that doesn't have the capacity to do these studies? That makes no sense. Northwest steelhead are in big trouble. 2021 was by far the lowest recorded migration in history. Yet as a species, they're inquisitive, and they'll explore new habitat for spawning and rearing when it's open to them, just as they did in 2016 after being blocked from this historic and important habitat for 70 years, the year after they went up there. Our Oregon rules are in place to protect species such as this in just this kind of case. Please remand FW7 so that complete and accurate studies can be undertaken before the application is approved so that these iconic fish can have every chance possible to continue to repopulate this important watershed. Thank you for your time. I know you're all tired.
Thank you, Mr. March. Are there any questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon, council members. Again, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company. Issue FW7 asks whether the potential reintroduction of steelhead into the Upper Ladd Creek watershed affects the project's compliance with both the fish passage rules and the requirements for Habitat Category 2. The Marches assert that Idaho Power failed to comply with the fish passage rules because the company allegedly relied on incomplete data on fish presence. However, as Idaho Power explained in its responsive briefing, regardless of whether fish are present in these streams, no fish passage plan is required for any of the crossings in the Ladd Creek watershed because the fish passage rules require a fish passage plan only if there is a trigger event. Specifically, under ODFW's regulations, no person shall construct or maintain any artificial obstruction across any waters of this state that are inhabited or were historically inhabited by native migratory fish without providing passage for native migratory fish. For purposes of the fish passage rules, the trigger event is construction, fundamental change in permit status, or abandonment of an artificial obstruction. During the contested case, Idaho Power definitively stated that the company does not propose construction or major replacement of any artificial obstructions in the Upper Ladd Creek watershed. Thus, there's no trigger event. The fish passage rules do not apply to the project-related crossings in these streams, notwithstanding the potential reintroduction of steelhead. Additionally, the Marches asked the council to remand their newly raised issue regarding ephemeral streams to allow Idaho Power to provide additional evidence of compliance with the fish passage rules as they relate to those streams. However, these newly raised issues do not allege noncompliance with the fish passage rules because, again, no fish passage plan is required for any crossing in the Upper Lad Creek watershed. As to the March's claim that Idaho Power has not demonstrated compliance with the Habitat Category 2 requirements because the company's non-fish designations in the Upper Lad Creek watershed are potentially inaccurate, Idaho Power submitted a map in the contested case comparing the project-related crossings and their associated fish-bearing or non-fish-bearing designations to ODFW's most recent distribution data for Snake River Basin steelhead. Those maps demonstrate that Idaho Power's identification in the ASC of potential fish presence in the Upper Lad Creek watershed is consistent with the most up-to-date data available regarding the Snake River Basin distribution within that watershed. Additionally, as Mr. Ratcliffe had explained, the hearing officer had adopted a ODO proposed condition that would require Idaho Power to come back to the council in the event that there were any road crossings that are proposed in these streams that would require a fish passage plan. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Any questions from council? Councilor Jenkins.
So I'm going to try and restate what you've said, but even if there are fish in the upper watershed of Lad Creek, Idaho Power proposes no improvements that would require a permit, and therefore there's no need for a fish passage plan.
That is correct. A fish passage plan is only required if there is a trigger event.
Okay. And so what the hearings officer has done is said that if that changes and there is a need for a plan, then you have to come back to the council for an amendment.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Council Rowe.
Crow, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. Councilmember Jenkins, you stole my thunder, as did Mr. Ratcliffe. This is an example, that condition is an example of how the contested case, how the proposed order is evolving. The department's recommendations are evolving as a result of the contested case. The marches through the contested case identified that there were non-fish bearing streams that, let me make sure I get my terminology correct. Sorry, give me 1 second. That the marches identified whether stream crossings designated as non-fish bearing if ODFW had adequately evaluated them. So ODF&W acknowledged that they had not, and so that is what led to the proposed condition amendment that you see in the hearing officer's proposed contested case order at pages 159 to 160. We believe that we felt pretty good about that. We were listened to the input, were responsive, and amended proposed this amended condition. The only input I've heard today is that they now question ODFW's ability to comply with that condition because ODF&W had indicated that previously it didn't have the capacity to address all of the streams. Well, that may be that they said they didn't have the capacity to investigate all the streams across the state, but that doesn't mean that they if there's a trigger event and they're asked to investigate those streams by ODO, that they won't. In fact, the reverse is true. They will. An ODFW witness testified at the cross-examination about this condition and indicated their satisfaction with the condition.
Any questions from council?
Cindy Condon. Patrick, so in the amended condition, it's the last sentence of the amendment itself, the bold language. if fish passage requirements apply, certificate holders shall seek approval from the Energy Facility Siting Council, ... So if fish passage requirements apply, that is a triggering event. I mean, it's deemed any triggering event, a change in non-fish bearing streams, in fish bearing streams. If there's a triggering event, amendment happens. Am I understanding that correctly?
Requirements apply, and then they were to identify fish in that stream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, fish, a non-fish bearing stream or one that had fish in it. If there's a triggering event, not,
Then they'll come in, seek approval from FSEC for an amendment.
yes, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
This is Hanley. So we need to concur with this proposed amendment in order to alter the proposed order.
Yes, and Secretary Cornett will we'll have a straw poll for you that would be consistent with the other straw polls where you adopt the hearing officer's findings of fact and conditions in the proposed contested case order. And if you were to vote in favor of that, then that would achieve that.
So this is part of the contested case order that will affect the proposed order. Okay, thank you.
So in that case, do we do a straw poll on just the proposed contested case order at this time?
For the record, Todd Cornett, yes, just this would be a straw poll on issue FW7, and the proposed contested case order already includes that condition.
Yeah.
So there would be no modification necessary to add that condition.
Perfect.
Agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue FW7.
Sounds good.
Okay. Hanley Jenkins. Perry Chalktoot.
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Ann Byer. Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, our next Fish and Wildlife issue is Fish and Wildlife 1. The limited party is Stop B2H. The issue here pertains to sage grouse habitat. It's whether the applicant adequately analyzed sage grouse habitat connectivity in the Baker and Cow Valley priority areas of conservation, the potential indirect impacts of the proposed facility on sage grouse leks, and the existing number of sage grouse in the Baker and Cow Valley priority areas of conservation. So this was another instance of the issue being dealt with in a ruling on motion for summary determination. The proposed contested case order opinion finds that the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard requires that the council find that, taking into account mitigation, the design, construction, and operation of the proposed facility is consistent with the sage grouse specific habitat mitigation requirements of the Greater Sage Grouse Conservation Strategy for Oregon. So I want to stop here and point out really quickly that sage grouse are a special case in the ODFW Fish and Wildlife Habitat Mitigation Program. There was a multi-year effort that resulted in a set of rules. ODFW is one of the agencies that adopted those that address sage grouse habitat specifically. So the hearing officer found that Stop B2H did not previously raise the issue of whether the applicant's analysis of indirect impacts is incomplete, because the applicant is yet to quantify impacts and compensatory mitigation through the habitat quantification tool. No evidence was provided demonstrating insufficiencies in the applicant's analysis of the proposed facilities, potential impacts to sage-grouse leks, and/or sage-grouse connectivity. Finally, the company has no obligation to ascertain the existing number of sage-grouse in Baker and Cow Valley priority areas of conservation to establish compliance with the standard. So once again, this was a ruling on motion for summary determination. With that, I'll turn it over to Stop B2H for their oral argument.
Carl Anuta, appearing on behalf of Stop B2H. Feel a little bit like a broken record on the summary determination issue. You're again looking at one where, in our view, the administrative law judge erred by not allowing the parties to present further factual information. There was a factual dispute here about the sufficiency of the analysis because there was no analysis. And there's no dispute, there isn't an analysis. What is Idaho Power is proposing is to rely on a habitat mitigation analysis tool later on. But the standard requires them to evaluate, in our view, and it requires the department and the commission to evaluate, council to evaluate, have they done an analysis now and is it adequate? There is no analysis, so it can't be adequate. Part of what you have to do in your position, and part of what the ALJ should have done, is when you're on a summary determination issue, you must view all facts in the light most favorable to the party opposing the motion. We pointed out that it is a fact that there is no analysis. Viewing that fact in the light most favorable to the party opposing the motion, which is Stop, you must conclude that the analysis wasn't adequate because there didn't exist. That's how you have to determine that fact, because you have to assume it in the light most favorable to us. That was not done by the ALJ. That should have been done here. Because that was not done, the analysis by the ALJ was in error. You're being asked to approve a lack of analysis as compliant with the standard, because at some point in the future, they will do a habitat modification mitigation analysis. You can't keep kicking that can down the road. You have to force them to do the analysis now. Are there any birds there? How many birds are there? And then once they know that, down the road, they can do a mitigation analysis to determine whether that impact is significant or not. But you can't find a non-existent analysis compliant with the standard. I could say more, but I think I've covered the issue. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you, Mr. Anuta.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company. What Mr. Anuta has highlighted in his comments is a timing issue. Stop B2H's exceptions focus on the fact that Idaho Power has not yet performed the final step in its analysis of potential impacts to sage-grouse habitat. And Mr. Anuta argues that because Idaho Power has not yet done this analysis, the council cannot ensure compliance with the sage grouse rules. However, Idaho Power explained in its responsive briefing that it has not calculated the final mitigation acreage for indirect impacts, but that is only because ODFW requires that the mitigation be calculated using its habitat quantification tool, or HQT. And that tool had not yet been completed when Idaho Power filed its ASC, thus the timing issue. To ensure compliance with ODFW's requirement, the proposed order requires Idaho Power to provide all information necessary to use the HQT to calculate the mitigation for potential impacts. Specifically, the recommended Fish and Wildlife Condition 17 requires Idaho Power to provide all information necessary to ODFW to calculate the amount of required compensatory mitigation using the HQT and to provide mitigation commensurate with the HQT's results. These are what ODFW's rules require, and the council, through the recommended Fish and Wildlife Condition 17, can be assured that those rules will be followed. Second, Stop B2H asserts incorrectly that Idaho Power has not done any actual analysis. This assertion is plainly contradicted by the record in this case. While Idaho Power has not yet completed its final calculations with the HQT, as I mentioned, the company still provided substantial analysis of potential impacts to sage grouse in Exhibit P2 of the ASC. In that exhibit, Idaho Power provided analysis backed by expert biologists and scientific research regarding the type of impacts, the timing, the duration, the quantification metrics, and potential mitigation measures related to potential permanent and temporary direct impacts, as well as indirect impacts to sage grouse habitat. Exhibit P2 also includes the State of Oregon's preliminary calculation of the project's direct impacts using a draft direct impact assessment tool, which totals approximately 543 acres of impacts. Idaho Power also included with Exhibit P2 a draft sage grouse mitigation plan that includes analysis of 4 potential mitigation sites totaling over 6,500 acres of habitat for mitigation purposes. Accordingly, Stop B2H's unsupported claims that Idaho Power has not completed any analysis are as plainly wrong and fails to identify any error in the hearing officer's ruling. And in sum, I would add, in response to Mr. Anuta's argument that there are disputed facts here, that there are not. What is the council has before it is a path to compliance using the recommended Condition 17 and the HQT that is required by ODFW's rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Are there questions?
Yes.
Councilor Jenkins?
This is Hanley. So, Jocelyn, Condition 17 requires the certificate holder to provide to the department the information for conducting the analysis, and then it's the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife that actually does the analysis. It's not the applicant, it's not the Department of Energy. At least that's the way I read Condition 17.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And so it's ODF&W then that identifies the acreage threshold or the acreage necessary for the mitigation.
Yes, and fundamentally, the HQT is ODFW's tool. It's not a tool that Idaho Power developed. It's what's required to be applied in this case.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Condon?
Thank you. Just teeing off of what Councilor Jenkins asked. So if Department of Fish and Wildlife does not respond, if I understand, it's ODF&W's responsibility to do the analysis. Is that right?
It is ODF&W's responsibility to assist in that analysis.
And so we'll be relying on them to meet this condition, or Idaho Power will be relying on ODF&W to do that analysis regardless of timing.
That's correct. And my understanding is that to date, and I believe this would be in the record, that ODFW has been a cooperative partner in working with Idaho Power in the sage grouse issues.
So you don't anticipate any timing issue if we determine to issue a site certificate. It will be without the analysis required by condition 17. And so there's not a concern about timing because ODF and W is cooperating and
That's my understanding. Is there anything else that? My understanding is that Idaho Power is required by law to work with ODFW and follow the HQT. So independent of what's in the site certificate, that's what Oregon law requires.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Pease. Council Rowe?
The dialogue we just heard about condition 17, I think pretty much addresses what I was going to say. It's the department is comfortable that Idaho Power will comply in light of this condition. I don't have anything further. I'm looking over at Kellen and Sarah. It doesn't look like they have anything further to add.
I guess the one thing I would add is that the condition references ODFW's in lieu fee program, which is an established program that once the HQT is run and there is a dollar amount associated with the acreage and the long-term mitigation into perpetuity, that program exists. So that that means that mitigation, like the availability of mitigation, is affirmed because there's an existing program to implement the mitigation. And it's similar to what we do in under the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard, where mitigation is like long-term enhancement and mentoring for improvement of, maybe lower quality habitat within areas of potential sage grouse habitat.
Okay. That completes us on Fish and Wildlife exception 1. And so are we ready to do the straw poll for the proposed contested case order?
Yep. For the record, Todd Cornett. Agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issue FW1.
Works.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot.
Yes.
Ann Byer.
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
So our next Fish and Wildlife issue is dealing with the draft noxious weed plan. The limited parties involved here are Gilbert and Gear. The issue is whether the draft noxious weed plan, which is in proposed order attachment P1-5, adequately assures compliance with the weed control laws ORS 569-390, ORS 569-400, and ORS 569-445. The hearing officer's opinion on this issue concluded that the applicant's not required to demonstrate compliance with ORS Chapter 569 to demonstrate compliance with the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard because it was not listed in the department's project order nor included in Division 21 information requirements. And again, as a reminder, the department's project order is the document that sets out not only the department's or the council's standards, but also the other sources of law, other permitting programs, et cetera, that an applicant's going to be required to comply with as part of the process. The hearing officer concluded that the council is not responsible for enforcing Oregon's weed control laws. That enforcement authority lies with the county courts. The council is not waiving compliance with the weed control laws by findings that the proposed facility would comply with the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. The hearing officer also found that the applicant is only obligated to address, in other words, prevent and mitigate noxious weed infestations that result from the proposed facility. The applicant is not obligated to address pre-existing or subsequent noxious weeds within the site boundary that exist outside project-related areas of use or disturbance. The applicant is committed to identifying, controlling, treating, and monitoring noxious weed species listed on Oregon Weed Board Class A, B, and T lists and County Class B lists, A and B lists. In the contested case proceeding, the company updated its draft noxious weed plan, including additional requirements of the plan that require the company to consult annually with county weed districts regarding treatment, if any, for Class C weeds, and on any updates to state and county weed lists to be reflected in their noxious weed plan. The draft noxious weed plan identifies that the applicant would monitor at least once annually for the first 5 years. After year 5, the company would prepare location-specific long-term monitoring plans for noxious weed control. The hearing officer found that nothing in the weed control statute specifically requires twice annual monitoring. And finally, that ORS 569-445 that deals with wheel washing is limited to other machinery used for agricultural purposes and does not apply to construction equipment or vehicles. Okay, that is the summary of the hearing officer's ruling on that issue, and we can have oral argument from Ms. Gilbert or Ms. Gear, whoever wants to come first.
Anyway, am I okay here? I guess I can be heard. The applicant, I'm going to just deal with the one issue here, which is that weeds are not allowed to go to seed. This requirement is necessary to comply with the Oregon statute, also with FSAC rules requiring that the development not significantly increase the cost to the county, which includes the cost of noxious weed control and compliance with the habitat standard, requiring the plan to assure that the development will not result in infestations of noxious weeds and resulting damage to wildlife habitat, and that conditions be imposed that require monitoring mitigation to assure compliance with the standards. The weed supervisors from 3 counties submitted information saying that Idaho Power must comply with state law regarding control of noxious weeds on lands they manage or hold right of way on, regardless of cause or pre-existence, the same as any other landowners. ODFW, Ms. Rife stated, weed management should occur on all project areas for the life of the project. The risk of reinfection in the areas of operation and areas of revegetation will remain high for the life of the project. The current weed management plan fails to meet the requirements that weeds not be allowed to go to seed or comply with state statutes and rules, including requiring annual monitoring for the life of the project to assure noxious weeds are not allowed to go to seed and infest other areas. The procedure for finalizing the weed management plan fails to comply with the requirements for council approval of the weed management plan to show the statutes and rules are complied with. The agency review process being required is controlled by the Oregon Department of Energy, and detailed requirements for counties or agencies to disagree with the drafts presented by the developer include identifying a rule that specifically requires the change and providing only a 14-day time frame for review and objection to what's submitted. And I'm going to read the rule that keeps getting referred to in terms of ODO being able to finalize these plans. 469402, delegation of review of future action required by site certificate. If the Energy Facilities Siting Council elects to impose conditions on a site certificate or an amended site certificate that require subsequent review, then they can refer it to ODO. That's what the rule says. The language is referring to the fact there is a site certificate. Now, 469377 says at the conclusion of the contested case, the council shall issue a final order either approving or rejecting the application based upon the standards adopted in 469501 and what's in the project order. So the bottom line is, yes, ODO can do some follow-up, but not until the council actually issues a site certificate. That is your responsibility, your duty. They can only do the actions that you have included after you decide that there is eligibility for the site certificate. So with these plans, if they are required in order to issue a site certificate, that's your responsibility. They can draft it. You have to approve it. So that's.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert.
Mhm.
Are there any questions from council?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, this applies all across the board. You know that.
Ms. Gear? Oh. Recorded. She got a haircut.
For Fish and Wildlife 3 and Fish and Wildlife 6.
So, for the record, Todd Cornett, Mr. Vice Chair. So Ms. Gear has provided a recording for issues FW3 and FW6.
Okay.
But they're 1 6-minute long recording.
Okay.
So what I would request is a little alteration here, which would be to play the entire recording of Ms. Gear, which is 6 minutes, and then allow Idaho Power 6 minutes to respond to both of the issues, as well as Mr. Rowe 6 minutes to respond to both issues. And then you would do a straw poll on a combination of those issues.
And there's nobody else.
This is it.
Okay. That works.
One friendly amendment to that proposal, and that's that before we hear the recording that'll cover both issues, maybe I should say what the second issue is. Yeah. Okay, so issue FW6, again, the single limited party on this issue is Susan Gear, is whether the noxious weed plan provides adequate mitigation for potential loss of habitat due to noxious weeds when it appears to relieve the applicant of weed monitoring and control responsibilities after 5 years and allows for compensatory mitigation if weed control is unsuccessful. The hearing officer addressed this in her opinion and ruled that no council standard requires prevention or eradication of non-native invasive species in natural areas. Further, that treatment of non-native invasive plant species is a matter outside of council jurisdiction. The noxious weed control plan would require noxious weed monitoring and control annually at a minimum for the first 5 years, and then requires development of a long-term monitoring plan after year 5, which is consistent with other revegetation and weed control plans approved by the council. Ms. Gear has not demonstrated that the noxious weed plan is inadequate for the purpose of controlling noxious weeds. Okay.
Susan Gear, issues FW3 and FW6. I've been a botanist in plant community ecologists for over 30 years. I'm a landowner who controls weeds and who assists in vegetation management at Rice Glass Hill Natural Area. I ask the council deny the site certificate or remand the proposed contested case order to Judge Webster for more evidence and remand to ODO for updated analysis and further development of the various plans. I'm adopting Ms. Gilbert's exceptions for FW3, plus the following. Judge Webster erred when she summarized FW3. Effects of residual herbicides on native plant communities was omitted from the issue. I have great concerns for the effects of residual herbicides on native plant communities. Large amounts of herbicides would be used to address invasive plants resulting from disturbance of construction. This important concern was not addressed in any of the other issues or discussed in the plans, the draft noxious weed, the reclamation and revegetation, or the vegetation management plan proposed in the application for site certificate. This concern should be part of the discussion of habitat standards. Exception for FW6. Judge Webster erred in how she addressed FW6. She failed to address the potential loss of habitat and the type of mitigation the compensatory mitigation raised in FW6. And by incorrectly limiting the scope of FW6 with prejudicial wording in her opinion, even beyond the limited wording she originally chose for the issue in the amended order. The judge's conclusion of law states, the updated draft noxious weed plan is adequate to serve its intended purpose of establishing the measures the company will take to control noxious weed species and prevent the introduction of these species during construction and the operation of the project. Ms. Gear has not presented evidence or persuasive argument to show that the noxious weed plan is invalid or that Idaho Power will be unable to implement and adhere to the plan when finalized. This conclusion completely ignores the loss of habitat, which is central to the issue. In a letter to the judge dated October 1st, 2020, I appealed for and gained recognition of this very issue, stating, the following issue is not mentioned by ODO, but is recognized as properly raised by Idaho Power in response to petitions for party status, 2D Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard Mitigation for Potential Habitat Loss from Noxious Weeds. Whether the new action in the proposed order allowing Idaho Power to mitigate for potential loss of habitat due to noxious weeds is an adequate solution to the risk of noxious weed impacts. The judge was able to draw this conclusion only because she chose to reword and prejudicially narrow the scope of FW6 in her opinion. The judge's opinion states, Idaho Power is not required to demonstrate compliance with the weed control laws to satisfy Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. The judge incorrectly assumes that compliance with weed control laws is the only factor related to disturbance and invasives that would affect habitat. The opinion is moot because without beginning construction, Idaho Power could not demonstrate compliance. All they can do is demonstrate a willingness to comply, at least in writing. Loss of high-quality native habitat would occur under the proposed order. There is no mitigation that can atone for unique high-quality native habitat. This is particularly true for Rice Glass Hill Natural Area, which has been undisturbed, undeveloped, and managed solely for native plants and animals for over 20 years and has special status species and priority plant associations. The judge draws faulty conclusions about mitigation for loss of habitat and compensatory mitigation. The judge offers, as previously discussed, issue FW6 is limited to whether the noxious weed plan provides adequate mitigation for potential adverse effects from noxious weeds resulting from project construction and/or operation. The judge has replaced the words loss of habitat found in her initial wording of the issue with adverse impacts, taking the issue even further from my concerns as initially expressed. The judge further dismisses concerns about habitat loss because of invasive plants by focusing only on the words noxious weed plan. In her view, the noxious weed plan is the only aspect of invasive plants under consideration. The judge erroneously reasons that since the council is not responsible for the noxious weed plan, the council retains zero responsibility for the long-term effects of introducing invasives to the landscape. In her opinion about my concerns regarding compensatory mitigation, the judge once again restricts the issue even beyond her previously chosen wording, allows for compensatory mitigation if weed control is unsuccessful, stating, this argument exceeds the scope of issue FW6, which as previously discussed is limited to the adequacy of weed monitoring and the control provisions of the noxious weed plan. By excluding wording about habitat and compensatory mitigation, the judge has prejudicially changed the emphasis of issue FW6 and rendered her opinion invalid.
Thank you and good afternoon, members of the council. Again, this is Jocelyn Pease for Idaho Power Company. We'll start with issue FW3. Ms. Gear and Ms. Gilbert had both filed exceptions for FW3, raising numerous arguments that Idaho Power has fully addressed in its responsive briefing. And for purpose of these comments, I'll try to focus on two main arguments and also try to hit some of the points that were raised in the oral comments. First, Ms. Gilbert and Ms. Gear argue that the hearing officer erred in her conclusion that the draft noxious weed plan is not required to demonstrate compliance with the weed control laws to satisfy the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. And the council is not the agency responsible for enforcing compliance with the weed control laws. Here, the hearing officer correctly recognized that the draft noxious weed plan was designed to address the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard and was not specifically intended to address compliance with the full extent of the Oregon weed control statutes in ORS Chapter 569. In particular, although ORS Chapter 569 requires an owner or occupant of land to take action regarding control of noxious weeds located on that person's land, FSEC's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard instead focuses on the impacts resulting from the project. And what Idaho Power explained in its briefing is that there's basically two tracks. There is the FSEC Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard track, and then the counties also still retain local enforcement of the weed control laws. Ms. Gilbert had made a point about there being a critique from county weed supervisors from, I believe it was a meeting in 2017. In fact, during the contested case and at cross-examination, there was testimony from an ODA witness, Mr. Porter, explaining an understanding of these parallel tracks, that there's an FSEC process where the applicant demonstrates compliance with the FSEC standards, and then the counties still retain jurisdiction to enforce the weed control laws as they need to. Additionally, Ms. Gilbert had asserted that, that the hearing officer's conclusions related to the draft noxious weed plan are null and void because the plan may be later changed or updated. However, the process for finalizing the council's weed plan is entirely consistent with the agency review process for finalizing plans in the council's rules, which are provided in OAR Chapter 345-25-16. Moreover, Idaho Power provided a robust noxious weed plan to demonstrate how the company will address project-related noxious weeds for compliance with the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. And importantly, during this contested case, Idaho Power updated the draft noxious weed plan to address several of the concerns that limited parties had raised, including concerns about treating Class B weeds, clarifying Idaho Power's intent to prepare a long-term monitoring plan following the initial 5-year assessment period, and clarifying plans for vehicle cleaning, as well as a number of other updates. Let's see. Okay, moving on to FW6 and the assertions that Ms. Gear had raised. First, she made a number of arguments about the hearing officer narrowly framing her issues, or that her issues should have been stated more expansively. Unfortunately, we're in a contested case process where we need to define the scope of the issues early on, and there was a process for the judge to do that, which occurred over 1.5 years ago. So the time for raising concerns about the framing of issues has long passed, and the council should reject those claims. Let's see. Additionally, regarding FW6, the basic thrust of Ms. Gear's argument is that mitigation should not be available in connection with the noxious weed plan. The noxious weed plan provides that Idaho Power will take measures to ensure, to minimize and to the extent possible, ensure the limited transmission of noxious weeds in connection with the development of the project. However, in the event that there are noxious weeds that take hold, the plan also provides for compensatory mitigation to address any impacts to any potential loss of habitat. This framework is consistent with the Council's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard, which provides for mitigation in the event of impacts. Thus, it's entirely consistent here for the Council to find that mitigation can be appropriate in the event that there isn't a loss of habitat. However, in light of the measures that Idaho Power has proposed and updated in its draft noxious weed plan, the council can find that it's consistent with the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard and affirm the hearing officer's conclusions with respect to FW3 and FW6. And I can be available for any further questions.
Any questions from council? Looks good. Thank you. Council Rowe.
I could say I have nothing to say and then we could all leave. But I have a couple things to say. Not much. I'll take it one issue at a time. FW3, again, the issue is whether the draft noxious weed plan adequately ensures compliance with the weed control laws at ORS 569, ... Department's position on that is that the hearing officer correctly ruled that it's counties, not FSEC, that are responsible for enforcing those weed control laws. With regard to compliance with FSEC's standards, recommended Fish and Wildlife Condition 3, that's in your proposed order at page 319. That would require that Idaho Power submit a draft of their they already have a draft noxious weed plan, and it's actually quite well developed. But that condition would require Idaho Power to submit their draft of their final noxious weed plan, and that would be subject to the formal local, state, and federal review that Kellen was discussing earlier. If you look at, this is in the record, the version I'm looking at, the department attached to its response on exceptions FW3. I don't know, is everyone able to pull that up relatively easily? If not, I can certainly summarize for you what's in it. But again, it's an attachment to the department's response to the exceptions on FW3. The very beginning of that includes the agency review process that Kellen described for us earlier. And I want to pull up the condition itself. And the condition says, prior to construction of a phase or segment of the facility, in accordance with a rule in accordance with the rule governing agency consultation process and outlined in the draft noxious weed plan, Idaho Power must finalize and submit to the department for its approval the final plan. The department believes that that final plan sufficiently addresses Idaho Power's responsibilities under council standards. Okay, that's FW3. Now I'm going to move to FW6.
Any questions from council on FW3? Okay.
FW6, again, the issue that was before the hearing officer, whether the noxious weed plan provides adequate mitigation for potential loss of habitat due to noxious weeds when it appears to relieve applicant of weed monitoring and control responsibilities after 5 years and allows for compensatory mitigation if weed control is unsuccessful. First, I'd like to address the assertion that it appears to relieve the applicant of weed monitoring and control responsibilities after 5 years. If you were to look at the draft noxious weed plan, section 5.3.4 addresses timing. And it states basically what they're going to go out and if they identify noxious weeds, they're going to try to control them. And if they believe they've successfully controlled them within 5 years, then they can come to the department and they can request concurrence from the department that they've successfully controlled weeds in that time period. If Odo concurs, Idaho Power still needs to continue to monitor. Okay, this is I'm just going to read it directly. If Odo concurs, IPC will continue to monitor the sites as described below in section 6.1, but will cease treatment. So they can stop treatment, but they have to continue to monitor. unless treatment is determined to be necessary through subsequent monitoring. If control of noxious weeds is deemed unsuccessful after 5 years of monitoring and noxious weed control actions, IPC will coordinate with ODO regarding appropriate steps forward. So they're not off the hook after 5 years. If they come to the department and the department concurs you did adequately control, they can stop treatment, but they still have to continue monitoring. That's right in the plan. In addition to the draft noxious weed plan, the department would also point out to the council that temporary and permanent disturbance that might be caused as a result of construction or operation of the facility that could result in noxious weed impacts, they would be mitigated not just through the noxious weed plan, but there are other mitigation obligations in place that they include the 1200C permit, the agricultural mitigation plan, the right-of-way clearing assessment, the reclamation and revegetation plan. Almost all of those except for 1200C require landowner consultation, treatment, and short to long-term monitoring for noxious weeds. These plans that I just listed are required under the following conditions. Fish and wildlife habitat, or would be, were you to adopt them, Fish and wildlife habitat condition 1, recommended fish and wildlife habitat condition 3, recommended land use condition 14, recommended land use condition 16, and soil protection condition 1. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from council?
Just Hanley. So Patrick, again, if they're unsuccessful after 5 years in their weed plan, they need to submit a new plan to the department for subsequent evaluation and mitigation.
Head nod. Yeah, yes, is that correct, Sarah?
Yep. Long-term plan. Yeah, new long-term plan. Thank you.
Councilor Byer?
So this is just a question for, I think, staff. Where does compensatory mitigation come in then if we don't get everything right in the first 5 years and we come up with a new plan? I know that it's allowed in general for fish and wildlife standards, but what triggers that here and who triggers it?
Well, the way I think it will work is that the reclamation re-veg plan and the noxious weed plan are to address temporary impacts. So if those become a permanent impact because it's taking much longer than 5 years, compensatory mitigation would start to come into play. But that doesn't mean you don't still have to try in some way. It just now you have more of an obligation. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councilor Condon?
I'm just curious, in the plan, is there a provision for public input? Like if the public sees an evidence of noxious weed, is there a public process for coming to us, ODO, Idaho Power?
Well, what first comes to mind is our in our compliance program, we have a process where you can file a complaint. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
For the record, Todd Cornett, it's a request for inspection. So if somebody believes a condition is not being met or a facility is not being operated consistent with the approval, they can request the department conduct an inspection to evaluate that so we can come to our own conclusion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I believe we're ready. Are any changes needed in Fish and Wildlife issues 3 and 6? If not, I think we're ready for the roll call.
So this would be for the Fish and Wildlife Standard in addition to issues FW3 and FW6. Agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order pertaining to Fish and Wildlife, the Fish and Wildlife Standard that are not related to the issues in the contested case, and in the proposed contested case order pertaining to issues FW3 and FW6.
Sounds good.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Thank you, council members.
So we got through that. The time is now 5:18 and the August 29th, 30th, and 31st of the 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now recessed until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Woohoo!